and Steph Curry.
By the trade deadline, if the Sixers are like in first place and Tatum's feeling it because JB's running wild in the league, he's going to be more motivated to push Brad to make this kind of a deal. Like, because right now he's happy, he's the man, and Paul George is his buddy.
And by the way, I would have said you were full of crap, too, if I would have heard this story, except for the fact that legitimate writers are now writing about this.
Right. John Corrales he's a visionary. I'm telling you, he was on The Honest Thing, and but by the way, this is not the only team. Toronto's being rumored to be in on Curry. Like, it's going to pick up steam for sure.
Yeah. I guess that also Jaylen Brown was offered to Golden State. I think that's another story that's coming out of this. Man, nobody wanted Jaylen Brown. Like, nobody wanted the guy. It is very strange, and I know that a lot of people are saying that Jason Tatum, like, put a shot across the bow when he was talking to his
talking to the kids.
Talking to the kids, saying, I don't want to be a know-it-all or known as a know-it-all. I don't want to be the smartest man in the room. And at first I was like, dude, he's just talking to kids. He's just trying to inspire them. And then Ted played that clip of Colin Cowherd, saying, many people think that Jaylen Brown is the smartest guy in the room, used his exact words. And I was like, okay, maybe that is indeed a little bit of a shot across the bow.
Maybe Arcand is the smartest guy in the room. Just walked in.
I got 4 out of 5 in Beat Ken. The only one I didn't get was Water Whiz because I never been there before, but I got the other one.
Wow.
Yeah. Not a surprise. That is a tough category.
I was at Fun Spot this past week, and it's, by the way, Rich, Fun Spot's not on Weirs Beach, just so you know. Weirs Beach and Fun Spot are 2 different things.
Oh, I thought that was like how it was, like, isn't it in Weirs Beach?
Weirs Beach is like a mile down the road, but it's close to Weirs Beach. They're close to each other, yeah.
It's not on an actual beach. No. But it's in the town, Weirs Beach.
People are so particular about where does the Cape start? Where does it not start? Where's Weirs Beach?
Yeah, they're all in Laconia. It's all in Laconia, but not technically the same thing.
All right, well, that makes sense.
That was a good one today, though. I like that one.
Good. I'm glad you did well.
Like them all.
I try to not make them I try to make them tough, but like ones that no one's over. But then Ken,
Yeah, I got one.
All right.
I'm a winner.
All right. Christian Arcand's going to go kill it tonight until, I love that Dale Arnold picture. All right, everybody, have yourself a great day. We'll see you again tomorrow. Love you. Goodbye.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Looking for the best of Vrbo? Discover vacation rentals of the year, top quality homes guests love from across the country. Our curated list takes the guesswork out of planning so you can spend less time searching and more time packing. Book your next stay now with Vrbo.
Streaming only on Peacock. A classic love story.
You were my forever person.
I love you.
But there's one tiny problem. The husband makes the wife feel small.
Oh no, Lindy.
In other words, the husband accidentally shrinks the wife to 6 inches tall using his super secret project, but he doesn't know how to unshrink her and she might be stuck mini forever.
Make me big again now.
A classic love story starring Elizabeth Banks and Matthew McFadden, The Miniature Wife. Streaming now only on Peacock.
Welcome back. Are you ready to start the show?
Streaming now, only on Peacock. The nightmare comes to your home.
The animatronics. They've escaped.
Will you survive another night?
Chica, ready? Where are you?
Oh no. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, rated PG-13. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
I'm not done with you.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
7th and struck out to pitch. Line drive into left field. Duran to his right. He's there. He makes the play. Red Sox win the game and the series. It's a 4-2 homestand and maybe a haymaker to the Toronto Blue Jays.
Time now for...
The feed is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you dry. Sox took down the Blue Jays yesterday, securing the series victory 2-1. They kickstart a series with the Athletics in Sacramento with the first pitch starting at 9:40 p.m. Peyton Doley takes the mound, and newly acquired Curtis Mead is expected to be in today's lineup. You can listen to the game right here on WEEI 93.7, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox radio network. Shaw is proud to be local since 1860. Christian Arcan will get you ready for the game with the Mass Mutual pregame show starting at 8:40 p.m. Owners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Josh Bracken, and that's what's on our feed here on WEEI. And now it's time for the Christian Arcan Show.
Yeah, I think the players deserve it. I think the fans deserve it. It has been a turbulent path to get here. But, you know, as we sit here today, a week out from the deadline, you know, the resilience and kind of toughness of this team has become very apparent, and the opportunity to upgrade is something that we're looking for, and fortunate to be able to do it at this point.
Time now for the Christian Arcan Show. Yo, it's all Arcan on WEEI.
Good evening. Welcome in. It's the Christian Arcan Show here, WEEI. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original. And tonight we are here with you for...
Not that long. 10, 20 minutes. Yeah, close to 3 hours, I guess.
That's actually exactly right. Close to 3 hours tonight, Ricky. Nailed it. Right on the spot there. A lot of people ask, what is that clip from? It's from Trailer Park Boys. They lock Bubbles in a freezer for basically the whole day. And then they go in and rescue him and warm him up by rubbing bread on his face. If you needed to know, that's what that's from. People ask me about those a lot. They're very niche. Anyway, we got a great show tonight that will go until about 8:30. So 2.5-ish hours. And that'll take you right into the Mass Mutual pregame show with me, Arcan, the Red Sox taking on the A's tonight. And we'll get you all ready for that. We'll talk a lot of Red Sox here in these 2.5 hours. A lot of other things to get to, including a wild 24 hours of football news. All throughout the league, all throughout New England, and down in North Carolina as well, my friends. They are back in the news, and they are back big. I thought it was oddly quiet down there. I thought it was way too, like this offseason, you haven't heard from Bill. You hadn't heard from Jordan. You hadn't heard from anybody. I didn't hear anything. None of them were saying anything. And now Mike Lombardi's like, allow me to reintroduce myself. And who knows what he even got in trouble for. I guess we'll all find out together. But, yeah, a lot of theories flying around the internet right now. Some of you may have noticed my co-host in the background. That is something, it's a protest of sorts that I am putting on here. I also think it could be the beginning of like a Mount Rushmore of WEEI bit that we do. Or like a PTI thing. You know how they have all the heads behind them in PTI? If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you know what I'm talking about. You can see right behind me the Dale Arnold fathead that I rescued from the old studio. It would have just been demolished with the studio if I didn't. So you're welcome, everybody. That is either the first of a big PTI background or the first of a Mount Rushmore, or Mike Thomas is going to come in here and say, take that down. We're putting the logo up, you idiot. What are you doing? One of those three will be the decider there. Anyway, it's sort of a soft launch. We'll see what everyone thinks about it. You can leave comments on the Twitch chat or on YouTube. In the meantime, I want to give a recap of the Red Sox and what was another stellar weekend at Fenway Park. Really, I mean, just the fact that they went 8-2 on this homestand is so meaningful. It really, like, I don't know if you get it, you know, like, I don't know if you weren't there this weekend or if you haven't been really following the team closely this year, if you kind of grasp exactly how meaningful it was to win 8 games in this homestand coming out of an all-star break where you had all this momentum going into it, and everybody, myself, probably first and foremost, was terribly concerned that momentum was going to stall right out because you're coming back home to play at Fenway, and you suck at Fenway this year, and they went into this homestand 10 games, I think, under 500 still at home, which is just, I mean, you want to get your fans disengaged? That's a great way to do it. Put a product out there on the field for the first 2.5 months of the year that's basically unwatchable. No runs, no nothing. I mean, it was just, you had good starting pitching, and people could at least walk home saying, well, the pitcher was good, the starter was good tonight. I saw a guy with a dog outside next to the radio studio trying to interview people. That was cool. There was something going on at least. Jackson, great job, by the way. I was the carnival barker for Jackson, which was fun. I was like, step right up, come on. Because I'm just this voice on the street, you know? Like, especially during the day. At night, people can see in a little bit easier.
Yes.
And they know that it's me. But, like, during the day, I'll start talking to people in line, and they're like, where's that coming from?
And people were impressed that I knew the guy behind the glass, so that was cool, too.
I mean, that's, you know, the big perk of that job, I would say, is being the guy behind the glass. Because Fenway is all dark. At that point, it's all dark. The only thing lit up on that side of the street is me. That's it. You know, it's great. A lot of good visibility.
You had some fanettes out there, too. The Arcane clan was out. They liked you.
They were out there, yeah. Hey, listen, you know, when you got it, right? But Fenway was great. It was a great weekend. It was a great weekend at the park. It was a great homestand. Toronto, by the way, I know you said you didn't see a lot of Toronto fans, Jackson. I thought there were a ton of them there. I thought at one point it was like 60-40. When Okamoto hit that home run in the first game, I think that tied it up at 4, or maybe it made it 4-3. I can't remember. But when he hit that home run, the Blue Jays fans went nuts. And I was like, whoa, because they were getting shut out by then. And I was like, damn. There's a lot of Blue Jays fans here. You sort of like didn't really notice that. And then, they're busting out, jumping around, you know, making a whole big deal of it. And that makes sense. I mean, if you bought tickets in advance, the Blue Jays are coming off of a World Series appearance in the offseason. You know, they were planning out every single trip they could possibly take. Oh, we're going to Boston. Hey, yeah, sure. We'll go on down there, Hoser. And making their trips and plans, not realizing that they were going to suck this year, which they somehow do. I don't really get how that team's so bad. I don't really understand it. Vlad Guerrero and George Springer just stop hitting home runs. All their starters, except for Dylan Cease, all kind of suck. And Cease, oh my God, Dylan Cease on Saturday was unbelievable. That was one of the premier pitching performances we've seen, I think, in the American League this year. One of the best. He was awesome. And no question about it, after watching that team almost get no hit, a move gets made to bring in some offense. And it's a move that has been very, very polarizing. I still don't think that there is and I could do like a poll on Twitter, I guess, but I don't think that there's really a clear-cut answer on this one. I have my thoughts on it, but generally when there's a trade, it's not like a 50-50 split on what the general public thinks about it, and I think that's kind of where we are right now. Maybe leaning a bit towards bad trade. And I lean the other way. I know it's going to sound crazy. I'm the negative guy on the broadcast, but I definitely like this move. I think that Curtis Mead is a risky player to make a trade like this for, but I like that they're taking a risk. I like that they're not going crazy with it. I'm sure they wanted Peyton Tolley. I'm sure Jake Bennett and all these other. Every team that's talking to the Red Sox is probably asking for those guys. And of those three, all young, cost-controlled lefty starters, Early was the most expendable. Now, I'm sad to see Early go. I am. I liked Early. And I thought that he was tough, and I liked that he was young, and it seemed like he was developing a real attitude on the mound, like a real good sort of sneer and snarl on the mound. For a young kid, like a big, hard-throwing lefty, like I like that. And I enjoyed watching him pitch last year. I thought he was a revelation last year. And this year he started off the season great. At a time when there wasn't really much to celebrate on this team, Connolly Early was one of those things. And then after that, after the first 2 months-ish, once the team started getting good, a little before that really, but that's when he started giving up a lot more home runs. Home run rate really jumped. And you'll remember, he didn't give up a home run for like the first however many at-bats or however many games, innings that he pitched. And then he started giving up a ton of them. And not to say that I think he's going to suck or that he's not going to have a good career. I think he'll be a good back-end starter. I think he's got good character and, good. He's tough and, for the most part, delivers you good quality starts and can eat innings. But this is a situation where, like I said, for months leading up to this point, and we still got a couple of weeks or 1 week from today until the deadline. This is not going to be the kind of trades where you go out there and you trade a bunch of prospects for a player. It's not going to be like that because there's too many teams that still feel like they're in it. And if there's going to be trades that the Red Sox are going to make, they're probably going to have to make them with teams like the Nationals who want some pitching and will give up a guy like Curtis Mead because they have an excess of infielders. And this guy's kind of came out of nowhere this year and had this big season, which, by the way, he's having a big season. There's no doubt about that. You may not think he's going to be able to carry it over with Boston or that he's not good for the market or whatever it is that you think is going to happen. Usually guys that are good, strong bats get traded to Boston mid-season. They don't suddenly can't hit the ball. They get to Boston, they start hitting the green monster, and their numbers get better is usually what happens. We saw it with a lot of people. We saw it with Schwarber. We saw it with Cliff Floyd back in 02 or 03, whenever that was. There's other examples in between there, but you know what I mean. Like, it's generally not the other thing. And I have no reason to think that this kid, and he is a kid, is just some flash in the pan who can't replicate this season that he's having so far. A season where he's on pace for about 30-ish home runs. He's not going to hit that because he hasn't had enough at-bats, but he's got 17 right now. He's already your second-best hitter. I mean, look at his OPS. Look at his home run totals. He's your second-best hitter right now, and he just got here. I think that's the exact kind of risk I was looking for Craig Breslow to try and make. Maybe not for that exact player, but that exact kind of risk. And also, Connolly Early's elbow may be chicken noodle soup over here. Who knows? They may know more about that than we think. The Nationals say we expect him to pitch at some point this year, which is a very vague statement. At some point this year, we expect him to pitch. Okay, like as a starter? As what? Is he going to be back in the rotation, making normal starts on normal rest? And, it's going to be a pitch limit? Like, what's it going to be? He's been out for a while now. My question here is, I keep hearing that the Red Sox have all these other moves that they want to make. And you know what teams are asking for. They want young, cost-controlled pitching. That's what has value on this roster right now. And the Red Sox really don't have a lot more of that. They got Tolley. They got Bennett. They got the kid in the minor leagues, whose name escapes me at the moment. I'll pull it up in a second. But they're not exactly, flush with that right now. That was probably their excess of it. So how far is Breslow willing to go? How far is Craig Breslow really willing to go in terms of making a big splashy move here at this deadline? This was a good move. I don't think this was a huge splash. It wasn't Curtis Mead is never going to be a huge splash. Most people didn't even know who he was, unless you're a big-time Dong Report aficionado like myself. But otherwise, yeah, it's okay, that's fine. People liked Connolly Early, and a lot of people don't like this trade. I do. What do you think? 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We'll go over the pros of the trade, the cons of the trade, and what these moves to come may be, and what Craig Breslow may be willing to part with in order to facilitate something else. All we know right now is the Red Sox are buyers. That's it. That's all we really know. We know they're not selling. They're buying. They're trying to make the offense better, and they're continuing to be aggressive. We'll get into more of that in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's the Arcand Show.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Streaming only on Peacock. A classic love story.
You are my forever person.
I love you.
But there's one tiny problem. The husband makes the wife feel small.
Oh no, Lindy.
In other words, the husband accidentally shrinks the wife to 6 inches tall using his super secret project, but he doesn't know how to unshrink her and she might be stuck mini forever.
Make me big again now.
A classic love story starring Elizabeth Banks and Matthew McFadden, The Miniature Wife. Streaming now only on Peacock.
At DSW, we ask the important questions, like, what shoes are you going to wear? Whether you're prepping for wedding season, festival season, or just planning the ultimate vacay, the right shoes can make or break an RSVP. So own the moment. You've got big plans, and we've got just the shoes. At the perfect price, of course. Get ready to get ready with Designer Shoe Warehouse. Head to your DSW store or DSW.com today and let us surprise you.
You can stream the show or listen on demand anytime. Just download the Odyssey app.
That's AUDACY.
Save WEEI as a favorite and listen wherever you go. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Craig, how, I guess, quickly or not quickly did this come together?
Pretty quickly. A lot of trade conversations and concepts kind of drag out over the course of days, weeks, months even. This one came together pretty quickly. I think was a good opportunity for each team to meet some objectives. And so there wasn't a whole lot of back and forth, outside of making sure that we did as much work as we possibly could, and got as comfortable as we could, because anytime you give up a player like Connolly early, it's really tough. But looking at our roster, looking at our needs, we felt like this was something that makes us better.
More Breslow there. Christian Arcan Show, WEEI. I like the trade. I do. I don't think we're going to miss Connolly early that much. I liked Connolly early. But I think that there is a need that this team has. They had an excess of a certain thing, and that was, young pitching. And I also think that while we may value young, cost-controlled pitching, and that is an asset, it's not this, incredible, priceless heirloom that, teams are going to do backflips over. I was hearing this today, too. Well, Connolly early, you could have gotten so much more for Connolly early. Yeah, you could. Did you get a lot more for Hunter Dobbins and Dick Fitz and all these other guys? And maybe they're not as good as early in Tolley, but they were young, cost-controlled, starting pitching. And you move on from guys like that, I don't. Freddie Fermin got traded to either to or from the Royals, now I can't remember, for two young, cost-controlled pitchers. The Padres, that's what it was. And it was that's all it took for Freddie Fermin. And I don't know. I think that the market, this was smart on Breslow's part to get ahead of the market. Because I don't think he really overpaid tremendously. You want to say he overpaid a bit? Okay. You could say that. I don't think that that's a crazy take. But to act like he got completely swindled here when it's Connolly early, I think that's dramatic. And I think a lot of people have been kind of melodramatic about this. I think Curtis Meade has a chance to come here and rake. And I also think that he's young enough in his career that it's possible he's figured something out with his swing, or he's just figured out how to have better at bat, or whatever it is. I don't know. Maybe he went to Waltham and started talking to Lorenzo, like Caleb Durbin did. Lorenzo can fix anything. Lorenzo down in Australia with Curtis Meade, just hanging out, drinking some Fosters, working on their swing. I could see that. It could be a sitcom. We got to get Lorenzo back in here, by the way. I want to get Lorenzo on this show. I don't want to poach him away from Rich, Ken, and Ted, but I kind of want to poach him away. I feel like Lorenzo and I could be we could be like boys, Go out, hit up Guest Street after the show. Just walking around, me and Lorenzo just taking over Alston. Why not? Anyway, why is that so crazy to think? That after a couple of tough years, and let's be honest here, Curtis Meade was a top prospect who looked like a total bust. And now finally here with the Nationals after being DFA'd at the start of the season by the White Sox, he's one of the better right-handed bats in, baseball, really. I mean, by certain metrics, he is. By certain metrics, he definitely is. And I don't think that that's all 100% who he is and what he's going to be for the rest of his career or anything. He may not ever have another stretch like this. But if you get another bat in there, if you get another above-average bat, oh, what a difference that's going to make. You don't think so? Even if he's not 30 home runs, even if he's 15, 20, just having another bat in there, having another guy at the cost of Connolly early, I could deal with. But that does bring up the question. Moves to come. What are the moves to come? Hearing they're still going hard at shortstop. Same names. Neto, Jeremy Pena, guys like that. Haven't heard much of Hunter Goodman anymore. That's who I feel like catchers who are on pace for 50 home runs don't hit the trade block very often. Like Cal Raleigh wasn't on the trade block last year. Although he may be a cautionary tale for going after the hot catcher of the year. Because Cal Raleigh sucks this year. And I know that because I had him on my fantasy team. And I almost had to drop him. I was like, I can't with this guy. He's so bad. And he was so awesome last year. I don't know what happened. So maybe I'm a little hesitant with the catchers. But as far as shortstops are concerned, yeah, okay. Okay. What do they want? What do these teams want from you? Ranger Suarez pitched yesterday. And I think that's very important when we have this conversation. Not because they're going to trade Ranger Suarez, but it's important because if they're thinking about dipping back into their rotation and some of these younger guys, Bennett or Tolley or some combination of those guys and other people, Ranger Suarez better be real healthy. He better be really healthy, more than 4 innings worth healthy. And I feel like the Red Sox have to be confident with that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traded early in the first place. If they thought that Suarez was going to really be banged up, then that could, I think that could be problematic. So that gives me a little bit of hope about Suarez. But even if Suarez is totally healthy, I don't think Crochet is coming back. Bennett and Tolley are 2 pillars of your rotation right now. And while, yeah, you do want to make the offense better, do you want to sacrifice that much of your rotation to do it? Because that, if you're talking about a big move, if you're talking about a big swing, and I've been hearing that a lot. I mean, Buster Olney and Jeff Passan came out and said that the Red Sox are the team on their list that they think could be active, but they didn't have them on their list of teams that were being super aggressive. And then they come out and trade a starting pitcher for Curtis Mead. So, yeah, they're being aggressive. We don't know much about what Breslow's going to do, but we know that they're not selling, okay? We know that for sure. No matter what happens against the A's, no matter what happens against the Dodgers. And then, by the way, at the end of that, it's the deadline. I mean, it's right here. We have a week left to go, a week from tonight. And then it's the deadline on the 3rd. This is crunch time. But it seems like that decision has already been made. It doesn't seem to me that there's any more doubt about which way this is going to go in a week. I think we know for sure that the Red Sox, at the very least, are going to try everything they can to add more offense. I don't know if they're going to do anything else. I don't know if they're going to go for a bullpen arm. I don't know what it would cost to get a bullpen arm. I don't know if they have a guy that they're looking at or if maybe it's just going to be a bad team. Let's just grab a couple of arms for a prospect and see if we can find a diamond in the rough type of situation. I could see that going on with the bullpen if they try and add to it. Because I don't think you can go Tolley now. I don't think you can go Jake Bennett now. I think trading early was probably unless it's like the biggest swing of all time, unless it's for Yordan Alvarez or something. And who knows? Who knows how big this swing's going to be? I'm hearing things that sound like it could be big, but I'm skeptical. Okay? I'm skeptical of even people who I trust very much. I'm skeptical that some of them are getting fed lines from the team and that they want people like me to talk about, oh, yeah, they're going for it. They're going to do these big things. Not me specifically, but people like me. They want to, come on, let's build up some excitement here for this trade deadline. And I want to. And I think this was a great opening salvo. I do. Honestly, I do. Whatever you think of Curtis Mead, I think this was a risky kind of gamble of a move. And I think it's the kind of thing that a guy like Breslow needs to be more comfortable with. I don't think he was comfortable with doing that last year. That's why he ended up with Steven Matz. He definitely wasn't comfortable with it the year before that. When he ended up with, was that Danny Jansen? Was that the Danny Jansen year? Or maybe that was Chaim Bloom. Chaim Bloom wasn't comfortable with it either. Only time he ever was able to do it was Kyle Schwarber. And he kind of moved that made, the team better at all. And that only was able to be made because Schwarber was hurt and didn't play for 2 weeks after you traded for him. He was a distressed asset. Other than that, this team does not operate like that, not at the deadline. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Let's take a call here right now. Mike is in Dedham. I cannot pot him on, so you're going to have to do that, Josh. Mike in Dedham, go ahead.
Hey, Erican, how you doing?
What's up, Mike?
I was skeptical about the trade at first, but listen, Curtis Mead is slugging .500 this season, which tops Bobby Witt Jr., Pete Alonso, Zach Neto, all names that the Red Sox were connected to at some point. I like the move. We don't know if it's going to be sustainable long term, but right now, Brazel made the right move. Looking forward to your thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mike, and I agree with you. It was a bit of a flyer. You're taking a bit of a flyer here. And you're doing it with a guy who's kind of a flyer himself. Connolly early, that's not a sure thing for the Nationals. His arm could be shot. They might have to have Tommy John surgery. They might miss a whole year. Then again, the whole season, the whole league might miss a whole year, so it may not make a difference. We'll continue with this. And we'll get into Craig Breslow's philosophy. Because up until now, I thought I had a pretty good read on what his philosophy was. And now I'm not so sure. I think it may have evolved. And evolved in a positive way. We'll get to that with your phone calls at 617-779-7937 right after this.
93.7
WEEI, Boston's sports
Original.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, it's Justin from Stop & Shop, but in the summertime, I'm better known as Grillmaster Jay. You can find me in the Grillmaster's natural habitat, our meat department. Sure, we have your classic burgers and dogs, but it's our Nature's Promise grass-fed steaks that'll really wow your cookout guests. And that's just the start. Make sure you swing by our meat department because we're going to be rolling out feel-good deals and high-quality meats all summer long to keep your cookouts sizzling. Good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
We purchased a lawn care company. We went from 5 clients to 80 clients overnight.
Whatever's next for your business, Jobber is built to grow with you. Trusted by the best in blue collar.
For over 200 years, Eastern Bank has been headed in a single direction, forward, helping you meet your personal financial goals and working with local businesses as the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts. Eastern Bank. Join us for good. Learn more at easternbank.com, member FDIC.
The podcast Campus Files is back with more stories of scandal, crime, and intrigue on college campuses.
It is not hard to destroy a college.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Minties. Introducing new Minties Fresh Bites treats for dogs. Each bite-sized chew is made with 5 natural breath fresheners. They have a delightful texture that softens as your dog chews. And at 7.5 calories, they are the lowest calorie dental treat on the market, so you can treat your pup and their stinky breath multiple times throughout the day. Shop Minties Fresh Bites online or at your favorite local pet retailer. Minties.
Support is available 24/7 with VerboCare. We're here day or night, ready whenever you need help. Because a great trip starts with the right support.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities. And most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
For service pros, every season is busy season. There's always another job to do, a call to answer, a customer counting on you. From coast to coast, rain or shine, all year, every year. We depend on service pros to show up ready to do what they do best and get it done. And those pros depend on Jobber. Jobber, always in season. Start your free trial today at jobber.com.
You can listen to WEEI on your smart speaker.
Just say, play 93.7 WEEI.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
I would say mixed emotions, like in the sense that like Connolly Early is loved around here. He's an amazing kid. He's a good pitcher. So, and he's, friends with a lot of guys in there. So like that part of it's hard. But at the same time, I feel like, you can feel the vibes in the sense that guys feel like we went out and did something to try to make our club better as far as, adding a bat in the lineup. So I think there was excitement about that, that we're going. So, but it's mixed. It's mixed emotions because it helps the team, at least, right now. But also you see somebody that you really like walking out the door. That's always going to be that way. But, we got to keep playing, and we'll welcome him with open arms, Curtis, when he's here, and get him involved and get him a part of this group.
Manager Chad Tracy on the trade. Christian Arcan Show here, WEEI. Continue with the Red Sox here for just a little bit, and we'll get to some ESPN intel that was shared on their website today. Tracking some rumors, Red Sox involved with them. But I want to talk a little bit about Craig Breslow's philosophy. And Curtis Mead, who, by the way, is in the lineup tonight. Lineup is out and is as follows. You'll hear this again in the Mass Mutual pregame show with a sponsor. But as of now, you get it for free. Masi Yoshida leading off in DH and Curtis Mead batting second. Right away, I have a problem. We're two into this, including the guy that I'm happy that they just traded for, and I immediately have a problem. Siegler's getting the night off, even though it's against a righty. This kid pitching for the A's tonight, Perkins, is a right-handed pitcher. And you've been, not that Siegler's weekend was pretty good. It was very good on Friday. But Yoshida leading off, which he's done a couple of times this year. Mead batting second. All right, I'll reserve judgment until I get to the end of this, okay? Yoshida leading off, Mead hitting second, Contreras third, Abreu fourth. Ceddanne Rafaela batting fifth. Okay. Caleb Durbin sixth, fine. Duran seventh, fine. Monasterio eighth, Connor Wong ninth. Peyton Tolley the starter. So what's my problem? I don't know. Things have been going great, This team's really, really looking good. And now you're messing with the top of the order. I know it's a temporary thing, maybe not. I don't know. Ceddanne Rafaela in the two-hole has been pretty constant and pretty consistent this year. Dropping him down to 5, I just, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how it works. Maybe they're hot enough that it doesn't matter. Maybe this team's hot enough that they'll just put whoever out there in any order, and that's all good. And I'm not saying that's what they did here. They just threw the lineup together. I'm sure that there's a lot of reasons why they did all this. And you got to get Mead in the lineup, sure. And he right now technically is your second best hitter by stats and numbers on the team. Yoshida leading off. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Okay. See how it goes. I like that Mead's in the lineup already. I like that they're batting him high. But I also think that there is something to be said for continuity, and the continuity that we've seen with this lineup under Chad Tracy here over the last couple of weeks. It hasn't been exactly the same every night, but there's been a good deal of continuity. And as is the case, whenever you make a trade and bring somebody else in, you're going to have to shake things up a little bit. But what do you want me to say? I just, I've gotten very accustomed to this team and this offense going out there and raking. And now you're fiddling with it a little bit. We'll see if it makes a difference. And we'll see what Craig Breslow's philosophy here at this deadline really ends up being. Because there's no way to predict exactly which direction he's going to go. Reports are what they are. A lot of reports coming out that they're still being very aggressive. that they're still, lighting up the phones, and that they still want a power-hitting infielder, which I don't think they should be so narrow with that. I don't think it needs to be a power-hitting infielder. I mean, that'd be fine. I'm not saying don't do that. But catcher, left fielder. If we're talking power hitter, how about anywhere? How about anywhere? Curtis Meade's playing second base. He's not a good third baseman. So I'm not sure he's going to be a particularly strong second baseman. So you may have just traded for your DH right here. But that's another thing to keep in mind, is that Masa Yoshida is your DH. And while having him as an on-base guy at the top of the order, I think, is okay sometimes, that's not often where he hits. He usually hits down in like the 5 or 6 spot. And he usually leaves guys on base. He's not a big RBI guy, not a big slugger. He'll get on base himself, and he's been hitting, better lately. But upgrading at DH, upgrading your offense in left field, and upgrading your offense in the middle infield. I'm not saying that that's not a problem. It's not something they should ignore. But I hate to think that their scope is too narrow, that they're just thinking, oh, he can only go with infielders. Got to be a shortstop or a second baseman or a third or whatever. I just think that that's a narrow way of looking at it. I'd like for a wider net to be cast, because I think that when you get too tunnel vision on these things, other moves pass you right by, and other teams start making moves that you could make. I also wonder where he's willing to go. Where's Breslow willing to go? Who is he willing to put on the table here? How big of a swing are they really looking to make? I think from a PR perspective, and this is no way to run a baseball team, but just work with me here. From a PR perspective, the bigger the better. You've got a lot of excitement and investment with this team right now. And maybe you're going to get it for the next couple of months no matter what happens here at the trade deadline. That's possible. But just remembering how a lot of seasons, other than last year, how a lot of seasons went in August and September, nice way to ensure against that is to do your part. You can't control what the players on the field do. But if you, ownership, and you, Craig Breslow, at the deadline, take a big swing and get it, and connect, that'll buy you plenty of goodwill, even if the trade doesn't really work out. I believe that. I think that Red Sox fans are so starved for some good news at the trade deadline over the years that if you take a big, big swing and it doesn't work out, there will be grace given to you at the very least because you tried. I think the feeling with a lot of Red Sox fans is that they don't want to try. And that's been a big issue. That's been a big problem. I think that's turned a lot of fans off. It's turned the team off. Alex Cora. This was always the time of year where you could start to feel that trade deadline anxiety with Alex Cora. And it wasn't just him. Cora would get the ball rolling, and then all of a sudden, here's Xander Bogaerts, and now here's Rafael Devers, and he's got something to say about it. Everybody's got something to say about the trade deadline. Help us, please. Come on. Won't you help us, Simon Bloom? Won't you help us, whoever? Greg Breslow, can you please help us, please? Out there begging like it's Charles Dickens. And then they didn't. They didn't really get anything, except that 1 year with Schwarber. Other than that, they never really did anything. And the second half, there was a lot of pouting and a lot of losses and a lot of August and September collapses that weren't all the fault of just Alex Cora had a bad attitude. These other teams all got better, and they rocketed past you, and you got left holding your you-know-what. And that's unfortunate. And that was an unfortunate way for a lot of those seasons to end. They may have ended that way anyway if they had gotten active at the trade deadline. They may have made a trade, gotten the big name in here, made a big swing, sent out some prospects, and it didn't work. And people still would have been mad, and I still would have ripped them. Listen, I'm still going to rip you. But I'm not going to rip you, and no one's going to rip you the same way as if you don't try. And, they can say, oh, we tried our best. We really tried. We were on the phones. We were making calls. But other teams got to like our players and blah, 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 whatever they say, whatever the excuse is after the deadline comes and goes and you don't get anything. But no one cares. Unless you deliver results, really no one cares how hard you worked. You got to get it done. And there's ways to get it done. Other teams do it every year. There's big deadline moves every year. And the Red Sox just aren't a part of it. Simple as that. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Let's go to the phones. and talk with our good friend Eric down in Texas. Hello, Eric.
Yeah, hey, Christian, thanks for taking the call.
You got it, pal.
At least it's fun to be talking about trades we've made and hopefully we'll make as opposed to past years, right?
Agree. It's true. Hopefully they actually do. I mean, we talk about trades they could make every year, and then they don't do it. So, we at least have one under our belt here already. That's nice.
We do. And so I guess my two thoughts are regarding who would be available in a trade. The conservative in me says Arias and either Witherspoon or Ianson.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Ianson, that's what I was
a
thinking.
combination of those two, they are untouchable. We have to keep in mind Arias is the future at shortstop probably, and we can't just deplete our entire minor league system of good pitching. So Arias is untouchable, and then take your pick of Ianson and Witherspoon, but we got to stick with that. That's why we drafted them. Regarding the lineup, my only concern, I would prefer to see Meade down in the order.
Yeah, I kind of do
I'm with
too.
you. I like the Siegler. Rafaela has really fit in well in that 2-hole. I mean, the guy's hitting 280, and I don't think many of us thought that would happen 2 years ago. My other thought with that is I wonder how much Meade's numbers are good because of what he had hitting behind him in Washington with that offense. So I think if you put him at 4 and have Contreras hitting behind him to protect him, I kind of like Siegler, Rafael, Abreu, Meade, Contreras, Duran, Durbin, and then you fill it out with, shortstop and catcher.
All right, thanks for the call, Eric. I don't think you move Contreras out of the 3 spot. I don't think you can move him. Don't think around with him. First of all, he'd probably not like it. You want to go piss him off, be my guest. I'm not doing it. Imagine being like the guy who has to go and tell him, like, Wilson, we're moving you down to 5th. You're what? Why are you doing? sorry, buddy. Put the bat down, Wilson. He wouldn't do that, obviously, but I wouldn't mess with him there. I wouldn't do that. I'd keep him where he is. I'd keep Abreu where he is. I would keep Contreras in the 2 spot. Not Contreras, Rafael in the 2 spot. And I'd rather Meade let off tonight, honestly, than hit second. And I agree with, he had all those bats behind them. Okay, well, then start him off at 5th. He has Durbin behind him. That's pretty good insurance these days. And you see what you have, If that was the only thing, then, it's all smoke and mirrors, and he needs poppers behind him. So what? Then you don't really have much. But let's find out. I guess we'll find out tonight. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll continue with your phone calls and get to some ESPN intel right after this.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
For over 200 years, Eastern Bank has been headed in a single direction, forward, helping you meet your personal financial goals and working with local businesses as the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts. Eastern Bank. Join us for good. Learn more at easternbank.com, member FDIC.
As the U.S. men's national team takes center stage at a home World Cup, make sure you're listening to Call It What You Want, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network, where you can join me, I'm Jimmy Conrad, alongside Charlie Davies, Tony Miola, Marcelo Balboa, and Benny Fieldhaber throughout this tournament for previews, instant reactions, and analysis of every U.S. match. Then all summer, we're back every Tuesday and Thursday, covering all things U.S. men's national team. Download and follow Call It What You Want on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
The Red Sox just did the thing every fan dreams about. They changed the question. A few weeks ago, it was, who are they selling? Now it's, who should they add? Bradfo here. That's what happens when you stop talking about a turnaround and start stacking wins. I know a little bit about changing the question. 8 years ago, mine was, can I actually lose 50 pounds with Awaken 180? I did. Now the question is, how have I kept those 50 pounds off for 8 years? Not by white-knuckling dry salads or pretending every day went perfectly. When life got messy or a few pounds tried creeping back, I had a place to go. People who knew my history and a plan that changed before a small slump became a full rebuild. That's free support for life. You don't have to start over. You make an adjustment and keep playing. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and simply tap to call. Awaken180weightloss.com, the official weight loss program of the Boston Red Sox.
Fresh, local, in season. Celebrate National Farmers Market Week, August 2nd through 8th. Visit your local farmers market for peak summer produce, from sweet corn and heirloom tomatoes to peaches and blueberries. Every purchase supports local farmers, strengthens your community, and helps keep fresh food accessible across Massachusetts. Sponsored by Mass Farmers Markets, supporting over 200 farmers markets statewide. Find a market near you at massfarmersmarkets.org.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, mine starts here.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
What's up, everybody? Nick Burskos here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Let's take a look at Week 1 in pro football, where the LA team in the AFC, a 10.5-point home favorite against Arizona. Total of the game is 46.5. I really don't think Arizona is that bad. Now, they're going to be terrible because of the division they play in, but this feels like too many points. Arizona plus 10.5, the play for me. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You can watch the show anytime via our live stream on Twitch.
Just go to twitch.tv/BostonWEEI.
And check out WEEI on YouTube for our video on demand content updated daily. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
If Langoliers is off the table and the price for Hunter Goodman just went up, then that means I am solely focused on the shortstop position. I was told that just because the Red Sox traded for Meade, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't pursue C.J. Abrams in a separate deal with the Nationals. So, because that was another one of my thoughts besides, Peyton Tolley is sad and I don't like that, is, well, that means that they're not gonna make any other trades with the Nats, because why wouldn't you just have Early as part of this big package?
It was Jared Carabas. He was Jared in Saugus, and he used to call Red Sox Review back when I did it in 2015, whenever it was. I don't know. It was a long time ago now. I've been doing with a couple of stops here and there. Red Sox Review. I've been holding that down for a bit. And Jared used to just call. It was Jared in Saugus used to call in, and had some strong takes back then too. Still does. And now he's got all this intel, and he's hearing that Langoliers, forget it. Goodman, that's kind of died down. Doesn't seem like Colorado would do that anyway. But still looking for shortstops, and C.J. Abrams is still on the table. I feel like C.J. Abrams, Neto, and Pena are all going to go back to their teams. I don't think any of them are going to get traded. That's just my instinct right now. I don't know why. I just have a feeling that it's going to be kind of a situation where, and maybe I'll be wrong because a team overvalues them, but I just don't think that there's like that real high, okay, we'll give you whatever you want for Jeremy Pena. We'll give you whatever you want for C.J. Abrams. We'll knock your socks off, because I feel like they're dangling those guys out there for a knock your socks off kind of deal, and I think the Red Sox aren't willing to do that. I don't think they're willing to do that for those two guys. I do wonder who they would be willing to do it for. Bobby Witt, that's a name that pops up a lot. I think you're going to have to go nuclear to get a guy like him. I also think you'd have to go turbo nuclear to get who I want, which is Red shortstop Elly De La Cruz. That's who I want. I want Elly De La Cruz, and I want him bad. The Reds have said he's untouchable. You're not getting De La Cruz. He's under control through 2029. There's no financial reason to want to move him. However, they did try and get an extension done, and De La Cruz turned it down. So by the time, 28, 29 rolls around, it could be a much bigger deal. However, they've got some impending free agents. They got some rentals that they're more likely to try. Suarez and, Tyler Stevenson and Nathaniel Lowe and guys like that. Those are Brady Singer's another one. Like, there's guys that they have who are prime trade block candidates. But if the Red Sox were to say, put a package together of Peyton Tolley, Roman Anthony. Yeah, Roman Anthony. And any three prospects that the Reds wanted for De La Cruz, would you do it? Would you do that, Josh?
Tolley's the one. I love Tolley just like I like Connolly early. So I think my initial thought would be I'm sad about it, but I think the longer it leers on, I might be in favor for that. And Roman Anthony, I'm starting to fall off with him right now. I've tried to hold out.
I think everyone's falling off.
I tried to hold out with him as long as I could because he's one of the biggest prospects ever. But now I'm just like, the longer this goes on, I'm gonna slide off eventually.
Let me just say, I think it's clear, and I don't know anything, but I just think it's clear that if the Red Sox are trying to go like big time here, that they'd be willing to trade Roman Anthony to do it. And if you said that last year at this point, after he had that crazy stretch where he looked like, the next Barry Bonds, maybe not Barry Bonds, but he looked like the next big thing, you'd say, get the bleep at it. What are you talking about? Now you look at this Red Sox team that just had this crazy win streak. You look at a level of excitement that that this ownership group and this GM, for that matter, would like to maintain and keep going. And there are not a ton of names that would really, really do that would be splashy enough to really do that. De La Cruz would be one of those. Bobby Witt would be one of those. And if we're talking about going big time like that, I think that's probably what they're looking at. They're probably asking for everybody. They're probably asking for Tolley and Bennett and Roman and Meyer and Arias and every prospect that is out there. I mean, I just think that's probably what, if you're considering trading a guy like that, young, cost-controlled superstar, that's the cost. Now, the Reds are in last place. The Reds are a last-place team, but they're only 6 games under 500. In the National League, that's a little bit different. That means you're pretty well buried, but it doesn't mean you're completely out of it yet. And it also means that, they have some young talent that they may want to try and build around. I mean, they do have other young players. They just gave a big extension to Chase Burns. They have Burns, Hunter Green, that kid Sal Stewart, who I like a lot. Like the Reds are a pretty promising young team, and De La Cruz is clearly a big part of that. But I do wonder if you could name a price, and if the Red Sox could meet that price, if that's something that they would look into doing. And that's just one name. I mean, Bobby Witt, same kind of thing, same kind of stuff. Is that enough? Is that enough to really propel this team to where it needs to go, or would that be giving up too much? I'll be honest with you. As much as I love De La Cruz, and as much as I love Bobby Witt, I think if you hack off 2 more starting pitchers, or 1 more starting pitcher, especially a productive one like Bennett or Tolley, you're really throwing your pitching staff into a mode of uncertainty that we haven't seen with this team all year, even after Crochet went out. Crochet went out with the injury, and they just kept chugging right along. You move on from Tolley now here coming up on August, and you go the last 2 months with Gray, Suarez, Bennett, Bayo, and who? I don't even know. Like, that's all listen to Patrick Sandoval. Now all of a sudden that pitching staff's a much bigger question mark. And I understand that if you're trying to get offense and you have pitching to offer, that's how you do it. That's how you attain it. That's how you acquire it. But I also think there's making trades to make trades and rocking the boat unnecessarily when you don't always have to. That being said, there is a PR incentive to keep this excitement going. And if the Red Sox are willing to go out there and do that and make that happen, I'm not going to criticize them for it. I'll criticize them if the trade blows up. I'll rip them like I'd rip anybody else, of course, and we all should. But I'm not going to rip them for trying. And that's really what it comes down to for me. They're finally trying. Or it looks like they're trying. I'm not going to say they've actually done it until they do it. But I think that everybody will kind of look at it the same way. Maybe it didn't work. Maybe it does. But they went for it. And we haven't been able to say that in a very long time. All right, 617-779-7937 is your phone number. I never even gotten to the ESPN Intel. The ESPN Intel is pretty simple. I'll just tell you right now. It is, could the Red Sox swing a blockbuster deal for a shortstop? Nationals will listen to overtures about C.J. Abrams. Zach Neto of the Angels has been mentioned in rumors. He's under team control for 3 more seasons, just like De La Cruz is. Veteran shortstop Trevor Story under contract through 27, working hard. Marcelo Meyer viewed as a long-term solution. The rival evaluators are underwhelmed by his play earlier this year. So, there you go. They still want a big shortstop. We'll see what the price ends up being and if they're willing to match it. 617-779-7937. When we come back, been a very interesting weekend down in Foxborough. Patriots camp is up and running. Kraft is talking. We'll get to that next.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
Thanks again for taking me to the game, man. I can't wait to get in there. By the way, what's in the bag?
Oh, I bring my own hot dog and peanuts. Saves a ton.
Savvy. And what about the beach chairs?
Why buy seats when you can save big and bring your own?
We can't get in without tickets.
Tickets? What do you think the portable TV is for?
Don't save money pretending to go to the game. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities. And most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Hey y'all, I'm Maddie. And I'm Poodle. And together we host the podcast Reality Gaze. We are two ridiculous homosexuals who love nothing more than talking about reality television and tearing in a new one. So whether it's 90 Day Fiancé, Love is Blind, Love After Lockup, or any other trash TV show about lonely hearts looking for love, your gay besties got you covered, y'all. New shows every week. Follow and listen to Reality Gaze wherever you get your podcast.
Gaze, let's love.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Yeah, I think the players deserve it. I think the fans deserve it. It has been a turbulent path to get here. But, as we sit here today, a week out from the deadline, the resilience and kind of toughness of this team has become very apparent. And the opportunity to upgrade is something that we're looking for and fortunate to be able to do it at this point.
The feed is brought to you by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention Out of the Darkness Walks. Craig Breslow, after acquiring Curtis Mead from the Washington Nationals, who is, in fact, in today's lineup. Your lineup is as follows. Masataki Yoshida is your designated hitter. Curtis Mead at second base. Wilson Contreras at first. Will Abreu in right field. Rafael in center field. Caleb Durbin at third field. Jaron Duran at left field. Andrew Monasterio at shortstop. And Connor Wong finishing it off at catcher. Sox took down the Blue Jays yesterday, securing the series with a 2-1 series victory. They kickstart a series with the Athletics in Sacramento with first pitch starting at 9:40 p.m. Peyton Tolley takes the mound, and you can listen to the game right here on WEEI 93.7, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaw to Star Market Red Sox radio network. Shaw is proud to be local since 1860. Christian Arcand will get you ready for the game with the Mass Mutual pregame show starting at 8:40 p.m. Join the fight against suicide at the Berkshire County Out of the Darkness Walk on Saturday, September 19th, to prevent suicide and raise awareness about mental health. Proceeds benefit the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Register today at afsp.org/Berkshire Walk. That's what's on our feed here on WEI. I'm Josh Bracken, and we continue things with the Christian Arcand Show right now.
This is the Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
Hour number 2 here, Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original, and we got you here for another hour and a half-ish, and then we'll hand it over to me in the Mass Mutual pregame show, coming your way at 8:30, 8:40. What is it, 8:30 or 8:40? I'm going to jump out at 8:30, right?
8:40.
And then 8:40 is when the actual pregame show starts, and then first pitch at 9:40. Red Sox and the A's. Red Sox heavily favored in this game. We'll get to break down of that in a little bit, but I want to talk some Patriots. Camp is open. And not only is camp open, but Robert Kraft is talking about Christian Gonzalez and the offer that was made. And let me tell you something. When an offer gets made in a financial negotiation, if you're the person trying to get the contract, you know it's a pretty bad sign when your boss goes to the media and tells them what the offer was, all right? I had an argument with Scheim about this on Saturday. He didn't see anything wrong with it. Did you play Kraft, by the way? Did you play that coming in here? No? All right, let's hear from Robert Kraft. This is what he said on, was this on Saturday? I guess it was. It was Saturday morning. Camp launches. We know that Christian Gonzalez does not have the extension yet, and we know that they're negotiating, and Robert Kraft decided to speak on it. Here's what he said.
I know you've been working hard with Christian Gonzalez. Any thoughts on that as you enter camp?
We love Christian Gonzalez. We love him as a player, as a person. That's why we've made an offer to him that makes him the highest paid player ever to play that position in the NFL. And coincidentally, it's the highest contract in the Patriots franchise history. So we're glad we drafted him and he's developed here, and we hope he'll be with us for a long time.
Okay. So Robert Kraft asked a question about Christian Gonzalez, decides to just sing like Sammy the Bull, basically. I mean, he's telling you everything. He couldn't wait. Listen, we love Christian. We love him as a person, as a player, as a man, as a whatever. So much. We love him so much that we made an offer to him to make him the highest paid corner in the league and the highest paid Patriot ever. Aren't we great? And if you got a listen, Robert Kraft has never really been all that sly about stuff like this. He's pretty transparent. There's a big negotiation going on with a star player. Camp is opened. There's no extension. And he wants everyone to know his side of it. This is our side. This is what we're doing. Now, Scheim, naive, little, innocent, simple Scheim, who I had a lovely time talking with on Saturday. I love Scheim. By the way, props to Scheim for beating Hillman this weekend in the match, too. I guess that was on Friday, but it's technically the weekend. Way to go out there and exact a little revenge. Because last year, Scheim did not play well. And this year, Hillman did not play well. Which means that next year, probably neither of them are going to play well. And that it's going to be just, whoever loses the least amount of balls is probably going to be who wins, right?
Wiki's going to win.
Wiki's going to win, right. Courtney's going to win next year. Like something like that. So props to him. But when it comes to the Gonzalez thing, I think he's being pretty naive. And we had some callers who called into, I think they're being naive too. I think that if you can't see this for what it is, which is Robert Kraft negotiating a contract with a star player in the public square, which is not really where you're supposed to negotiate these things. If you don't see that as the type of thing that could rub a guy like Gonzalez the wrong way and his agents and his people the wrong way, we disagree. Well, Arcan, Gonzalez was out there. And he was participating. He was a full participant, right? On day one, he was. Let's see how it goes. Let's see what happens. And by the way, him participating in practice while they're negotiating it is all well and good until they come to an impasse. And all of a sudden, well, that was my last number. And if you're not willing to meet it, then it's been great. You know where my agent is. You know what his number is, and you know what my number is. And if you want to hit those numbers, then you go right ahead. In the meantime, we'll be, wherever we are. And I think Gonzalez has already shown he's not afraid to do that. And I think the Patriots should be afraid of that scenario. Maybe a little bit more than they are. I don't think they're afraid of that at all. Otherwise, Kraft wouldn't have come out and started running his mouth about what the offer is. Scheim thinks, or he thought, I heard him say a little bit about it this morning too. But on Saturday, he was saying that it's just Gonzalez waiting out Witherspoon. He wants to wait and see what Witherspoon gets, and then he wants to get a little bit more than Witherspoon. They're both up. They're both top end defensive backs, but Gonzalez feels like he's better than Witherspoon and he should get paid more. And oh, by the way, him and Witherspoon have the same agent. And oh, by the way, Witherspoon may be doing the exact same friggin' thing, right? Going, well, I'm going to see what Gonzalez gets, and then I want more than him. So, it's pretty simple, isn't it? It's a pretty simple conclusion to draw. It's the same agent. They play the same position. Of course, you wait as long as you can and get the most money. You're the agent. You're the same agent. And you don't want to look like you're playing favorites, one guy over the other. But you do want to get as much money for them as you possibly can. Don't do that by settling on whatever Kraft's talking about here. And what exactly is he talking about here? I think it's worth examining what he actually said. Because he said the highest paid player at the position. He didn't say guaranteed money. And I heard Jones and Keefe talking about this. He didn't mention that. He didn't mention any guarantees. And this is the Patriots. This is Robert Kraft in the Patriots. They love incentives in their contracts. They gave Tom Brady $1 million incentives. One year they paid Tom Brady $15 million, and gave $1 million incentive for all these statistical things for him to hit, which was in 2015, I want to say, 2016? Or no, maybe it was 2017? It was towards the end. Can you look up what year it was where they gave Brady $15 million and then $5 million in incentives? It was like $1 million if you had this many touchdowns, $1 million if you had this many yards, $1 million if you did this, this, and this. I forget what they all were. But they did that with Tom Brady. And Brady took it. So, I mean, maybe that's a bad example. But, you know, like, this is the Patriots. These are the Crafts. Even in a post-Belichick society here in Foxborough, they do business a certain way. And if they feel like they're not winning the negotiation, they'll go to the press and tell everybody about it. Hey, we're doing our part. We offered him the most money of all time. What year was that with Brady?
2018.
2018, thank you. Yeah, right before he left. Right before he left. It's funny how he left right after that, right?
He did the same thing with Tampa Bay.
Yep.
$15 million as a base, plus annual incentives.
Mm-hmm. And that was 2 years later. I think he got a new deal with the Bucs after that, right? Because he played more than one season. I forget exactly how it all went down. But that's how they did. That's how they, played him at the end here. $15 million, and we'll give you $1 million if you can do this, this, and this. He goes out, wins the Super Bowl. No big deal. Yeah. How about if I go win the Super Bowl? Then what do you give me? How about that? You get another $1 million for that there, Robert? What do you think? So, yeah. Now here he is. Negotiating in public. Gonzalez is not negotiated in public. All Gonzalez has said is that he loves it here. He was drafted here, and he wants to sign here. And he wants to be rewarded here, were his exact words. So you can say, oh, he said he wanted to be rewarded. Well, yeah, fine. He didn't say how much money he wanted. He didn't say he wanted to be paid more than any Patriot ever. He didn't say he wanted to be paid more than any cornerback ever. The only reporting that we heard was not even real reporting, but more kind of like a rumblings that he may be looking to get paid among the highest paid defensive players, which may be a place to start a negotiation, but that's not something you stick on if you want to play this year. Because no team's going to do that. No team's going to pay Gonzalez the most money of any defensive player in the league. Definitely not the Patriots. And they're right to continue negotiating. And they're even right if he's, being pie in the sky with that sort of thing to get a little tough with him. But it's never right. Never. To start throwing numbers around to the media and telling the media what the price is to try and curry favor, and in doing so, turn the public against the player. Because that's what that is. Let's be honest, let's keep it funky here. Robert Kraft wasn't saying we love Christian Gonzalez so much and that's why we're paying him this. Robert Kraft was saying, we offered Christian Gonzalez this and he's still not taking it, people. What do you want from us? What do you want from us? It's not our fault. It's not our fault this isn't getting done. We offered him this. And I think that's an important distinction that not everyone picked up on. But, I mean, if you've watched this team do business over the last 25 years, it's pretty hard to miss. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll get to your phone calls here on Christian Gonzalez, and we'll get to the latest from training camp. Mac Hollins and his weird shirt, and Drake May and A.J. Brown and everything else. Don't go anywhere.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Wait, Lactate has creamers? New Lactate creamers, made with 100% real milk and cream, just without the lactose. Rich, creamy, and indulgent in delicious flavors like French vanilla, caramel, and sweet cream. Plus, they're made with simply 5 ingredients and completely lactose-free. Finally, real dairy creamer that makes your daily coffee feel anything but routine. Discover the joy of new Lactate creamers.
For over 200 years, Eastern Bank has been headed in a single direction, forward, helping you meet your personal financial goals and working with local businesses as the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts. Eastern Bank. Join us for good. Learn more at easternbank.com, member FDIC.
Big news for all my fellow grilling aficionados out there. Stop & Shop's Black Angus beef just got an upgrade. Justin from Stop & Shop here, but in the summertime, folks know me better as Grill Master Jay. Why? Because I love grilling, especially when I'm sizzling this new steakhouse quality 1855 Black Angus beef from our meat department. So whether you're craving a juicy ribeye or a melt-in-your-mouth tenderloin, Stop & Shop has really raised the stakes, if you know what I mean. Good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
If you missed any part of the show,
or to have it delivered to your phone daily,
subscribe to The Christian Arcan Show on the Odyssey app.
or wherever you find your podcasts.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Yeah, I think I love it that it's really great because now they're kind of let me slide being barefoot in restaurants and stuff because they know who I am. You know, the first year they're just like some homeless guy coming in here, but now it's like that's the mechanic homeless guy, so it's all right. So yeah.
Who's gotten weirder in the offseason somehow. I didn't, he's already kind of weird. Wearing costumes to all the games. Never wearing shoes except on the field. And you can tell he doesn't want to. You can tell he wants to play in just bare feet. Now he's going to restaurants. Imagine you're like on a date. You're with a girl you really like. All of a sudden, here comes Mac Holland in like a cut-up shirt, like his muscles all ripped, feet out there right next to you. You're like, come on, man.
Babe, why are you looking at him and not me?
Yeah. She's like, what's that smell? It's like, it's probably his feet.
It's the Parmesan.
What's going on? That's what's happening here. So, yeah, it's like, it's both ways. It's no good for you. Anyway, Mac Hollins, who, by the way, I love Mac Hollins. I love that they brought him in to be this, like, blocking wide receiver, and all of a sudden he just became this big-time, like, downfield threat and a red zone threat and a big physical beat you to the ball kind of guy that no one's talking about. Everyone talked about losing Diggs. Everyone talked about, well, Kayshon Boutte, what's going to happen with him. Mac Hollins was really kind of a forgotten man this offseason. When talking about revamping the wide receiver room, everyone's like, oh, well, Romeo Doubs is here, and A.J. Brown's this big physical guy, and, that may be a problem for Kayshon Boutte. And no one mentioned anything about Mac Hollins. And I think this wide receiver room could be special. This year, I think you could be looking at a special room with Mac Hollins as your fourth guy, and not the fourth guy like he was last year. Last year, he was the fourth guy, but him and Douglas, it was kind of any once in a while, they could pop up and be like the number one guy. But now, the attention that was going to Diggs and Boutte is going to be going to A.J. Brown and Doubs, leaving Douglas, leaving Hollins, leaving Kyle Williams, leaving, I don't know, is Efton Chisholm still on the team? I don't even know if he is.
I believe he is, yeah.
Mego would be devastated if he gets cut. I know that. Mego loves her some Efton Chisholm, but I don't know. But yeah, like that's, Drake May continues to progress the way he is. I think there's really something there. And I know Drake May didn't have a great start to camp, and I do pay attention to that to an extent. But I'm not going to flip out over the first couple of days of camp here. If things continue to look kind of sloppy, then yeah, I'll mention it. And it'll be something that I'm not going to ignore. You can't ignore these things. A lot of people do that. Camp's not going, well, wow, whatever, it's just camp. Camp matters. Camp matters. And preseason matters. Not always the be-all, end-all, but it does matter. Real quick, Texter says, Arcand, how come a player can do it, but the team can't ever throw a player under the bus? Players do it all the time. They hold out all the time. Players don't hold out all the time. They hold out here and again. And it's usually just top-line guys. It's usually just major, superstars that are doing these holdouts. It's rare that it's like a middle-of-the-road guy, and if it's a middle-of-the-road guy, they usually get cut. The reason why big stars can even hold out like that is because they have leverage. And in the sport of football, NFL players never have any leverage, and that's why I don't ever get mad at them for that. Their contracts are worth basically nothing most of the time. I know that's starting to change now with the guaranteed money, but, like, it's really, you just get cut. That's it. It's over. You're done. Get out of here. Get out of our face. And we've made it so we don't have to pay you. Like, that was the NFL for a long, long time. So I don't ever, ever blame players when they use their leverage. I don't. Because it's so rare that they ever have any. So that's why I look at it that way. That's just it. I had a big, loud, angry argument with a former host here about Jeremy Swayman and the way he negotiated his contract and was he worth all that and whatever. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I always root for the player. I just, you're going to root for ownership? Unless it's a player you hate. And, like, I don't hate Christian Gonzalez. I love Christian Gonzalez. Also, Arkian, they didn't even give the amount. You complain about a lot of stuff. They did, kind of, though. They didn't give the exact number, but they said it was the most that the highest paid corner in the league. And we know what the highest paid corners in the league are making right now, so it's a little more than that. He didn't also say how much more it was. Was it a lot more? Was it a little more? Was it like Price is Right, a penny more? Like, who knows? Like we didn't get those kind of details. And that's why I don't like negotiating in public and leaving out a bunch of key details, Robert. Kind of sloppy there, buddy. Kind of uncouth, kind of undignified. If you're getting your ass kicked in the negotiation, figure out another way around it. Don't go begging to the press to make you look good. Oh, we offered him everything. Go tell everybody how much we offered him. Oh, come on, let's everybody retweet this. Tell him how much we're trying. We love Gonzalez. It's his fault. We didn't have an extension. It's not our fault. That's all this is. Reassigning fault. I don't think that's smart to do with a superstar player. I just don't. I think that's the reason a lot of players leave New England and have bad thoughts about, the way, and it's not just the Patriots. I think that's happening in a lot of different places. I think the NFL is just that kind of business. But I think it's a mistake to do that with a player the caliber of Christian Gonzalez. I do, and I continue to think that. 617-779-7937. Let's go to the phones. Jay is in North Carolina. Wants to talk Pats. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, Christian, I know you got a great show, but I don't want to keep telling you that because it goes right to your head and then you're useless for anything after that.
That's a good point, yes.
Anyways, I'm looking at the Patriots schedule, and I think there's a Seattle, Chicago, Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota, and Denver could beat them for an 11-6 record. But of those six, Detroit, I don't think Buffalo has any personnel, so I didn't put them in the list. But Detroit, Minnesota, and Denver could possibly be beaten for a 14-3 record, which is not shabby. That would be pretty decent.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry. I went to move the mouse over. I clicked on the hang. I didn't think I could even do that. I honestly didn't think I could do it. I can't, so I didn't think I could amp either. Jay, my bad. Even though you called me useless, which was kind of mean, I did not mean to do that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the games that you said could be Minnesota. I think Minnesota could be an easy win. I think the Patriots could smoke Minnesota. If it's J.J. McCarthy or Kyler Murray, whoever it is, I don't really believe in Minnesota. I think Minnesota kind of blows. But, Detroit, Buffalo, it's a tough schedule this year. No question about it. It's a tough schedule. But the Patriots are a tough team. I think that they're going to do fine this year. I think they'll do fine. Anyway, sorry about hanging up on you, Jay. I didn't mean to. Let's go to Jake in Boston. Go ahead, Jake.
Christian, how are you?
Hello, Jake. Been a while, buddy. How you doing?
A few things for you as we kick off football season. So as someone who deals with a lot of agents, the fact that Christian Gonzalez is on the field in drills is dumb. And I don't know who's advising him. And yeah, I get the deal's all but done. But until ink is on that piece of paper, you are stupid. You are risking injury. You're a moron. Two, aside from the Super Bowl or winning a Super Bowl, I am rooting for Robert Kraft to get his comeuppance on removing that beautiful grass field and for the stupid, ugly field turf that they have there. So if Drake May happens to catch an injury on some bad turf or one of those, turf pebbles comes up and blinds Mac Hollins, I hope to the high heavens you guys blame Robert Kraft for being cheap there because that grass field was beautiful and it should stay and we practice on it. 3, on Friday, it was the puppy. Today, Mikey Vrabel used a grieving parent and his daughter to escape accountability yet again in front of the media. And Olivia, I'm sorry, that was not the right question as a Taylor Swift fan to ask. I still want to know, Christian, how much Travis Kelce was selling wedding invites, considering that Mike Vrabel and Jen Vrabel got in the door, as did Dean Blandino.
You wanted a 4-year-old girl to ask that question, Jay?
Yeah. How did Dean Blandino get in the wedding? Yes, I want to know. How did Christian? If Travis Kelce does what Mike Vrabel did to Jen Vrabel, we Swifties are psycho. I don't know if he lives to see the day if he did what Mike Vrabel did to Jen. So,
That's possible, Jake. Thanks for the call. We're up against the break. I listen, I thought the thing with the dog was kind of funny. This thing today, I think, was a nice thing he did for Doug Kyde. And Doug Kyde is a guy that I've known a while. And I'm not going to tell you that he was trying to use anything or do anything. I don't think that Doug did that under duress or anything. I think it was just a nice thing he wanted to do for Doug and his daughter who was there, and I thought it was a nice thing. I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay? I think that's, it also, this was a while ago that this all happened. Okay? Ted made this point earlier. Like, if he had come out right after the Rossini story came out and he's holding puppies and he's taking questions from little kid and he's doing all that, that's a little different. He was already doing stuff like that, Like, he was already, last year, even before all the Rossini stuff happened, like, this kind of thing wasn't totally out of character for him. So I'll leave it at that. But I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying, and I do think there may be a bit of a, I wouldn't say it's exactly super subtle, but a bit of a PR thing going on here, trying to rehabilitate the image of Mike Vrabel on some level. But I'm not going to say that he used Doug Kyle or anything like that. I'm not going to speak for him. I'm not going to speak for any of those people. It's not my place to say that. Or yours, for that matter, Jake. But I appreciate the call. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll hear from Drake May. What's going on with Drake May? How's Drake May doing? How was his offseason? We'll get to that next.
93.7 WEEI.
Boston Sports Original.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Wait, Lactaid has creamers? New Lactaid creamers, made with 100% real milk and cream, just without the lactose. Rich, creamy, and indulgent in delicious flavors like French vanilla, caramel, and sweet cream. Plus, they're made with simply 5 ingredients and completely lactose-free. Finally, real dairy creamer that makes your daily coffee feel anything but routine. Discover the joy of new Lactaid creamers.
Big news for all my fellow grilling aficionados out there. Stop & Shop's Black Angus beef just got an upgrade. Justin from Stop & Shop here, but in the summertime, folks know me better as Grill Master Jay. Why? Because I love grilling, especially when I'm sizzling this new steakhouse quality 1855 Black Angus beef from our meat department. So whether you're craving a juicy ribeye or a melt-in-your-mouth tenderloin, Stop & Shop has really raised the stakes, if you know what I mean. Good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Wait, Lactaid has creamers? New Lactaid creamers, made with 100% real milk and cream, just without the lactose. Rich, creamy, and indulgent in delicious flavors like French vanilla, caramel, and sweet cream. Plus, they're made with simply 5 ingredients and completely lactose-free. Finally, real dairy creamer that makes your daily coffee feel anything but routine. Discover the joy of new Lactaid creamers.
New customer, new market, new country. You're a growing business, but growth can bring complexity in the form of new sales tax requirements, more registrations, more filings, more deadlines. Now there's Numeral, the done-for-you sales tax solution that handles all the time-consuming details associated with sales tax, from registrations and filings to rates and remittance. Visit Numeral.com now to connect with a sales tax expert and get a free tax analysis. Numeral.com.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Covering Boston sports and beyond. We're back to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
Milton took notice of the fact that you went to AJ on the first play on 11 on 11s. Didn't convert, but it must feel good to have a guy like that out there.
I think I had to. One-on-one over there with Gonzo. I was going to try to start off the camp with a bang, but I got to make a better throw for him. So, no, but I think it's a great comp for them too. All camp. CD, we got 2 great corners. We got, Marcus inside, got a great secondary. So our receivers and tight ends will get some great work.
Drake May talking about his day Saturday. Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI, live in our Brighton studios, high atop the Mass Turnpike and the commuter rail Amtrak line, right? May came out firing on Saturday, aggressive. 6 of 9, nice, in full team drills. Big throw down the sideline to Kayshon Boutte. And what you just heard right there was his first throw. Going for it all, right off the rip. Bombing it out to A.J. Brown with Gonzalez in coverage. It was incomplete. So I guess they better just start over and get a new receiver and figure it all out now. Yeah. Aggressive tone for the summer. That's what people were saying. That was the vibe I was getting. May comes out. He's aggressive. Mostly accurate. I wouldn't say 6 out of 9 is, amazing or anything, but it was the first set of the camp, and people were impressed for the most part. Sunday, not so much. Sunday, the offense struggled a little bit. May was 6 of 12 with 3 deflected passes. Threw a pick. It was a big, high, wobbly duck intended for A.J. Brown. And it got tipped right to Craig Woodson, who pulled it in. He did have a nice completion to Boutte again. But so far, a couple of misses with Brown and a couple of hits with Boutte, which I find interesting. I find that interesting because I feel like that helps me look smart. I said that if you wanted to move on from Diggs, fine. Moving on from Diggs and Booty is where I draw the line. And I think Kayshon Boutte's proving me right. And it wasn't just that I think he's a good player. I do think he's a good player. But I also think that out of all the receivers that Drake May's thrown to so far, Diggs is probably the guy he had the most chemistry with, and he could most count on to be open. And right behind him is Kayshon Boutte. And that goes back to Drake's actual rookie year when he played with Jacoby Brissett. And he was connecting with Boutte then. Pause. That's sort of what I mean. Like, he, all this time, has managed to find something there with Kayshon Boutte. And now here we are. A.J. Brown's here. And it seems like the Boutte connection, again, pause, is pretty strong. And it should be stronger than it is with A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown just got here. But I also think that does point to the value of Kayshon Boutte in this offense and being a weapon for Drake May to continue to build his chemistry with. Today, team dialed it way back. Jones and Keefe were like, today put the walk and walk through. No full speed team drills. It was all playbook stuff, mental reps, etc. A.J. Brown told everybody that he is 90% comfortable with the playbook, but they're still working through some of the early stuff, some of the overthrows. Kayshon Boutte has been awesome. In fact, Drake May talked about Kayshon Boutte, and even though it's only a couple days in here, the way he's basically hit the ground running here in camp. Number 13 there, Josh, if you got it. If we have it here. Drake May talking about Keyshawn Boutte. Number 13. All right, go back to sleep. There we go.
Catch there on the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, you guys see it all year last year and the year before, and he just keeps doing things right, and I'm proud of him for, getting in there and jumping in there, and he understands if he's got something down the sideline and a ball down the field that he's got a chance it's coming his way. So, great catch, and I think that was the better start off camp with a little bit of a deep one, so we were 1 for 1 to start.
Okay. Not to mention, these are the throws that Drake May is leaving camp and feeling good about for the first couple days. He had a couple of misses with A.J. Brown. They asked about him. I don't think it's the end of the world, but we are still talking about a young quarterback, a quarterback who's being doubted by a lot of national people here. Most of the national media in football is down on Drake May. And you know what would probably pick him up a little bit? Lighting it up in camp. And the only one lighting it up in camp right now is number 9. And I think that's something you don't just dismiss. You don't just ignore that. I know sometimes you get like, who was that guy? Christian Wilkerson or Christian Wilkins that was with Mac Jones who made all those catches in camp one year? Christian with a K. I never liked him. I don't like Christians with a K. Spell it the right way. What are you, a Viking? But yeah, he was making all these big catches with Mac Jones, and he didn't make the team, and no one really missed him that much when it was over with. But this is a guy who's had success in the NFL. This is a guy who's had success in the postseason against one of the number 1 corners in the league, in Keyshawn Boutte, and someone who I think at one point in the offseason it seemed like the Patriots were just trying to get rid of, just trying to give him away. He was putting weird stuff on Instagram. The eyeballs, the SMH, just whatever. Like, okay, like, so what's actually happening here? Do they tell you that they're going to move on? Do they tell you that they're shopping you? I think they probably shopped Boutte around a little bit. Pause. And didn't get the offers that they wanted. I think they probably had his name out there in certain deals and were looking for a certain type of return, draft picks or whatever it is, and didn't get it. I don't think it's any more deep than that. So they brought him back. But I think the whole, impulse to try and just move on from him because you got Romeo Doubs and A.J. Brown was a little short-sighted. And I'm glad that they appear to be, anyway, moving away from that. Couple other little notes from camp. Jared Wilson, the new center. Him and May had one botched exchange on day 1. But they've known each other a while. They both got recruited when they were in high school, and so they know each other a little bit from like back in the day, which I didn't even realize that. Pop Douglas, doing well. Underneath, reliable, sort of maybe the possession guy this year. We'll see exactly how that all shakes out. Pop Douglas is a guy who I had high hopes for in his first couple seasons, and who once in a while, emerge with a big play, but is a ghost a lot of the time. And I wonder if now that Diggs is gone and Dobbs can be a possession receiver, but is that something maybe Douglas being smaller and shiftier, and not to mention having a little bit more chemistry already built in with Drake May, something that he's going to take personal and try and hold on to that spot there. And is that even what they want to use Dobbs for? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm really not sure. We'll see. I think you'll be able to tell as camp goes on exactly what they're working for here. 617-779-7937. Before we get to the phones, Darius Butler was on the Pat McAfee show talking about Christian Gonzalez. And if you think that I'm just being paranoid or just being overly negative about what Kraft had to say, I'm free to believe whatever you want. It's a free country. But just understand that a lot of people, especially people from the Patriots orbit over the years, recognize what Kraft was doing exactly for what it was, including Darius Butler. Listen to him.
First of all, I love Robert Kraft. I love, what he does. I hate when teams or organizations or owners come out and say things like that because it kind of already just puts the player, I think, in a bad light as far as the fans go. It's like, oh, you've been offered to pay the highest paid corner ever in history. Why not just sign it? Being greedy, blah blah. But we know
this is negotiation.
It is, yeah. It's a lot of details that go into it. It's a lot of back and forth. Who knows what language he doesn't like or does like that's in it? We know he has the same agent as Devin Witherspoon as well, who we expect to get a big payday. But, they love him. He's done everything right on and off the field. I think ultimately it will get figured out, hopefully before the season. He's earned it. But I hate that, I guess, that posturing, like you said, in negotiation from the Patriots. But I feel like the relationship is good. It hasn't gotten ugly. He's there. He's showing up. He's practicing. So hopefully it gets worked out sooner than later.
Yeah, Darius, hopefully it does. But if you think I'm just seeing ghosts here when it comes to negotiating out in public like that, putting the onus back on the player while you're mid-negotiation with him like that, if you think I'm the only one that saw that and thought that was a little awkward, a little slimy, then, okay, again, it's a free country. You can think what you want. But I think most people recognize that for transparently being what it was. 617-779-7937. Let's go to Nate in Gloucester. Go ahead, Nate.
Christian.
Nate.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm good, Nate. How are you?
We're doing great. Yeah, just on your theme, yeah. I guess everyone seems to be thinking you're super negative about everything. I don't. I like your perspective. I just love to know your sports background. And
sports background and like sports I played? Is that what you're asking? Or like if the teams I covered, or I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I have been working in sports radio for 15 years. I've covered various teams over that time. I covered UMass Lowell and Hockey East. I covered UNH when I was working up in New Hampshire. I was pre- and post-game for the Celtics and Bruins for several years and pre- and post-game for the Red Sox now. In terms of my athletic career, probably peaked in like 8th grade, I would say. 8th grade basketball. I played basketball through high school. I played varsity basketball, brag, in high school. Didn't make it past the freshman football team. Played a little baseball. That's about it. I didn't really I wasn't like a big athlete. Basketball was my best sport by far. And that was pretty good. But not good enough to play. I went to a big school, so I was never going to get, on the team at Colorado. And I would go and, run the pickup games at the rec center and stuff like that. And played with a lot of guys who were on the team and some football players and stuff. And that was always just torture. But yeah, now mostly my sports background is trying to get my son into sports. My son is 4, trying to get him into baseball, trying to get him into basketball. The only sport he really likes is running into me full speed. So I think he's going to be a little linebacker there. He's already put me in the hospital, if you don't know that. He smashed my nose when he was 2 years old. Just headbutted me as hard as he could. Smashed my nose. So he could be, that's not really a skill, like headbutting somebody, but he can headbutt somebody. But I do think that he has, he's shown, there's some people that just like to hit and some people who don't. Some people like to go out and hit. Some people don't like to hit or get hit. I get the sense he's the type of kid who's going to be okay with that if he chooses to even play sports, which I don't know if he will. But that's it. My sports background right now, like now at age 44, is just trying to get my son into sports. That's really it. So that's my background. I'm not sure if that answers the question or not, but we lost the caller, so what are you going to do? Anyway, thanks for the call. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, UNC football back in the news. Thank God. I was starting to worry about them. It had been exactly how many days since their last nonsense, and there is some nonsense today, which we'll get to next.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet, so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound,
and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Wait, Lactate has creamers? New Lactate creamers made with 100% real milk and cream, just without the lactose. Rich, creamy, and indulgent, made with simply 5 ingredients and completely lactose-free. Discover the joy of Lactate creamers.
Big news for all my fellow grilling aficionados out there. Stop & Shop's Black Angus beef just got an upgrade. Justin from Stop & Shop here, but in the summertime, folks know me better as Grill Master Jay. Why? Because I love grilling, especially when I'm sizzling this new steakhouse quality 1855 Black Angus beef from our meat department. So whether you're craving a juicy ribeye or a melt-in-your-mouth tenderloin, Stop & Shop has really raised the stakes, if you know what I mean. Good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Follow us on Insta at WEEI Sports. You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
North Carolina football general manager Michael Lombardi, who's been a top aide to Coach Bill Belichick there and many other places, has been placed on paid administrative leave effective immediately. No other details have been disclosed. Lombardi worked under Belichick both in New England and in Cleveland, joined him at Carolina in December of 24. We do not know why this has taken place. We will most certainly not speculate in that area. I would just ask you just quickly, Dan, I think there has been a general feeling that the Bill Belichick era in North Carolina, which arrived with so much fanfare and promise, has not gone as they had hoped, and this, I think, will add to that general feeling.
You think so there, Greeny? Hasn't gone as they would hope, then this may add to that feeling. You think this will add to that feeling? Putting the GM who makes $1.5 million on administrative leave? This is all kind of amusing. I hate to say it. I've never had to deal with Michael Lombardi directly, but I know many who have, and he can be difficult, is what I've heard. Never been mean to me. I'm not going to, just telling you what I've heard from other people. Sure, people have heard things from other people about me, but, Michael Lombardi's got a pretty consistent reputation. Let's put it that way. He's been placed on paid administrative leave effective this afternoon. Or I guess maybe it was this morning. The university announced the decision following an HR complaint filed by a former UNC front office employee. So, HR complaint, front office employee. Could be any number of things. Lombardi, who is a longtime NFL executive, he's been around and he's been with Bill Belichick for a very long time, is under investigation, and school leadership, according to the announcement, school leadership, staff, student athletes are prohibited from discussing it. You can't talk about it. Who's that sound like? We're not talking about this. You're not talking about this. Separate from the HR problem with Lombardi, UNC football, according to Pablo Torre, and others may have reported this, I don't know if he was the first or not. He's the first place I saw it. UNC football is also facing an active investigation by the College Sports Commission regarding institutional revenue sharing and NIL compliance. Interesting. So, there's an HR complaint about Lombardi. It's serious enough that he's been placed on administrative leave. And at the same time that that's happening, we find out that the program is facing an active investigation by the CSC about institutional revenue sharing and compliance with NIL. Sounds like, and much like Greeny, I don't want to speculate about exactly what happened here, but the principles of detection would tell me that it's HR, so it can only be so many things, right? HR complaints are usually from one, misconduct or something like that. I don't know what kind of misconduct, any kind of misconduct. Misconduct takes on all shapes and sizes, and that's something that HR has to deal with a lot. However, if they're being investigated for institutional revenue sharing and NIL compliance, that HR complaint could be related to that. As in, my boss told me to cook the books on something, and I didn't want to, and I'm bringing it to you because I don't know where else to go. I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want, whatever. I don't know how deep this goes. I don't know how serious it is. But if that investigation is concurrent with this whole thing, if it's not related, well, that's a hell of a coincidence, isn't it? So, here we are. The Tar Heels open the season against Texas Christian in Dublin, Ireland on August 29th. That's cool. Never been to Ireland. You ever been to Ireland?
Can't say I have.
Been to any other countries?
I've been to the Bahamas, and that's it.
Bahamas are cool. I went to the Bahamas this year. Where'd you stay? Did you stay at Baha Mar?
I'm going to be honest, it was in 6th grade, so my memory on it is very, very little.
Did you stay in a big resort?
Yeah.
So it was either Baha Mar or maybe like Atlantis. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Atlantis?
Yep, that's what it was.
Atlantis is a good one. Bahamas are tight. We were down in the Bahamas when Rick Fox got in trouble. Rick Fox is from the Bahamas, and he's running for office. And while we were there, Rick Fox got into a fight with, I don't even know who it was. He was like, he had a table set up and he was campaigning and someone came up to him and he like slapped him or something. I forget. I don't know the exact details. So I don't want to. Can you look up Rick Fox in the Bahamas? What he was doing? But that happened. I was there in the Bahamas when the Celtics lost to the Sixers and the Bruins lost to the Sabres. I was there for both of that. Really ruined my vacation in a lot of ways. However, I did get hot at the craps table, so that was okay. Anyway, Mike Lombardi out for now. We'll see what this investigation uncovers. Worst case scenario is that there is some financial untowardness. That's a word. And Bill Belichick is caught up in it. That's worst case scenario for Bill Belichick. But I think in some ways, potentially, best case scenario for UNC football because they can fire him. And they might anyway. They might look at this and say, this is your guy. Bill, this is your right-hand man. And look what he's doing. All of you, get the bleep out of here. This has been humiliating for all of us since you showed up with your 25-year-old idiot girlfriend. You know, like, this whole thing's been ridiculous. You all look like a bunch of morons. The team sucks. You wouldn't let an NFL team come and scout your players because of some old vendetta that you have? You stupid a-hole. Get out of here. I bet they're dying to fire him down there. And the only reason they are being hamstrung by it is because the people who are for it are fighting and saying, no, we can't fire him yet. That'll make us look bad. Meanwhile, the people who never wanted to hire him in the first place are like, get him the bleep out of here. And now here's another reason to maybe do that. Like they don't already have a few. But this one is, you know, if they're screwing around with the money somehow, there's no getting around this one. What was it? When was it?
It doesn't give me the year, but it says that he...
Rick Fox. It was this year. So.
Yeah, Rick Fox. He pushed a bystander during a disagreement over a campaign tent ahead of voting.
Ahead of the vote. Did he win? Did he win the election?
It does not say.
President Rick? I don't know. I'd vote for Rick Fox. Maybe he shouldn't be assaulting his constituents, but, you know. Maybe the guy had it coming. I don't know. I wasn't there. I have no idea. But what I can tell you is that this is clearly bad news for Bill Belichick.
He did not win.
He did not win.
Nope.
Too bad. Too bad. Get him next time there, Rick. Did him assaulting a constituent play a role in his loss, or was he not going to win anyway?
It was a viral video, so
it's true.
It might.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're like a famous guy running for office in like a country like that, you got to not push people. You know? But then again, I've never run for office, so I don't know. What do I know about anything? Nor have I ever been the general manager of a college football team. But I can tell you that the players that were assembled and the $20 million that UNC was given in the NIL money to play with, which was in part, you know, part of the package deal with Bill Belichick. Well, if I'm coming here, you're going to have to give me some NIL money. We're going to have to, you know, really make this work and make it worth it to bring in good players and good kids. And I'm going to put my guy, Mike Lombardi, here in charge of all of it. And maybe things got a little desperate, a little quick. Either way, it's a situation that is developing. And we'll let you know what the nature of it as more news comes out. But right now, we don't know exactly what the problem is. We know that he is on leave, and we know that there is an investigation involving NIL money and financial stuff. And he's the GM of the team, so you put two and two together. We'll see what actually ends up coming out. But right now, I'll just say this looks very, very bad for Bill Belichick and very, very bad for that whole school. I mean, not really the whole school, because I think some of them are happy about this and that finally we get a chance to fire him if they end up doing that. But I think ultimately it's just another big controversy following Bill Belichick to UNC and, you know, swirling around here right before the season's about to start. And that's just not good for anybody. But they had been awfully quiet lately. It had been way too quiet of an offseason for Bill and Jordan and Lombardi and all these people. So at least we know they still have a pulse. Back out in the news. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Jason Tatum spoke and took some not-so-veiled shots right, big bullseye right in the chest of Jaylen Brown. We'll get to that next.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet, so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Create a space you can't wait to be in. It all starts at Frank Webb Home. With personal service and expert guidance at our local showrooms, we can help you find the bath, kitchen, and lighting solutions you need to enhance your space. With more selection and more expertise. Personal service to help you find your personal style. Visit frankweb.com to schedule a free consultation in one of our 48 showrooms across the Northeast. Make yourself at home at Frank Webb Home.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. Remember, speeding's up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1. Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
If Langoliers is off the table and the price for Hunter Goodman just went up, then that means I am solely focused on the shortstop position. I was told that just because the Red Sox traded for Meade, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't pursue C.J. Abrams in a separate deal with the Nationals. Because that was another one of my thoughts besides, Peyton Tolle is sad and I don't like that, is, well, that means that they're not going to make any other trades with the Nats, because why wouldn't you just have Early as part of this big package?
Jared Carabas hearing that even though the Red Sox made a move for Curtis Meade, they may not be done making moves, and the trade deadline is just a week away, so that gives them enough time to take more risks and make more moves. The Red Sox kickstart a series with the Athletics in Sacramento with first pitch starting at 9:40 p.m. Peyton Tolle takes the mound, and of course, Curtis Meade is in the lineup as well. You can listen to the game right here on WEEI 93.7, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox radio network. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Christian Arcand will get you ready for the game with the Mass Mutual pregame show starting in 40 minutes at 8:40. I'm Josh Bragg, and that's what's on our feed here on WEEI, and we continue things with Christian Arcand right now.
Being a leader doesn't mean you know it all, right? I don't know it all. I'll be the first person to say that. Being a leader is being comfortable with raising your hand like, Michelle, I don't know. Can you explain that to me? I don't know X, Y, and Z. I want to learn, right? Somebody, being around somebody that feel like they know it all, I don't want to be around that person, right? I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. I want to learn from somebody else.
You're listening to Arcand, the Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
As we move into the 8 o'clock hour here, it's the Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original, and we're here with you for another 30 minutes or so. And then we'll hand things off to the Mass Mutual pregame show. I'll be handing it to myself, as I'll be hosting that as well, taking you up until 9:40. And Red Sox baseball, late night Red Sox baseball out in Sacramento. Will Fleming on the call. I don't know who's on the call with him. Do we know? Fleming and who?
I can get it to you.
Okay. We'll have more on that in a little bit. What you just heard there, though, was Jason Tatum giving a speech about leadership at his youth basketball camp. And listen, I know that at times I've been accused of reading too much into things. Maybe finding stuff when it's not really there. I've been accused of it. I'm not saying I ever did it. I'm saying I've been accused of it. Who's on the call tonight?
DiNardo.
Lenny DiNardo. Will and Lenny. Very good. Love Will and Lenny. So look forward to that. And I know that sometimes it seems like maybe we're just trying to connect dots that maybe aren't connected or whatever it is that you think we do. But for this one, oh, is this was that one of the more vindicating pieces of audio I've ever heard? Yeah. Only towards a very specific group, subset of fans, of Celtics fans, who just don't live in reality and had their worlds shattered by this Jaylen Brown trade and are still coping with it in such a bizarre way. And I just can't quite find the logic to it. But, you know, it's not because they didn't like it. It's not because Jason Tatum didn't want him. It's no. You don't understand. It wasn't because of that. Tatum's not like that. Tatum doesn't care about, you know, stuff like that, about those comments. He wanted to play with Jaylen. It wasn't because of him. He didn't sign off on this. Still think that? Jason Tatum told a group of children, all of whom had their cameras pointed right at him, I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. I, Jason Tatum, want to learn from somebody else. If that wasn't the exact verbiage that Jaylen Brown was using and that was used sort of to describe him in the offseason, and it was, I forget who reported the smartest guy in the room thing. I forget who came up with it. Was that Stephen A. maybe? Or Windhorst or somebody? I forget.
Believe it was Stephen A.
Was it Stephen A. with the smartest guy in the room thing? But to hear Tatum say it, to hear Tatum say those exact words that were used to denigrate Jaylen Brown on his way during the whole, you know, trade that didn't happen with Giannis and sort of on his way out the door and all of that. And I don't think that was stuff that Brad Stevens was telling everybody. I don't think Bill Chisholm was, you know, calling around telling everybody Jaylen Brown's such a pain in the ass. I think what you have right there is the most definitive connection between Jason Tatum and the campaign to get Jaylen Brown the hell up out of Boston, which is what they did. Once the Giannis trade fell through and the facade of it being just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get a guy like Giannis, the facade of that being the motivation kind of fell away with it. They were begging teams to take Jaylen Brown. Begging. They were calling everybody. And this is widely reported stuff. They were on the phone with everyone. And what was the explanation? Well, there's a big market for Jaylen Brown. No, there wasn't. There was not. There were teams that would have taken him. I guess we'll take him, but we're not giving you anything. And there were some teams that didn't even want to just take him because it would cost too much. We don't believe that he's worth this. And we're not interested. So teams that weren't interested in Jaylen Brown. And so you look at that. And you look at Jason Tatum and his comments. I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. I want to learn from somebody else. Brown had addressed that narrative on his live stream, on one of his Twitch streams, being the smartest guy in the room and sort of defending himself against that whole thing. And maybe they just, you know, maybe Brown's right and Tatum's wrong, ultimately. But for Jason Tatum to come out and say that, taking a clear, unblocked swing at Jaylen Brown, that's basically what that was, is, to me, I don't want to say it's like good, because ultimately who cares? But I hope at the very least the last vestige of those Celtics fans who clung to the idea that Tatum had nothing to do with any of this and this was not, you know, anything that he was working behind the scenes or had any sort of extended interest in, I hope that finally just clears them out. And I also don't blame Jason Tatum for saying this. And I blame Jason Tatum for not stepping in and saying, hey, everybody, stop. Don't trade Jaylen Brown. We got to keep Jaylen Brown. After Jaylen Brown said over and over and over again that the season you didn't play in was his favorite season. What kind of teammate says that? You know, if they were really even just like had like a working relationship, who says that? That's something you say when you don't like somebody. My favorite season was the season he didn't play, and he wasn't here, and I didn't have to deal with him all the time. That was my favorite season. What happened that season, Jalen? Oh, we lost in the first round of the playoffs. We blew a 3-1 lead, but at least this guy wasn't here. And when this guy came back, oh, that sucked. He didn't say that, but he might as well have. After Game 7, what did he come out and say? I wish we played like we played in Game 7 all series. Well, okay, you played like you played in Game 7, and you lost. Like, just, there was no way to square up any of those comments. And I'm sure Jason Tatum, just like almost everybody else who heard them and thought, what the bleep are you talking about, Jalen? That was your favorite season? That was my least favorite season. We all hated this season. The regular season was fine, and we all had these big ideas of what you could be when Tatum came back. Or even if he didn't come back, what you could be just leading the team. And that all came crashing down in the first round to a 7 seed. And then they went on and lost in the next round. So it's not like you even lost to the best team. You just lost to some other loser team, some play-in team. Kicked your ass. And then got mopped up by the Knicks, swept in the next round. And that's your favorite season? Bleep you, Like a lot of people thought that. A lot of people felt that way. And it seems like Jason Tatum was absolutely one of them. And I don't blame him one bit. I don't. Jaylen Brown acted like a jackass after that series. He just crashed out for 72 hours and never pulled himself out of it and just could not stop talking. And I don't think that was by mistake. I think he believes that being, a disruptor who says controversial things is more important than being a good teammate. I think he really feels that way. Were his teammates on his Twitch stream with him? Did Jason Tatum ever go on that Twitch stream? Was Derek White on the Twitch stream? Did anybody go on the friggin' Twitch stream? I think he had like teammates on it once in a while, like once or twice, maybe. But, like you're not, you go on there, you just start babbling on. Once in a while, you bring on like your friend who looks like Jackson or, your favorite commenters from the chat and have them come in there with you, all wearing sunglasses indoors like a bunch of dorks in your little gamer chair there. And suddenly that was the most important thing in the world. And now you're going to streamer college or whatever that thing is with that guy. And it's just like, all right, enough. What was it? What's that guy's name?
Kai Cenat. It's Streamer University.
Streamer University. That's a good use of your time this offseason, Jalen. Go to Streamer University with Le'Veon Bell and the rest of those guys. That's a guy in his prime in the NBA. That's something you should be focusing on. Your streaming career. Like, it's a million red flags with the guy. And people got sick of it. Jason Tatum got sick of it. And now that he's gone, he's taking some shots, and I don't blame him. I think Jaylen Brown going on and on about how it was his favorite season was him taking shots at Tatum that whole time. And you can choose not to believe that if you want to, if you're still living in La La Land. But that was deliberate, and so was this. And I'm happy that Tatum's showing a little edge, giving it back a little bit. Jason Tatum's very, oh, man, my life is it's such a big ride, and my journey's so important, and, oh, everybody look at me. And now he's finally sort of saying, you know what, bleep you, man. He doesn't really go after players on other teams. He doesn't really do that. It's not really his personality. This is about as fiery as Jason Tatum's ever been to, like, another player, And maybe this is the thing that unlocks, like, a mean streak for Tatum, because I think he could use that in his game. I think that's something that would help him. That would help him develop as a player, just that attitude, a switch of attitude. And just every time he goes out there, he just sees a team of 5 Jaylen Browns and he just wants to dunk on all of them. Like Bobby Boucher, right? And everybody's singing "Water sucks," and he's like, "No, you suck," or whatever. Like that's what I want Jason Tatum. I want Jason Tatum to be Bobby Boucher this year. Clip that one. That's going to be a weird out of context quote. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We're going to take a quick break here, 2 minutes, and we're back. Got some leftover thoughts on LeBron going to Philadelphia, which also happened very recently, which we'll get to here in a moment. Your phone calls at 617-779-7937. We got about 15, 20 minutes left here before Red Sox baseball. We'll have another Red Sox segment as well. Everything on the table. Again, 617-779-7937 is your phone number. It's Arkian here, WEEI.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn "Can we keep him?" into What would we do without him?
My pop promise.
Hi, it's Justin from Stop and Shop, but in the summertime, I'm better known as Grill Master Jay. You can find me in the Grill Master's natural habitat, our meat department. Sure, we have your classic burgers and dogs, but it's our Nature's Promise grass-fed steaks that'll really wow your cookout guests. And that's just the start. Make sure you swing by our meat department because we're going to be rolling out feel-good deals and high-quality meats all summer long to keep your cookouts sizzling. Good things are in store at Stop and Shop.
Life can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to go through it alone. On my podcast, From the Heart with Rachel Braithen, I share openly and vulnerably about everything life brings us and what we can learn by living with our hearts a little bit more open. Every Friday, a new episode brings you a new story with topics on self-care, motherhood, healing, and more. You are enough, just the way you are. And this podcast is a reminder of that. Follow and listen to From the Heart with Rachel Braithen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you love to build? At DDF Services Group, we have been building since 1999. We're looking for highly skilled plumbers, HVAC technicians, electricians, carpenters, and low-voltage technicians to join our team. Based in Connecticut, we offer a top-tier benefits program, top pay, weekly pay incentives, and per-job bonuses. Our technicians earn more. Find out how at ddfservicesgroup.com/careers. That's ddfservicesgroup.com/careers.
To keep you warm and dry. You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
We know, over the last year, there was a back and forth with Jaylen Brown and LeBron James. They seem to have patched it up in their public comments, and I know those two sides have had some level of communication, whether it's Jaylen Brown to Rich Paul, or in some form or fashion, there being communication between all of those. And so LeBron James was able to make a decision literally based in figuring out where he feels like he has the best chance to win a championship and compete at a high level. And so today's decision, if anything, is LeBron James making it clear that he wants to go play his 24th and potentially 25th season in Philadelphia because he believes the Sixers have a better chance to win a championship than the Cavaliers and the Miami Heat. We'll see how it goes. But listen, that starting five, my phone is blowing up with people stunned about this decision for LeBron James because you look at that starting five, it's going to be as formidable, if not the most formidable starting five in the NBA.
Shams Charania with the lowdown on LeBron going to the Sixers, which I got to talk about briefly on Friday night in the run-up to that Red Sox game, Blue Jays. And I think that was pretty clear. LeBron believed that the Sixers have a better chance than the Cavs or the Heat. I believe that too. I think the Cavs are fine. And they'll contend, and they'll be a team that, gets to the playoffs and is probably a high seed, but is never going to win anything. And that's not something that was going to change if LeBron came on. The Heat are a team that has two very good bigs in Giannis and Bam Adebayo. Good front court. Doesn't really need LeBron. I mean, that's three guys that can't hit a jump shot right there. Three guys that can't shoot a three. Between Adebayo, LeBron, and Giannis. To varying degrees, obviously, but you know what I mean. And then there's the Sixers. And I think it's less about whether or not the Sixers have the best chance to win and more about which of these teams would LeBron going to make him more relevant here at the end of his career. And the only thing that makes the Sixers more relevant is the fact that Brad Stevens traded Jaylen Brown to them a month ago, whatever it was now. That's it. That's the only real thing that makes the Sixers a more attractive place to be traded than Cleveland or Miami. That and the fact that he hasn't been there yet. So my thought is that LeBron and Rich Paul and Maverick and all the guys in his crew or whatever, they all got together and they said, okay, basketball-wise, where would you rather go? And then after they got through the basketball parts of it, and I'm sure they talked all that out, they said, which of these places would be the biggest story? Which of these places would be the best for you and your brand? And for that, it's clearly the Philadelphia 76ers. It's a bigger story. It's a bigger deal. Philadelphia is the type of market that already is talking about LeBron going there like it's the greatest thing in the world, like Jesus Christ himself just, came off the cross and joined the Sixers. Which I think is interesting because they weren't even that happy to get Jaylen Brown. Sixers fans, you listen to like Philadelphia sports radio, they treated getting LeBron like they just drafted Michael Jordan. And, this is probably going to be the end of his career, last year or two of his career. Meanwhile, they trade Paul George for Jaylen Brown, one of the great heists of all time. And they were happy about it, but not as happy as they are about this. I was stunned by that. I was like, what? You guys watched LeBron last year? He averaged like 21 points a game. And he's like 45. It's like my age. Come on. So interesting stuff there. But it's hard not to draw the line right directly from that trade to LeBron going there. And if you're one of the people that thinks that LeBron going to Philly is what really pushes him over the top, then, yeah, you must think that that's the be-all, end-all. I don't really think that. I think that Embiid's health is going to be a massive question mark, like it always is. I think LeBron's health is probably going to be a bit of a question mark, too, considering his age and back-to-backs and all that. And then there's Maxey, who's a young, athletic, explosive guard. Those players tend to, get some mileage on them. They start missing some games. And then there's Jaylen Brown, who last year was very reliable and very durable and probably will be again. But I say all that to say this. If Jaylen Brown's favorite season was not the season that they won the championship, but the season where he led a bunch of young players to a good regular season, then the only thing that could really make him happy is if Embiid and LeBron and Maxey and all those guys all get hurt this year, and he gets to lead VJ Edgecombe and Adam Bona, whatever that guy's name was. Is it Bona or Bona? That guy that Jaylen Brown dunked on the Sixers. Bona? Is Bona really? Bona. Right, sorry. Pronounce the accent. Bona. Anyway, that'd make him happy, I guess. Since we know that that's the only thing that really does it. Or maybe it's just getting away from Jason Tatum. Texter in the 774, Arcane, you're an idiot if you're trying to say that Tatum asked them to trade Brown. You guys love making stuff up to get your clickbait. It's dumb. I know a lot of the parties to be including both the players. I know a lot of the parties to be... What? I don't even know what he said. But I didn't say that he asked them to trade him. I'm saying that they started looking to do it because they realized that relationship was completely fried, and Jason Tatum didn't dissuade them. That's not the same as going and saying you need to trade this guy today. But there could have very easily been overtures from Tatum's camp to Brad Stevens to Bill Chisholm to whoever, saying this relationship, we're coming back. We're expecting to be, we don't think that Brown's going to give the team back. We don't think that he's going to be able to play with our guy anymore. And that was something I was worried about as soon as the season ended. I asked Corrales about it. I said, Corrales, do you think that there's any fear that once Tatum comes back, Jaylen Brown is not going to want to relinquish any of the control over the team and the offense and everything that he's had this year? And Corrales kind of downplayed it, but I think that was a real fear with the Celtics that went beyond Jason Tatum. Like, I think Jason Tatum was probably, part of it. But I think the entire team sort of looked at it and realized, hey, this is a two trains heading at each other, Like, there's no way to get out of this unless we move one of them. And who has the most value right now? Well, that'd be Jaylen Brown. He just had an MVP caliber season. Jason Tatum just came back from Achilles surgery. Tatum's the better player anyway. Simple. We gotta get rid of this guy. Not to mention the finances of it. So that's my take on it anyway. 617-779-7937. To the phones we go. Let's go to Casper in Worcester. Go ahead, Casper.
Hi, Christian.
What's up?
About the national media being against, downplaying Drake May, et cetera. There's no question Boston is, without a doubt, the most hated team because of victories and championships, et cetera. I mean, the Bruins, nobody even mentions them. But I hear it and see it all the time. I saw that NBC game last night. Those announcers were so inferior to our local announcers. It's a complete joke. Last question is, are you doing a post-game show tonight Casper would be awake if you're on.
Casper, I am not going to be on postgame tonight. Thank you for the call. They give me a break on the West Coast games. On the West Coast games, they say, all right, Arcand, we'll let you sleep. And I think Will and Lenny will probably handle postgame, and there won't be a Red Sox review. I think. Maybe they'll have someone else come on and do it. I don't think so, though, right? Yeah, I don't think so. And that's just the way it is in the late nights. So, you want me to stay on the late nights, you guess email Mike, tell him to pay me more? Maybe I'll do it. But I need my beauty rest, as you can tell if you're watching on YouTube. I haven't had any in a long time. 617-779-7937. Let's take one more break. This will be our final break of the night. Come back, get to your phone calls, and get you ready for Red Sox baseball tonight. Red Sox and the A's, which will have me on pregame, not necessarily postgame, but I will be here for pregame, and that's coming your way here in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Last break, and then last segment here on the Arcand Show.
Create a space you can't wait to be in. It all starts home. With personal service and expert guidance at our local showrooms, we can help you find the bath and lighting solution space with more selection, more expertise. Personal service to help you find your personal style. Visit frankweb.com to schedule a free consultation in one of our 48 showrooms across the Northeast. Make yourself at home at Frank Web Home.
For over 200 years, Eastern Bank has been headed in a single direction, forward, helping you meet your personal financial goals and working with local businesses as the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts. Eastern Bank. Join us for good. Learn more at easternbank.com, member FDIC.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
What if one bottle could replace the benefits of 8 steps in your skincare routine? Get glass-like skin and your time back with the resurfacing compound by U Beauty. This transformative serum works to visibly brighten, smooth, and even your skin while helping minimize the look of pores, dark spots, and fine lines, all in one multitasking formula. It's breakthrough science and streamlined simplicity in a single step. For science-proven results without the clutter or confusion, shop the resurfacing compound by U Beauty now at ubeauty.com. That's the letter U, BEAUTY.com. Try U Beauty today.
New customer, new market, new country. You're a growing business, but growth can bring complexity in the form of new sales tax requirements, more registrations, more filings, more deadlines. Now there's Numeral, the done-for-you sales tax solution that handles all the time-consuming details associated with sales tax, from registrations and filings to rates and remittance. Visit Numeral.com now to connect with a sales tax expert and get a free tax analysis. Numeral.com.
For over 200 years, Eastern Bank has been headed in a single direction, forward, helping you meet your personal financial goals and working with local businesses as the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts. Eastern Bank. Join us for good. Learn more at easternbank.com, member FDIC.
The Recap Show is an inside look for fans into the world of global soccer, women's sports, and all things Scout culture.
From the inside perspective of 2 World Cup champions and Olympians.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used a trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
I think it's like an overplayed song at the ballpark. Just can't escape it.
I have one. It might be a hot take, but Sweet Caroline. I know it's a fan favorite, but it gets old.
Being asked about songs he thinks are a little played out, a little tired of, and he brings up Sweet Caroline. Now, a couple of things. Number one, Curtis Mead is Australian, if you couldn't tell from his accent. He's from Australia. And Sweet Caroline, while being a big Red Sox song, is also a big song for England soccer, right? Isn't that their, like, I was going to say, isn't that their Sweet Caroline? Basically is. They're very into that song, which I don't like. I don't know who started. I don't know if it was like the Red Sox had it first and then England co-opted it, or if it was the other way around or what. But one thing I truly enjoyed about the World Cup experience here in Boston was how he shunned the Brits. I really did enjoy that. I thought that was a nice historical touch. Because what is Boston? What is America? If not a collective group of people telling Britain to go bleep off. Like, what are we, if not that? Nothing, really. I mean, that's the whole Boston and thus the United States. We're all founded on the principle of bleep you, England, get out of our face, get away from us. Don't stop. Just get out of here. That was pretty much the mission statement of the Declaration of Independence. Go away, England, just get out of here. Bleep off. And we expressed that, our ancestors did in many ways, resulting in a big war, which became the foundation of our country. So anytime that England ever gets told to bleep off, I'm okay with it. I am in favor of it because I love America that much. Even when Meghan Markle married Prince Harry and ripped him away from the royal family, you know what I did? I stood up and I cheered. I said, go ahead, Meghan. Go on, man. I'm the biggest Meghan Markle fan alive. I love Meghan Markle. I don't care about her book or his book or any of their books. I don't care about any public statements either of them have ever made. You know why I like Meghan Markle? Because she told those people, that royal family, bleep you. We're leaving. Me and this guy who's the prince, like that guy's the freaking prince. We're out of here. And we don't care about any of you snaggletooth inbred losers. That's what she said. Exact quote, I think. But isn't that what America is? Isn't America about telling England, bleep off? And she did that about as well as any American's ever done it. In modern history, she told the entire royal family to bleep off and then took one of them. I mean, that's as American as it gets. Meghan Markle is a great American for that and only that reason. I've never seen any of her shows or movies or anything else. I don't care about anything she's ever said or anything she's ever done other than that. That makes her a great American in my eyes. But that may just be because I'm a little more patriotic than some of you out there. At any rate, Curtis Mead, this is who I was originally talking about. Curtis Mead does not like Sweet Caroline. And frankly, I don't either. But I'll tell you what. You win 15 games in a row, all of a sudden Sweet Caroline is back and back big. I was in the park and Sweet Caroline was back, man. It was back. And you call it good news, call it bad news, call it whatever you want. But it's not going anywhere. It's probably at its highest point. This might be the apex of Sweet Caroline here in the year 2026, right now, today. But they're not at Fenway. They are in Sacramento, which we're going to go to right now, myself, Lenny DiNardo, Will Fleming. We'll take you out to Sacramento. Red Sox and the A's. The Mass Mutual pregame show is next. Josh, great job. Talk to you tomorrow at 6 o'clock right here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Good night now. Last year, Scheim did not play well. And this year, Hillman did not play well. Which means that next year,
Wiki's going to win.
Go away, go away. I'm so tired of this. Freaking go away, you freak.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, real people tell their stories live on stage.
I burst into tears. And I wasn't sure if I was crying because I hadn't been kissed in a really long time or if I had just never been kissed like that before.
To hear fascinating, heartbreaking, and sometimes hilarious stories from astronauts, teachers, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
AE Jeans looks good on you. American Eagle just dropped fresh new fits, the best fabrics, the jeans you can't get anywhere else. We're talking Y2K-inspired low-rise styles to boot-cut and original straight-leg styles that go with everything in your closet. Stock up before everyone else, because these fits will go fast. You can check it all out at ae.com or just go to the store.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency. Finish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
We rode into Boston Children's Hospital, and that's where this whole journey began.
She was just fine. How can she have something serious?
She was diagnosed with brain cancer. It was a very difficult journey, but the people made it easier for us to get through some of these tough times.
She's finally off of treatment. We always tell her, you can do anything.
To be able to see her have fun, laugh, it's an amazing feeling.
Give more kids a chance at a healthy life by donating at Shaw's and Star Market.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Good evening, Red Sox fans, and welcome into the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcan here with you, live from our Catches Law Injury Attorney studio. The Red Sox hit the road tonight after the type of homestand Red Sox fans have been dreaming about all season long, really. Coming out of the break, the Red Sox were 10 games under 500, 17-27 at Fenway, but with a 4-game sweep of the AL leading Rays, a series win over the Orioles. Red Sox are looking to end the homestand on a high note as they entered the rubber match of this series with Toronto. After rallying to score a 6-4 win on Friday night, Red Sox were completely shut down by Jays ace Dylan Cease on Saturday, who pitched a one-hit shutout to even the series. That set things up for the return yesterday of Ranger Suarez to the rotation, facing Kevin Gossman for Toronto. Suarez's return had been delayed a couple of times, but he was excellent in his return, tossing 4 scoreless and striking out 6 batters. Red Sox would break the scoring in the third. Cedon Rafaela singled home Andrew Monasterio, making it 1-0 Boston. Then in the 4th inning, Jarren Duran came up to bat with 1 out and runners on second and third.
1-0. Duran swings in line. The right center field, a base hit. Contreras scores. Jarren Duran delivers the 4th. And it pays off again.
Paid off indeed, a sacrifice bunt setting that up. Duran driving in the runs, one of 3 singles for Duran. That was the big one. Plated 2 and gave the Red Sox a 3-0 lead, making it your play of last night's game. Brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan has an exciting full line that will put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. Red Sox will get 3 more runs in the 7th inning. RBI doubles from Jahmai Jones and Wilyer Abreu, making it 6-0. Meanwhile, Red Sox bullpen came on in the 5th. A combination of Greg Weissert, Tyron Guerrero, and Justin Slayton shut down the Jays through the next 3 innings. Ryan Watson pitched the 8th and the 9th. The Jays did avoid the shutout on an RBI single from Andres Jimenez. That made it 6-1 in the 9th, and that's your final. Red Sox take the series. They've now won 6 consecutive series and remain the hottest team in baseball as they finish their homestand with a record of 8-2, and in their last 20 games, a record of 17-3. Tonight, they hit the road for Sacramento, where the A's will be waiting for them. But first, let's get tonight's opening take, brought to you by Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy. Sip the fruity candy-coated chaos. So, over the weekend, Red Sox made a trade. They shipped Connolly early to the Nationals for third baseman Curtis Mead. Mead, like Early, young, cost-controlled. Unlike Early, Mead is healthy right now and is also, unlike Early, did not get off to a very strong start in his major league career. He bounced around a couple of times, got DFA'd by Chicago before landing in D.C. this year, and he has been a revelation this season. The trade has been very polarizing for people. Some really like it. Some think it's the worst trade they've ever seen. Me, personally, I like it. This team has lots of pitching. They needed some lumber. Mead may not be a superstar, but he's having a superstar caliber year by a lot of different metrics, and he arrives on this team with more home runs than any player not named Contreras. Same thing with his OPS, highest other than Contreras. This is a baseball trade, not a prospect dump, not a salary dump, and sometimes those can be risky, but I like that Breslow took a risk. And while I'm going to miss Early, and I did enjoy watching him, I think this was a risk worth taking, and there's lots of upside to it potentially. The question now is, what's next and who's next? Red Sox reportedly still aggressive in the trade market, so who else is on the table for them to trade, and who else are they targeting? Clearly, there's interest in their young pitchers. So what about Jake Bennett? What about tonight's starter, Peyton, or not tonight's starter? Yes, tonight's starter, Peyton Tolley. Could Marcelo Meyer or Roman Anthony be available in the right deal? The trade deadline is exactly 1 week away, and one thing this deal has told us for sure is that the Red Sox are buyers. So with that in mind, let's get to tonight's pitching matchup, brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. For the Red Sox, it will indeed be Peyton Tolley. He of the 5-6 record and 3.31 ERA. He did give up 4 runs over 5 2/3 against the Orioles last Monday. Did not factor into that decision, and it's because he left with a 4-3 deficit. Red Sox came back to win 6-5. One of the games of the year. It was great. Tolley has thrown 104.2 innings between AAA and the majors this season, and that is just shy of his 108-inning total from last season, also between the majors and the minors. Nick Kurtz, who was not in the lineup for the A's tonight, homered off Tolley last year in September. For the A's, it will be Jack Burton getting the start. He of the 2-5 record and 6.75 ERA. The A's had a different plan for Perkins this year. They started off the year using him as a multi-inning long reliever out of the bullpen. However, Aaron Savale, Luis Severino both had shoulder injuries, and so Mark Kotsay moved him into the starting rotation early last month. He's been a starter since June 6th, and he has not been good as a starter. In his last 8 appearances, including all 7 starts that he's made this year, his ERA is in the 7s, almost in the 8s, 7.79 to be exact. His ERA in July, 3 starts, is over 10. So let's just put it this way. He has been struggling lately. The Red Sox offense has been good lately. Hopefully those two things continue here tonight. First pitch is at 9:40. First pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. You can also watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. Brought to you by Subaru of New England. Subaru summer finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Time now for the Baseball Isn't Boring 2-minute grill with Rob Bradford. Peyton Tolley getting the start tonight after losing one of his comrades there. Now,
guess what? There's no human being on the planet more than Tolley. Words that I've said many times now, because every moment matters. That's fair. And I guess
what's special about now is that it's now, right?
We're at the peak of our powers, both of us.
Absolutely.
Well, so we're going to get better in a minute from now and tomorrow and the next day.
If this betters me in a minute from now, it's going to be truly something special.
We're going to reach each. So I went to Baseball Savant because I'm really smart, and they have something to say. Basically, the pitchers that miss the bats the most.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you're up there. You're probably the top for the Red Sox. It's your breaking ball. Mm-hmm. And which makes some sense because a lot of people sitting on your fastballs and away from the breaking ball. But it also shows you how far it's come. Mm-hmm. So just like when you hear, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is like, okay, how? I've been told for the past year that my breaking balls suck. So,
well, I'm just again, I'm here to build you up.
But no, I think the fastball good. There's a lot been put into it, and like it's still being put into it. Like, all right, like we have the general idea of what we want to do with it. How, like, what's next on it? So. It's an ever-evolving pitch, and it's always what's next with it. Same thing with the changeup. It's like, okay, like changeup is better than it was a year ago, but how can we start using it 10 times a game instead of just 2? Like, So it's just constantly what's next with it.
So if you look at the hitters' reactions to it, like what I'm talking about is hitters' reactions and the results from when the hitters swing, can you tell the difference? And going back to, everyone points to the Arizona game, your second start last year, right? Where they said, we're just waiting. We're just going to sit on the fastball. But now the hitter's reaction to when you throw that must feel different for you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just so much more of a competitive pitch. I think even when we're using it in good spots, we're playing it off the fastball, yes, but we're also like letting the fastball play off of it.
Yeah.
So I think that it's just letting the game talk to you. Like, when is a good time to do it? Is it early in the count? Is it late in the count? Like, it's just when is it that we can do it? And then it's like you're just letting the game talk to you. And I think that is a whole lot. I've done that a whole lot better than I did last year. Like last year was here's
fastball or nothing.
Here's hard. Let's see what happens. And now it's that. Okay, we're in a 1-2 count. Maybe it's a long at bat. Like, where do we go from here? We don't want to go another heater because it just gets fouled off. But we'll see. Like it is a day-to-day thing. Like there's been outings where it's like we've thrown 20 curveballs. There's been outings where it's here's 5 of them. But like I think that we're able to use it well enough in different counts and different leverages. So yeah.
So we built each other up. And we solved a lot of the world's problems. Thank you.
Very good there with Rob Bradford and Peyton Tolley, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Coming up in 15 minutes, Will Fleming sits down with Chad Tracy. That's brought to you by our New England Ford dealers. Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water and the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. But coming up next, we will head out to Sacramento and talk with our guy, Lenny DiNardo, who's on the call with Fleming tonight. And that's coming up next here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
AE Jeans looks good on you. American Eagle just dropped fresh new fits, the best fabrics, the jeans you can't get anywhere else. We're talking Y2K-inspired low-rise styles to boot cut and original straight-leg styles that go with everything in your closet. Stock up before everyone else, because these fits will go fast. You can check it all out at ae.com or just go to the store.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road. Presented by NHTSA. Back to your streaming radio.
Up flies, this is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back. Fly on the
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clip.
Everywhere you get your podcasts.
The Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back. It's the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arkin here with you as the Red Sox set off on the last road trip here before the trade deadline. A stop in Sacramento. They'll take on the Dodgers this weekend. But right now, the A's next on the docket. And for more on that, let's head out to Sacramento and talk with our guy, Lenny DiNardo. Lenny, welcome. Good to talk with you, buddy. How you feeling out there? I hope you're not having too much fun in Sacramento, let me first just say.
Christian, it's a dry heat, they tell me. It's a dry heat. I'm going to go with that. It's warm. Let's just put it that way.
All right, well, let's
I'm ready.
Jump right in with the big trade from over the weekend. Your reaction here to Curtis Mead, who's in the lineup tonight, back second. Connolly early out. Your initial reactions to the trade. How are you feeling now with a little hindsight?
I love it. I love it. I feel like this makes the team better. I mean, yeah, you never have enough starting pitching, but you really needed that right-handed bat, and I feel like it's a good fit for Fenway Park. 17 home runs, 6 of them going toward left field. If you look at the offensive stats, very similar to Willie Abreu, but from the right side. You know, he's got a little bit more slug, but I tell you what, the power numbers, especially from the right-hand side, driving the ball toward the monster, that's going to play, and hopefully it's just with the doctor order for the Red Sox going through the push.
Hopefully. Is he a player that you believe in? I mean, this is a guy who kind of bounced around a little bit, was DFA'd to start the year, did have a great stretch, obviously, with Washington, but is that enough in your mind to give up on someone like Connolly early?
You know, for the time being, you got to do what you got to do. You know, you got to do whatever you can for this team to go out, and the team needed some sort of push. They've proven that they can go out and win ball games and off runs. So for the time being, this is the guy that was picked to go out and help the Red Sox continue to win ball games. And he's another guy. He's only 25 years old, so it's not a rental. This is a guy that you're going to have for years to come. And again, going back to 25, it takes you some time. We've seen this time and time again. Rookies come up, make an adjustment, but it's that second adjustment that they make that makes. See, players don't make an adjustment ever, and from what I've seen so far this season from Mead and hearing about the setup, the hands, the feet, the approach, that was his second adjustment. You can see the numbers from there. They're pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like the trade as well, just for the record. I just, you got to present every side of this thing. And a lot of people don't like the trade too, Lenny. A lot of people think you're giving up on early too quickly here. A lot of people really liked Connolly early. I liked Connolly early, but I think you do have a lot of pitching, a lot of young lefty pitching right now, and this is a baseball trade.
Yeah, Connolly's going to go out and have a great career. I think everybody believes that. But he didn't show up the way he did last year as far as the guy that started the wild card game. If you look under the hood, some of the stats are saying that he's regressed slightly. And again, that happens to young pitchers as well. With the elbow injury, he's going to bounce back. He's going to be fine. But this is something that the Red Sox needed right now, and Craig Breslow went out and made the daring trade. He's done that throughout his short tenure for the Red Sox so far. He's not afraid to go out there and make an uncomfortable move. And if you don't make uncomfortable moves, you go out and get non-impact players that really don't do anything for the club as far as making them better or worse. They're just out there. I feel like this guy has the potential to make this Red Sox offense go out there and really make a difference.
Yeah. Now, Lenny, you've been around for plenty of trade deadlines as a player and as a broadcaster with this team recently. And I agree with you that Craig Breslow in the offseason has made some, pretty big trades. Both him and Chaim Bloom have really kind of here at the deadline. Now, I don't think that Curtis Mead is this big blockbuster, but the report was not done. Do you envision there another big move coming down the pipe?
Yeah, it's hard to say, but I know he's actively, and it just depends on who they're going to get and for whom. A guy like Zach Neto would be great. My just pie-in-the-sky hope, the pick that I would love that would be outstanding would be a guy like C.J. Abrams, another young player. He's a shortstop. There's a need there. That is just a complete player when it comes to offense, slug, home runs. He's going to do everything for you, and he's under control for quite some time. But, again, what are you going to have to give up to get an impact player like that? It's going to have to be something substantial, to say the least. So, yeah, and also pitching. You never have enough. And are you going to be relying on, Sandoval, a guy coming back from injury? Tolley and Bennett have been great, but they are young. Sonny Gray and Suarez are great, but you need more as far as starting pitching. So are they going to go out and get another arm as well? We'll see. I feel like you never have enough arms.
Yeah, no question about it. And it dovetails nicely into my next question here, because I don't think you make that Connolly early move unless you're pretty sure that Ranger Suarez is feeling better. And all that pushing his start off, all last week, that really had me worried that it was going to be another typical Red Sox. Well, he's not really that badly injured, and then you don't see him for 3 months. But it looks like you don't make a move like that unless Suarez is feeling good, and he looked pretty good yesterday.
He did. He really did. My concern was, I think his last outing was, July 5th? He had one outing during that long stint where they're winning all those ball games. And, Early didn't have one start in that mix. Right. I feel like that had something to do with it as well. Look what we can do without him. We can be okay. But Suarez looked great. He's pound of the strike zone, which is my biggest concern. I give a layoff, typically goes and doesn't command very well. But I thought he did. He went out there and used all his pitches. Didn't seem to really sweat out there. Small little jams, but ended up going out there, getting his strikeouts, didn't walk anybody, and obviously gave his team a chance to win.
No question about it. Lenny Dino, we look forward to the call tonight with you and Wilming. If you can beat the Heat, we look forward to hearing it.
There's already a shadow on the field. I love it. We're good. We're good.
Lenny DiNardo, we'll talk to you soon. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right, that is Lenny out there in Sacramento alongside Will Fleming, who is going to be sitting down with Chad Tracy coming up next, presented by your New England Ford dealers. Don't go anywhere. It's the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Hey y'all, I'm Maddie. And I'm Poodle. And together we host the podcast Reality Gaze.
We are two ridiculous homosexuals who love nothing more than talking about reality television and tearing in a new one.
So whether it's 90 Day Fiancé, Love is Blind, Love After Lockup, or any other trash TV show about lonely hearts looking for love, your gay besties got you covered, y'all.
New shows every week. Follow and listen to Reality Gaze wherever you get your podcast.
Gaze, let's love.
For most businesses, sales tax is hard. There are over 11,000 tax jurisdictions in the U.S., each with its own set of rules. How do you stay compliant as you grow? Easy. Numeral. Numeral is the AI-native sales tax solution. We handle all your registrations, ongoing filings, rates, and exemptions, so you can do what you do best. Build your business. Sales tax is hard, but numeral is easy. Go to numeral.com today to speak with one of our sales tax experts. That's numeral.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to protect adults against pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
As the U.S. men's national team takes center stage at a home World Cup, make sure you're listening to Call It What You Want, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network, where you can join me, I'm Jimmy Conrad, alongside Charlie Davies, Tony Miola, Marcelo Balboa, and Benny Feilhaber throughout this tournament for previews, instant reactions, and analysis of every U.S. match. Then all summer, we're back every Tuesday and Thursday, covering all things U.S. men's national team. Download and follow Call It What You Want on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's Justin from Stop and Shop, but in the summertime, I'm better known as Grill Master Jay. You can find me in the tap, our meat department. Sure, we have your classic burgers and dogs, but it's our Nature's Promise grass-fed steaks that'll really wow your cookout guests. And that's just the start. Make sure you swing by our meat department because we're going to be rolling out feel-good deals and high-quality meats all summer long to keep your cookouts sizzling. Good things are in store at Stop and Shop.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Welcome back. It's the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcan. Red Sox and the A's kicking off a series here out in Sacramento. And before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID here on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
First of the 4-game trip here. Or a 4-game stop in Sacramento before they head to L.A. this weekend. And before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Chad Tracy. Chad Tracy on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. Here with the manager Chad Tracy is the voice of the Red Sox, Mr. Will Fleming.
With the manager Chad Tracy in a place he knows oh so well, Sacramento. And the Red Sox just keep on going. 4-2 homestand, big series win against the Toronto Blue Jays. We'll get into all the thoughts and emotions about coming into this ballpark, Chad, but You continue to ride the wave. I thought yesterday was a really important game to keep that momentum trending in the right direction. You had to be thrilled with the way the guys handled it.
Yeah, we played a really complete game yesterday all the way around. Obviously, Ranger with a more of a limited start as we build him back up was excellent. The bullpen was excellent, and we just took advantage. We executed really. There was some chase, there was some of this, but we executed in every spot we needed to. We got bunts down when we needed to. When we got the runners up, we executed and knocked them in. We got big pinch hits. So, coming off the homestand prior, we also played well and lost the last couple, and it felt like we want to. This homestand want to make it an 8-2 instead of a 7-3, and it was a really complete game.
3 big bunts in the game, and I love that you admitted after the game that 2 of them, guys just kind of did it on their own. What does it tell you about the continued identity of this team that those guys were willing to do that?
Yeah, it's cool. I'm going to call plenty of those on my own, and there's other spots where with a more of a power type guy that I might say, let him hit here, but they recognize the situation. I got to find a way to get this guy up, move him up, and if this is the way I'm going to do it, then this is the way I'm going to do it. And I think they've embraced the identity of who we are, also who we have in the back of our bullpen, and understanding when adding runs is important. So Romy's was crucial. Just decided this is I can just put this ball down and make sure they're both up, and we get 2 runs out of it. So it's good team baseball, and they're bought in on it.
Chad, talking to so many of your players, a couple things come up about the way they love playing for you. Number one, you have their back when things are not going great, and you will be the first to deflect credit when things are going great. And you did that yesterday. Is that something your dad taught you? Is that just innate in you to say, it's more about the players than me?
Yeah, I just think it's important when guys do things successfully, and if they did something on their own that, they should be rewarded. They should be credited for that. There's enough different things I'm going to do as a manager, but I just feel like if a player does something for the team on his own, that should be not going to raise my hand and say, yeah, that was me. They did it. They did it. And it's fun. It's more fun, and it's good for our fans to know as far as we've done a lot of this and it's called, and now when you see them do things on their own, they're embracing the identity that you're trying to create.
Curtis Mead in the lineup today. He bats second, and you moved Contreras up to the 3 spot. You just talked a lot to the writers about it, but can you just give our fans a little bit of the rationale behind that?
Yeah, there's a lot that went into that. I spent a couple hours looking at it on the plane, wrote down 10 different ones. How do I want this to look? And the big thing being, as you look at it, how do we get some of this power stacked on top of each other, which, between Curtis, Wilson, Abreu, I don't know, it's 60-something home runs stacked on top of each other. Now with that extra bat, you feel like you can slide that up, maximizing the amount of times they come late. That's number one. Rahul was one we looked at a while because he's done such a nice job. One unintended consequence of him hitting second was with Wilson, with Willier and Wilson behind him. There's a lot of times we red light him and have to shut down his running game because you don't want to take the bat out of those guys' hands. When you get him down to the 5 with some of the more ball and play type hitters behind him, it frees him up a little bit more to use his legs. He's still going to get plenty of clutch at bat opportunities down there. And then just with the left, right kind of deal, it makes it very difficult to manage any pocket. It makes it more difficult to bring a lefty for Massa. And we're trying to make it as hard on the opposition as possible. So that's what we're going to go with for now. I'm not saying it won't change, but it looks good on paper.
Again, you told me that you met with all of the players impacted by the lineup change on the plane out here. That communication style is, I think, one of your great strengths. They all took it well, I assume, winning Kirazal, and everybody understands how they can help. Yeah,
I think they all know, when you're inserting close to a 20 home run bat in your lineup, how do we do this properly? And I just think it's important to communicate with them. A guy like Wilson's been hitting 4th for a large chunk of the last couple months since I made that change, and just ask him and, hey, how would you feel about this? He's all in. Talk to Rafa about what we were thinking. He's all in. Willier looks at you like, I'm good no matter what. So, but just so they know that having the players, I think they deserve to have an understanding what the thought process is, and it helps them be able to know there's a reason behind why we're doing this.
Curtis goes in there today. He's at second base. How excited are you to manage a game with him in the middle of your lineup?
Excited, yeah. I mean, obviously the numbers speak for themselves. Verse right, verse left. He draws walks. He doesn't strike out a ton. He looks like he works a good at bat. So it's a good quality bat that we've added into our lineup, and I'm looking forward to, regardless of how it goes on one day, just looking forward to see how the dynamic looks with them in there, and with some lefty pitchers coming up, we'll have a different look there too as well, and see how that looks.
You know, this ballpark is sort of like Coors Field. I mean, things happen here offensively that do not happen many other places. Your team, you've told me over and over again, one of the big things that has helped you is swinging less. I would imagine that's got to be part of the game plan here, because you could be tempted to try to kind of swing out of your shoes a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you get in a good count, go ahead and swing out of your shoes. But I think it's important that, more important even here, we've done a great job of managing our at-bats and taking what pitchers give us and not being afraid to extend at-bats 6-7 pitches and taking more walks. We're certainly not going to the plate looking to walk, but if they don't throw it over, take the walk. So in a ballpark like this, if you're going to get freebies, like, you got to take them, and now you're taking more at-bats with a place where the ball flies, where you have a chance to hit multiple run home runs. So for me, it's all the more prevalent. If you control the free base game and you're winning the free base game here, you're going to be in good shape.
What's it like to walk back into this place? I mean, you played a lot of games here. You're just telling me before we came on, you got great memories of homers and doubles and triples. How cool is it for you to be back here as the manager of the Red Sox?
I never thought I'd be back here as the manager of the Red Sox, but I have been in this stadium a lot of times, played in the Coast League for 4 years, so was through here frequently and took a lot of at-bats here. And so, yeah, it's cool. It looks the same, it's cool, but I do remember it being a good place to hit, and hopefully our guys enjoy it.
Peyton Tolley gets the extra day because Ranger does come back. That's obviously beneficial. What do you expect from him tonight?
Just attack. I think it goes, you take it right back to what I just said about the free bases go both ways. It's just attack the zone, control count leverage in this ballpark. That's important anywhere, but especially here. Keep control count leverage, limit the free passes, and if you keep people off the bases, and if somebody gets one up in the air and it's a solo homer, it doesn't hurt you as much. So like Tolley always does, just go on the attack and jump ahead in the count and use your power stuff and limit any freebies.
Chad, people back home are talking about your team all the time, and they are excited for the addition of Curtis Mead, and they are all wondering if maybe there are more moves to come. I'm not asking you to go on the record with anything like that, but how cool is it to be a part of a club in a city and an energy where people are just living and dying with every pitch and hoping that this team makes a huge run?
Yeah, the energy in the stadium for that homestand was electric. It really was, and you felt it. You felt it shift even from the first day we walked in there after the break, coming in there with a 9-game winning streak, and as we mounted wins, you could feel the tone in that stadium shift as far as them getting behind the team. And obviously now we've added a bat. I know Brez is still working, like he will be up to that. Whether or not we make more additions, I don't know, but he's still working, I'll tell you that. So the fact that we feel that right now and we've been able to play well, like we want to continue this and want to get our guys into a September environment where that's still there. So couldn't say enough about our fans right now.
Last one, you decide to move Chang down. Because of the arrival, because Siegler's been such an igniter for you, it does leave you a little thin at shortstop. Monasterio is going to take a lot of the work this week. How do you manage that position?
Yeah, I think coming into the trip, knowing if you look ahead, you have at least an idea of some probables. You're going to get at least 3 lefties. There might be a 4th. So Mona's going to take those games down anyways. He's done it. We actually have played Mona against righties here recently because of how great the at-bats have been. Always knowing that if there's an injury that happens, that you're one phone call away from grabbing somebody back from AAA if you need it. And just felt like Siegler was a huge, and so was Z. I don't want to make light of Z, but Siegler's energy, he deserved to stay, and we'll find ways to use him. But at least in the interim, in this little bit of a week-long trip, it felt like getting was good, and if we needed it, some C. Durbin can slide over there. Need to change that, but right now we should be able to make it work.
Appreciate the talk.
Thanks, Will.
There you go. That was Will Fleming with the manager, Chad Tracy, here on our pregame show interview brought to you by New England Ford. You can watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. That's brought to you by Subaru of New England. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Still to come here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. We got your starting lineups. And as you just heard from the manager, Chad Tracy, right there, a little different tonight, certainly at the top of the order, with Curtis Mead in the lineup making his Red Sox debut. We will also have your scoreboard update and lock of the game. Don't go anywhere. It's the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With available features like all-terrain tires and off-road tuned suspension, the rugged Honda Pilot, Ridgeline, CR-V, and Passport have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Remember enjoying those iconic red, white, and blue freezer pops in the summer? Now imagine that flavor reinvented as an energy shot. Introducing the Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shot. A flavor explosion of sweet cherry, zesty lime, and electric blue raspberry that all come blasting together for a seriously refreshing shot. Ignite your taste buds flavor of the summer. 5-Hour Energy Shot today for 5hourenergy.com.
After a tough winter combined with hard take a beating. That's why pros did AZEK Exterior for over 25 years as the #1 brand for premium exterior trim molding. AZEK keeps homes stunning, no matter condition. Introducing AZEK, pairing the class traditional wood siding with modern durability. Available in 18 different colors. Finishing. Start planning your remodel today with exteriors.com.
Opportunity should be about opening doors. Year Up United, about opening the world so everyone can find their way. Here, you can learn in-demand skills while earning a weekly stipend working with industry-leading companies. Companies that are looking for someone like you. And with an opportunity like that, there's nowhere to go but up. Learn more at yearup.org.
Make money from your podcast with the Odyssey Creator Lab. You create the show, we bring the advertisers. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engines. When you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, Consumer Guide's most awarded brand. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. Consumer Guide is a registered trademark, a publication international limited, www.consumerguide.com. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand finance. Frontier S-Trim, 1.9% APR. For 60 months at $17.48 per month. Actual down payment may vary, subject to in-bank credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 9/30/26.
Listening to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back. It's the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcand here with you as the Red Sox begin their final trade deadline out in California. 4 here with the A's in Sacramento, followed by 3 with the Dodgers this weekend in L.A. And it's now time for tonight's starting lineups, which are brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Let's meet tonight's players for the Red Sox. Lineup looking a little different with their new addition, Masataka Mead, acquired from the Nationals for Connolly early over the weekend, making his debut in the 2 spot and playing second base, batting right-handed. He'll be followed by Will Bitter. He's batting third tonight at first base. Willie Abreu will bat cleanup and play right field. He'll be followed by Ceddanne Rafaela in center. Caleb Durbin batting sixth and playing third. Jaron Duran, your number 7 hitter in left field, followed by the shortstop, Andrew Monasterio. Doing the catching tonight and batting ninth is Connor Wong for the starter, Peyton Tolley. Over on the other side for the hometown A's, Jacob Wilson leading off and playing shortstop, followed by Tyler Soderstrom at DH. He'll be followed by Jonah Heim, the catcher, batting third. Colby Thomas batting cleanup and playing left field. This A's team, by the way, big loss for them and Shea Langoliers, who's going to be done for the rest of the year. Tommy White batting fifth and playing third. He'll be followed by Jeff McNeil at first. Henry Bolt is your center fielder, number 7 hitter, followed by Alika Williams at second base, and Lawrence Butler batting ninth behind the A's starter, Jack Perkins. Time now for a grab and go presented by the Bees Knees Benefits app. Here's Bradfo with an update.
It's time for the Grab and Go. A quick look at the biggest Red Sox storylines of the day. Here's Rob Bradford.
We are grabbing and going once again. Red Sox looking to stay red hot and trying to do so on the road, trying to do so in all places. Sacramento against the A's. The A's and the Red Sox, 2 teams going in completely different directions. In case you don't know, Red Sox have won 22 of their last 26. The A's, on the other hand, well, they've lost 23 of their last 29. When they started that stretch, they were at 500. Now, 17 games under 500. To make matters worse for the A's, a guy who would absolutely have helped their future if they traded him at the trade deadline, Shea Langoliers, he is probably out for the year with a torn meniscus. Another guy who is an enormous part of the A's future, all-star Nick Curry's 3-run homer. He was 0 for 25. Fortunately for the A's, they do have somebody hitting the ball a little bit, and their offense usually is pretty good. Tyler Soderstrom hit streak. So, Red Sox, A's. Red Sox looking to keep things going. Big West Coast trip as we head to the trade deadline, which, in case you don't know, is 1 week away. That's what's grabbing and going.
That Bradfo grab and go is presented by the Bees Knees Benefit. Make it part of every game day and get 50 cents off per gallon on your first fill-up or $5 off in-store. Download the Bees Knees Benefits app today and start saving. Terms apply. Time now for a look at the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Subaru summer is finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. One final to tell you about already. That comes in the AL West day game here in the finale of that Mariners-Rangers series. Texas, 4 home runs in this game as they beat the Mariners by a final score of 7-3. Jock Peterson had 2 of those home runs. Rangers win the series 3-1. They are now up 2.5 games in the West, which is only important for the Red Sox because the wild card team, or the team in second place there, now vying for that wild card, and whoever that is, either Texas or Seattle, going to be a team in the picture here with your Boston Red Sox. Some other games to tell you about in progress right now. The Orioles currently enjoying an 8-5 lead over the Tigers. That game in the bottom of the 8th inning in Detroit. Leody Taveras, Colby Mayo, and Tyler O'Neill all with home runs for the O's. The Diamondbacks and the Pirates knotted up at 2 runs apiece. That game in the top of the 9th inning in Pittsburgh. The Phillies and Marlins currently in progress. Phils lead 7-5. That game's in the top of the 9th inning in Florida. Bryce Harper with a home run in this game is 22nd on the year. The Blue Jays and the Nationals currently in the bottom of the 8th inning in D.C. Blue Jays up 3-2. Luis Urias Urias, with a home run in that game, just his third of the year. Guardians and the Reds were supposed to get underway at 7:10 tonight. They have been postponed due to rain. They will make up that game in a doubleheader tomorrow. Braves and the Mets in progress right now. That game in the top of the 8th inning at Citi Field. The Mets all over the Braves. 9-3 your score so far here. Francisco Lindor, Marcus Semien, and Tyrone Taylor, all with home runs for the Metropolitans. The other team from New York, the Yankees in Chicago tonight, taking on the White Sox. That game currently in the top of the 4th inning. White Sox lead 3-1. They got all three of those earned runs in the first inning off of Yankee starter Max Fried. Cubs and the Cardinals were supposed to start at 7:45. That game has been in a rain delay basically all night. Now to the games that we haven't gotten to yet. Only 2 of them here other than the Red Sox. First one, a 9:38 start time between the Angels and the Astros. Out in Anaheim, it's Tatsuya Imai and Walbert Urena, your starting pitchers. Jeremy Pena on the trade block for the Astros, but maybe not. He's hitting .516 with 5 home runs in 8 games since the All-Star break, one of the hottest hitters around. And at 9:45, the Giants will get a visit from the Milwaukee Brewers. Brandon Sproat and Tyler Mahle will be the starting pitching matchup there. Milwaukee is 30-19 on the road this year. That is the second best road winning percentage in franchise history. Now time for the lock of the game presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit interlockroofing.com and never re-roof again. I think the Red Sox are going to blow doors tonight. That is my prediction. I think the Red Sox win this game by 4 or 5 runs, but to be safe, I'm going to go ahead on the run line and take the Red Sox -1.5. Go ahead and lock that up. I don't think this is going to be particularly competitive. I think Toley's going to have a lot of strikeouts. Maybe let's throw another one in there. How about the Toley over on strikeouts? I believe it's 6.5, so you want some plus money, go over there and pump that up a little bit. But I'm really, really liking tonight the Red Sox by more than a run. You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcand. Hang tight. Don't move a muscle. Red Sox baseball is next right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show. Mass Mutual. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.com.
I'm Howard Mackler. I've spent my career building companies that help businesses solve problems. Now I built Supershore because I think business insurance is broken. For companies with 25 or more employees, Supershore is licensed in all 50 business insurance and employee benefits. You get all your policies in one place with year-round support for you and your team. No more calling multiple brokers for all your insurance needs. You can thank me later. Go to supershore.com. That's supershore.com.
Paid for by Supershore Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
I want to tell you about a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. It's about interesting family stories and the truth behind them. It's available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
This is Rich Rubino. I spent years separating good advice from a sales pitch. So when my hip pain started getting worse, I wanted answers. I called Boston Pro Therapy and spoke with Dr. Franke. I figured, okay, this is where I get the prolotherapy pitch. But that's not what happened. After going into the office, talking through my pain, reviewing my x-rays, Dr. Franke told me prolotherapy wasn't the right fit for my issue, and he didn't push for surgery either. For my sciatica, he suggested stretching and specific exercises. A couple of weeks later, Dr. Franke called me to check on me. I wasn't even a client, and he still checked in. The pain, gone, from the advice he gave me.
Hey, you guys, it's Teddy J here. Guys, sometimes the answer is prolotherapy, and sometimes it's not. But either way, Dr. Franke will give you an honest opinion and sound advice. Have joint pain? We'll call 833-GO-PROLO or online at bostonprolotherapy.com.
Let's be wicked honest, Boston. Everything around here costs a fortune, but your internet shouldn't be a budget breaker. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, you can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month. No hidden fees, no games. It's a dependable connection you can count on, unlike the T during rush hour. Switch providers for a fresh start. Go fast and save your cash for that lobster roll. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. Availability varies. For new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action. This is Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It is gone! Say done! Say good night!
Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over!
And the Red Sox win!
Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win!
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. Subaru of New England. Don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event.
23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Nissan. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com. Arbella. Here for good. For kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. 110 Grill. Visit any of their 33 locations all throughout New England. McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services.
Way back by the wall! Off the wall, the Red Sox win!
Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. Timber Tech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig.
Way back! Grand slam!
Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com and never re-roof again. North Shore Adult Diapers. For even the heaviest control problems, visit NorthShore.com. Veterinary Emergency Group. Sponsored by Veg. ER for Pets. The official emergency veterinarian group of Red Sox Radio.
Two-run homer!
By VisitMaine.com. Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Lenny DiNardo.
On a sweltering Sacramento night, we welcome you to Sutter Health Park, the house that Lenny DiNardo built, where tonight the Red Sox begin a long West Coast road trip against the Athletics, they're called. Sacramento, Oakland, they're Oaklamento. The Red Sox look to take advantage of a big opportunity here. Inside Sutter Health Park, the AAA home of the Sacramento River Cats. Red Sox are rolling along. They just completed a spectacular 8-2 homestand. They've won 17 of their last 19, 25 of their last 32. And they add their trade deadline acquisition. With still some time to add more Curtis Mead into the lineup today. Peyton Tolley takes the ball for the Red Sox. Jack Perkins, who has really struggled for the Athletics, is on the mound here in the capital city of California, along with the aforementioned Lenny DiNardo. Will Fleming. Lenny, this is a place you know very well. We'll get into that throughout the whole night. To me, the bottom line of this whole thing nets out as such. The Red Sox are red hot. The Athletics have not won a series since the second week of June. This is an opportunity to really take advantage of a team that doesn't pitch in a ballpark where it is great to hit.
Yeah, you got to go off on a team like this. And this team does not pitch, like you said. They can hit a little bit, but it's so lopsided. You know, certain guys on the lineup that you need to circle. Don't let them beat you. But one of them isn't in the lineup tonight. And Kurtz. So this is a big threat that's not even there today. So if you're totally pound the strike zone, go right after these guys. Use your best stuff, and you're going to go out and typically be successful.
Yeah, it's a lineup filled with a lot of guys that Red Sox fans will really have, quite frankly, never heard of, whereas the Red Sox are just rolling along offensively. Jose David Flores brings the lineup card. He'll meet with Mark Kotze in just a moment. We'll get you the lineups, set the injury report, and the scene here in Sacramento. But first, the anthem brought to you by Ace Ticket. Ace Ticket always has the best deals on the Red Sox and all your favorites in sports and entertainment. Visit aceticket.com or call 1-800-MY-SEATS.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at white's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Red Sox and the A's on the sweltering Sacramento night. Peyton Tolley and Jack Perkins, the pitching matchup, and the Red Sox introduced their new flashy, shiny toy, Curtis Mead, who, by the way, is going to bat in the second spot in the order tonight for the Red Sox, and that's something that is worth diving into right away, Lenny. And the Red Sox have had Cedar Rafaela as a fixture in the 2 spot in their order. He's been brilliant there. Chad Tracy, so many elements of putting Mead in the second spot, to me, speak to the reason this team is red hot. Number one, they're trying to get Cedar in spots where he can run more, and with Abreu and Contreras behind him, he couldn't do that. They want Mead to kind of break up the right-left thing and make it so that managers are tempted to bring left-handers in to face Yoshida, and then you got Mead and Contreras. But the thing that impresses me the most is not only the thought that went into that choice, but the communication that went into it too. And apparently on the airplane to Sacramento last night, all of those guys sat in the coach's cabin and just sort of talked about what that would mean for the roster, what it could look like. And unsurprisingly, Chad Tracy handled it beautifully, and everybody's on board.
I mean, that's something that Chad Tracy has done extremely well since coming over as the manager of the Red Sox. And, you know, the whole lefty, righty, lefty, righty pattern, yeah, it's going to steer certain coaches away from putting guys in certain spots. But, yeah, this is a lineup right now that's palpable. They're doing outstanding. The pitching has held this team together throughout the season. But you saw them turn a corner, and they're playing all-around good baseball.
Injury report brought to you by CVS. CVS knows that where you get your medicine matters. That's why CVS is by your side right when you need them most. Welcome to CVS, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. And the injury stuff is more on the Athletics sideline. I mean, they've just been decimated. Shea Langolier is a guy who is one of the great catchers in baseball, linked to the Red Sox in trade talks. He's out for the year with a meniscus tear. Brent Rooker is out for the year. Luis Severino, one of their great starting pitchers, is out. And so, again, we come back to where we started. This is an opportunity for the Red Sox to really cash it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Continue to play good baseball. And I love the style of baseball that they're playing so far. They're not relying too much on the long ball. You can go out there like their last game and put down a couple sack bunts, hit behind runners, move guys in a scoring position. And today, in this ballpark, it will fly. But you don't want them to try to hit the home runs. Go out there with the line drive approach, and it will fly this ballpark. Trust me, I know. All right, it's time for the Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. So let's meet tonight's players. For the Boston Red Sox, batting first, Masataka Yoshida at DH. Batting second at second base, Curtis Mead. Batting third at first base, Wilson Contreras. Batting fourth in right field, Wilyer Abreu. Batting fifth, playing center field, Cedon Rafaela. Batting sixth, playing third base, Caleb Durbin. Batting seventh, playing left field, Jaron Duran. Batting eighth at shortstop, Andrew Monasterio. And batting ninth, catching, Connor Wong. For the Athletics today, batting first at shortstop, Jacob Wilson. Batting second at DH, Tyler Soderstrom. Batting third, catching, Jonah Heim. Batting fourth, playing left field, Colby Thomas. Batting fifth, playing third base, Tommy White. Batting sixth, first base, Jeff McNeil. Batting seventh, batting eighth, playing second base, Alika Williams. Batting ninth, playing right field, Lawrence Butler. Those are your starting lineups, brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
And Jack Perkins is on the mound tonight for the Athletics, and he's a guy who's been in and out of the rotation, mostly a bullpen arm for them, but again, decimated by injuries. This basically, just to set the tone for this series, we're playing at Coors Field for the next 4 days. This is as friendly a hitter's ballpark as there is in the game, and the Red Sox looking to take advantage of the A's. Starting right here, right now with Masataka Yoshida, who digs into the left-handed batter's box. Perkins into the wind, he throws, and the first pitch is up and away. And that's ball one. Right on time, it's 6:40. 88 degrees, time and temp, brought to you by Plymouth Rock. I think patience is a virtue in this series for the Red Sox. 1-0 to Massa, who's been on a heater. The pitch is outside, and it's 2-0 Lenny. We heard from Steve Sachs, who helps the Athletics on their broadcast side, and many others. It's been a huge problem for the A's. They have fallen behind in counts over and over again.
Yeah, you can't help them out. You know, if they're going to throw you balls, take it. Take your free bags. Get runners on.
2-0 to Massa, and he takes a ball outside 3-0. You got Curtis Mead on deck, and then Wilson Contreras newly installed in the 3-hole. This is what we heard might well happen with Jack Perkins and so many of these Athletics pitchers. Oakland has not won a series since June. 3-0 is a strike. Good take there by Massa. On the outside corner, and it's 3-1. As we said, Perkins so often was in the bullpen to start the season. 26th appearance, only his 8th start. 3-1 to Yoshida. The pitch is ball 4, up and in. That's been one of the big themes of this offensive resurgence, Lenny. They've been patient, they've walked, and here we go with a Red Sox debut for Curtis Mead.
Yeah, the more you're patient at the plate, the more you're going to start to see 2-3 run home runs versus solo shots. You know you can give them up here. So get on base, make it happen.
So here now Mead, the man the Red Sox sent Connolly early away for. He has had a spectacular season. Pitch to him is a strike. Breaking ball there from Perkins. And it is 0-1 with the Nationals. 254, but 17 home runs, 48 driven in. Spectacular pull side power. This is a good ballpark for that. He stands straight up and down. The Aussie from Adelaide does. The pitch is swung on and missed. He was trying to make a statement right away in his Red Sox debut, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, if you've liked what Wilyer Abreu has done at the plate, but you need a right-hander to do the same thing, that's basically what Curtis has been this season, with just a little bit more slug.
He's got his feet close together. He's 25 years old. He really found something in terms of his setup and his swing path. The pitch is a ball. He was here just a week ago with the Washington Nationals and lit this place apart. 4-for-4 game with a double and a triple.
You get the ball up in the air in this ballpark, it will travel.
He's got a little Jaron Duran in terms of his pre-pitch stuff. He leans back straight up and down. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and a throw to first. I would be stunned if Massa were going anywhere, but he dives back in head first. Meade is a guy who forever, after signing with the Phillies as a top prospect out of Australia, was regarded as one of the great young talents in the game. 1-2 to Curtis. Double play depth behind Perkins. Pitch is way up and in. A fastball that buzzed the tower, and it's 2-2. He was traded for Christopher Sanchez from the Rays to the Phillies at one point. One of the best pitchers in all of baseball now. But again, Blake Butera, his manager in D.C., sort of unlocked something in him. Red Sox looking to ride that wave. The 2-2 is strike 3 called. He knew it. That was a really good breaking ball there by Perkins. A sweeper. And there's one away.
Yeah, the pitch prior to that, 96 high and tight right under his chin, kept him off of that sweeper away. You know, he's got a good fastball, averages about 96 miles an hour. He uses that sweeper, throws a change as well to the majority of lefties, but he can be outside the strike zone. You got to be patient with a guy like this.
Here's Contreras. 1 out, 1 on. Top of the first in Sacramento. The pitch is swung on and missed. That was a good changeup, and it's 0-1. The Athletics just have not pitched at all. Yeah, they're down Rooker and now Langoliers, and tonight no Nick Kurtz in the lineup. The pitching has been their problem, especially here in Sacramento. 0-1 to Contreras. Shadow covers half the infield. The pitch is swung on a miss. He was trying to go deep there, which will be a temptation for the Red Sox. It just absolutely jumps, and it's 0-2.
Well, he's chased 2 changeups so far early in this at bat. You don't want to do him a favor.
0-2. And a throw to first. They keep thinking Yoshida's going somewhere. No shot. But maybe they think they can pick him off. It is 0-2. Massa leading at first with Contreras, who's just been spectacular. 288 with 22 home runs and 66 driven in. In an 0-2 hole here, though. Pitch is swung on and skied into left center field. That'll hang up. The A's left fielder Thomas is there to make the play. And they're 2 down. Told you we got started right on time under sort of humid and hot temperatures. Plymouth Rock Auto and Home Insurance, made for Boston sports fans. PlymouthRock.com/Red Sox. So now the new cleanup hitter, Wilyer Abreu.
Apparently you guys took some scooters to the ballpark today.
It was glorious. Great way to travel.
I did not partake.
No, with one hand, that's a little difficult. The pitch to Williers, a strike on the inside corner. You know this place so well, Lenny. He pitched in 38 games, parts of 3 seasons here. It's just crazy to see major league games played here.
It's very strange seeing everybody walk out from center field.
Yes, it is. 0-1 is a chop foul at his feet for Abreu. A lot of spin on that thing, and it's 0-2.
So far for the offense, you're seeing them chase pitches early in counts outside the strike zone. You're doing Perkins a favor by doing. He had the right idea, being really, really patient out of the gate. It paid off for him.
0-2 to Abreu. No score. Top 1. 1 on, 2 out. Perkins sets. He throws. Abreu swings and chops one on the first base side, handled there by McNeil. The inning is over. Disappointing top of the first after the leadoff walk for the Red Sox. However, see Peyton Tolley take them out in a scoreless game after this in the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
You can't predict the future, but you can prepare for it. Arizona State University is building degrees for what's ahead. Programs designed around emerging fields, taught by faculty whose research is shaping our future, not just teaching about it. It's why we've been ranked #1 in innovation for more than a decade. Your future is worth preparing for, and you don't have to prepare alone. Future-proof your career. Explore more than 350 programs at asuonline.asu.edu. That's a degree better.
Hey, this is Richard Deitch, the host of the Sports Media Podcast. If you're interested in what's happening with all the places where you consume sports, the Sports Media Podcast has you covered.
I've been turning down interviews all week. Hoda Kotb reached out, Oprah, George Stephanopoulos. So I said no. I was booked on the Deitch podcast before the Taylor Swift phenomenon. I must live up to my responsibility.
Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Stephen Goulston. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because we're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate. 781-344-2420. Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry.
Hi, this is Peyton Pulley. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox on WEEI.
Jacob Wilson leads it off against Peyton Tolley in the bottom of the first. Scoreless game, and Peyton misses outside with a fastball. And that is ball one. His first pitch, brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. Peyton working quickly. The 1-0. Foul back. That was a hit. And it's 1-1. Oh, and all 7. 617-777-777. You guessed it.
7.
Here's Wilson fouling one off on the first base side. And it's 1-2. Important start for Tolley. He is feeling things these days with his best buddy Connolly early off to the Washington Nationals. Peyton is 5-6 with a 3.31 ERA. This is 17th start. Here's a chopper toward third. Durbin just behind the bag. A bounce, a glove, a throw to first, and Contreras picks it out of the dirt. Another beautiful play. Not easy at all by Caleb, and there's one away.
Outstanding job by Durbin, but really Contreras as well. Durbin gave him a nice little hop, but Contreras knew the runner exactly where he was, kind of got behind the bag into foul territory, was able to create a longer hop, something he could handle, and still keep his foot on the bag and not get run into as well.
He has been spectacular. Durbin has it third, and that's why Meade is at second right now. How good Caleb has been over there. Tyler Soderstrom, who's just been great for the Athletics, and he drives one high and deep into left field. Look out, Duran back at the wall. Leaps can't get it. It's a solo homer the opposite way, and the Athletics lead it 1-0.
Yeah, that's what this ballpark can do. It looks like he actually got beat on that pitch right there. Able to get the barrel to it. You drive the ball in the air, get it up in the atmosphere, it will fly.
That's the 10th home run allowed by Tolley this year. Soderstrom, I think, is one of the unheralded great players in the game. And he puts the Athletics ahead here now. Jonah Heim, longtime Rangers catcher, batting from the right side, swings and misses at a Tolley fastball, and it's 0-1.
We've talked about how this team, they just really have not got it done on the mound. Pitching's been a deficit, but if you allow them to get into games via the offense, they will.
Pitch is chop foul, and yet, Lenny, in the last 3 weeks, they've lost games that they have scored 14 runs, 11 runs, and 9 runs.
It just shows you how important pitching and defense is. You got to be able to control that part, or it's not going to turn into a W.
Well, I really think that we talked to Mark Kotze before the game. He just talked about, in some ways, like the mental scar tissue that's going on with their pitchers. So hard to settle in here. Run in for the A's. 1 out, 2 strikes to Heim. The pitch is right there. It's a fastball taken down the middle for strike 3. And I think, you know, what Tolley just endured, Kotze said, look, if you come here one time as a road pitcher, Peyton can move on. He'll say, whatever, I made a good pitch, it goes out. But the residual effect of over and over again making good pitches and getting beaten, you can relate. It's very hard to overcome mentally.
It really is. You start pitching defensively, to be quite honest.
Here's a swing and a foul back to the screen by Colby Thomas, right-handed hitter, strike 1.
When you're at your best on the mound, you've got to have conviction in every pitch you throw. And when you feel like the majority of them, even when you make the slightest mistake, is going out of the ballpark, changes you.
Not easy. Colby takes a pitch inside. Defensive alignment brought to you by James Hardy. Hardy Siding is America's #1 brand of siding. Contreras at first with Curtis Mead at second base. He shaded up the middle. Monasterio the shortstop. Caleb Durbin at third. The 1-1 is a little low. Appeal, he did swing. Could not check the swing. That's a big turn. So now it's 1-2. Marcotte's done a really good job steering this club. But man, have they had some adversity this year. Here's a broken bat bloop single into center field. That is unlucky again for Tolley. He jammed Thomas big time. But with a run in, it's a 2-out single. Arbella Insurance Foundation dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout the Sox pitcher during the year. Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund. Here for good.
That was an instance of mislocation with the cutter middle, but he also went after him with 3 fastballs in a row. Got some swing and miss. Sometimes you don't want to speed up their bats.
Here's Tommy White, who just came up from AAA 10 days ago. He's hit well since returning. Second round pick in 24, takes a fastball outside for ball 1. I think this is a test for Peyton Tolley. The Red Sox should hit for him. I bet they will against Jack Perkins. Once they sort of take a deep breath and understand the dynamics of this ballpark. 1-0. Tolley a longer set than usual. He throws and trying to freeze the runner, misses outside with a fastball. 2-0.
And one thing this Red Sox offense has done over the last month and a few weeks really is they've been able to bounce back. The opponent goes out and scores and they're ready and waiting the next inning to do the same thing.
2-0. Pitch. Cutter that misses inside. And it's 3-0 to Tommy White. The Athletics have a Las Vegas patch on their left sleeve. They'll be there after next season. A domed stadium is well ahead of schedule. 3-0. Taking all the way. Fastball right there. It is so unlike the A's to be ahead of schedule with anything. But they are in terms of the construction of their new ballpark.
Is it $2 billion as of right now?
They're excited. That will grow. You know that. They're excited to get there. 3-1 is a ground ball to second. Mead's first chance. He gobbles it up, throws to first in time, and the inning is over. Well, a Sacramento homer gets Peyton Tolley coming off the mound. 1-0 after 1. A's lead on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Hi, it's Justin from Stop and Shop, but in the summertime, I'm better known as Grill Master Jay. You can find me in the Grill Master's natural habitat, our meat department. Sure, we have your classic burgers and dogs, but it's our Nature's Promise grass-fed steaks that'll really wow your cookout guests. And that's just the start. Make sure you swing by our meat department because we're going to be rolling out feel-good deals and high-quality meats all summer long to keep your cookouts sizzling. Good things are in store at Stop and Shop.
Have you ever felt like you were living just a B or B+ life? It's so dangerous to live that, more dangerous than a B- or a C+ life, because when you're living a B or B+ life, you don't change it. You think it's good enough. Is it? I'm Susie Welch. I host a podcast called Becoming You. People think, okay, an A+ life is not available to me, but there is a way. We are all in the process of becoming ourselves. Listen to Becoming You wherever you get your podcasts.
Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers have been Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you gotta get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. That's 617-777-7777.
Rich, Ken, and Ted. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6. Now, back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For the first time in forever. Leading off against Jack Perkins, and Cedon swings and fouls it back to the screen. And it is 0-1. Yeah, I forgot to ask you for your Maffrey feeling. I might have missed it. I didn't see it in the in the reads before the game, Lenny, but that doesn't mean we need to just dismiss it, because you got to put it into the universe as Cedon takes a breaking ball outside, and it's 1-1.
I'm glad you asked right in the nick of time, because he's actually up at the bat right now. This is the guy I have a feeling if he gets it up in the air, he's going to do some damage tonight.
I sense you might believe that about him. 1-1 to Cedon. Durbin on deck. Here's the pitch, and it is popped up on the infield on the left side. White and Wilson come together, and Wilson calling everybody off. Just where the dirt meets the grass, backpedaling makes the grab. One down.
Yeah, you want this offense to go out there and be patient. See as many pitches as possible. You know, there's a reason why his ERA is 6.75 coming into this start. Let him come to you. If he doesn't, take your walks.
I think everybody in this ballpark probably took BP and thought, whoa, it is flying here tonight. One down. Here's Caleb. Right yellow batting gloves. Holds it down at the handle. Cocked right behind his right ear. The pitch is called a ball. Home plate umpire Carlos Torres, who most often has a really good zone. Mark Wegner, the crew chief, at first. Bruce Dreckman at second. And Nate Tomlinson at third. I think this is a very good crew. 1-0. Caleb takes a high pitch. Fastball. And it's 2-0.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is kind of go out of BP saying, I'm going to change my approach. I'm going to try to get the ball in the air. We've seen often this team, they have that line drive approach, backspin line drives, can't leave the ballpark very easily here.
2-0. That's a strike. He looked like he was taking all the way. Keyhole to pitch. 2-1 second inning, brought to you by Mvutra. Vutrisaran. Ask your doctor about Mvutra and visit Mvutra.com, AMVUTTRA.com. 2-1 pitch is fouled off the mask of, I believe, the catcher. High. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1-0 Athletics in the top of the second inning. Chad Tracy knows this ballpark so well. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch down and away. He played here in AAA with the Rangers, the Diamondbacks, and then the Kansas City Royals. He remembers games where he hit homers and doubled and tripled. What a cool thing this must be for him.
It's amazing we didn't cross paths, because I feel like we very easily could have in that time frame.
3-2 to Durbin. Pitch is strike 3 called. Caleb half raised his hand. He thought about challenging, then he did not. And I think he's probably wise to not do so. That was right on the corner.
Yeah,
very close.
Two-seamer right on the black away. Started off the plate, had a lot of late movement to get back on.
So now 2 down, and here comes Jarren Duran, who had a fantastic series and homestand back at Fenway Park. 2 down, bases empty. Perkins throws. Jarren takes a ball. And the A's in this case won a challenge. That did look good from here.
The catcher's a challenge to call a ball.
I think it's going to be called a strike, Lenny.
Yeah, it's a good pitch.
Review underway, and yes.
Ball is overturned. The call is 0-1.
It's so funny. The standards have evolved so much. It's like, well, that was a strike by a lot. It was a strike by a third of a baseball. Umpiring not easy.
No.
1-1 to Duran. 1-0 A's. The pitch. Low. And definitely a ball. He's the 7th batter. Brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lure. He's hurt in a car or work accident. Gotta get Glassman all 7s. 617-777. And then 7777.
Yeah, there were signs Duran was going to get hot coming into last series. Driving the ball to the opposite field. A lot of hard contact. Not chasing.
1-1 pitch. Broken bat, soft ground ball on the first base side. Handled at first by McNeil. Wins the race to the bag, and the Red Sox very little going offensively through 2. 1-0 Athletics in the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet, so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
Grandpa promised.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, wherever you get your shows.
WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Peyton Tolley back to the mound, swinging his left arm around at a circle, cocked left elbow, stares into Jeff McNeil, who leads off in the first pitch, swinging a miss at a high fastball. You know, Lenny, I do think it's something to monitor here with Peyton Tolley. He is now an inning and 2/3 away from an all-time career high in pro ball. 108 the pitch to McNeil. Long-time Met line to third, into left field, a base hit. You know, Peyton was not that sharp in his last start against the Orioles. 5 2/3, 8 hits. He did strike out 9, but there's been more contact, and I think fatigue is definitely something to monitor.
Yeah, absolutely. That ball's supposed to be up in the zone, kind of leak downward. And when Tolley gets hit, that tends to happen. The ball's down in the zone. They're able to get the barrel to it. Really good piece of hitting, driving that ball the other way right there. You know, he is pitching today on 6 days rest. They're trying to give him an extra breather anytime they can.
Which usually means so much to him. Here's Henry Bolte, who takes a pitch, called a ball on the inside corner. Another top draft pick, second round in 2022. Palo Alto, California. Town that I know a thing or two about. Out of high school, he was picked 4 years ago. 1-0. Pitch with a grunt, a strike on the inside corner. Get to the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Subaru summer finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. 1-0 A's, bottom 2. Leadoff man is aboard here. Tolley throws. Swing and a miss. Now that was a really good cutter, which I think Lenny at times has been his best pitch this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's an outstanding pitch. When you've got a fastball that you throw over 70% of the time, you got to have something off of that, or something with a little bit of a wrinkle that ties those right-handed batters up. That's it right there. Start that inner third, let it work.
Bolte waiting for a 1-2. McNeil leading at first, held over there by Contreras. Here's the pitch. Foul on the first base side.
We talked about the heat today. It's fortunate there's a nice little shadow. Tolley didn't have to take the rubber at any point while he's in the sun during the game today.
Same little energy as the game goes on. 1-2 to Bolte. Pitch. That is just low. Another cutter, and it's 2-2. You know, shipping out Connolly early, Lenny, it does make you think the Red Sox are not done trading pieces. We keep hearing about shortstop and more offense. 2-2. Chopper towards short, not hit hard enough to turn 2, but Monasterio gloves to second for 1. That's it. They throw through to first anyway, but they get the lead runner, McNeil, and there's 1 down. I will not be surprised even a little bit if the Red Sox add more starting pitching.
I think that's definitely a need. You know, Early was probably their number 4 or 5 guy. There was a little bit of regression since last season where he was your game 1 wild card starter. But yeah, you don't want to have to rely on young arms that are reaching benchmarks as far as pitch count late in the season.
Alika Williams, right-handed hitter, swings it, fouls it off on the first base side. So so many ripple effects of the trade for Meade. Early gone, you need more starting pitching. But the shortstop position, I think, very much is in the microscope right now. And I thought what they chose to do last night was totally interesting. Here's a pitch that is just up and away. You know, Sung-Chae Chang has been very reliable defensively. They optioned him down to AAA. And I thought the fact that it sounded to me like Chad Tracy told Craig Breslow, you're not taking Anthony Siegler from this team. I loved that. Here's the 1-1. Down and in. Number one, because it just speaks to Chad's leadership style. Number two, it means that he and Craig are in lockstep. And Siegler, who's been such an igniter for this team, earned the right to stay around. But it does raise a question. 2-1 the pitch. Looped into left field, real trouble. Duran had to play deep. It's down for a hit. And the A's have 2 on now. And one out the light, hitting Alika Williams. Bloops one in. And here come the Athletics.
Yeah, that was another cutter. It's a little bit elevated. You know, he gets more swing and miss when that ball's down in the zone and off the plate. That one actually clipped the corner. You don't want to throw that belt high. But to go back to what you're saying about Siegler, this is a guy, if you get rid of him from what he's done on the field for this Red Sox and as just being an igniter in the clubhouse as well, you fear losing the clubhouse at any point when you do that.
2 on, 1 out for Lawrence Butler, breakout star a couple years ago, not having the same kind of years. Peyton misses with another cutter. Lenny, he's not trusting the four-seamer right now at all.
Not at all. We've seen it. It's 95 to 97 so far today, but he's really shied away from it. That's the fear that you were talking about. You give up a solo shot and you go away from your best pitch.
1-0 to Butler, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Now that was a great cutter. Butler, 198. 5 homers and 25 driven in. Talk about a supernova star a couple years ago, defensively and at the plate. 1-1. Double play depth behind Peyton. 1 down, 2 on the pitch. Runners go, throw to third. In time, they got him. Great throw, Bong.
At this angle, definitely looks like he got the glove down. Again, not a great jump.
They will not look, and that was so close. Thank you very much.
The throw was right on the money right there.
Thank you, Connor Wong. 2-1 to Butler. Runner at second now with 1 down. Pitch. Soft ground ball off the mound. The shortstop Monasterio's got it. He throws to first in time, and the inning is over. This is what losing teams do. They give you chances.
Huge favor right there from the A's.
Thank you very much.
Scoring position already.
More on Monasterio and the shortstop spot overall. When we return, 1-0 A's, the Red Sox will have Monasterio, Wong, and Yoshida on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's Tom Caron, trusted voice of the Boston Red Sox and proud owner of a Ford Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV. And with the EcoBoost engine and max towing capacity of 5,000 pounds, I can tow my boat no problem. Selectable drive modes are perfect for going outfield. And seating for 7 means there's room for my team. My Explorer lets me handle pretty much anything, from highway to Fenway to Maine. Check out Ford's winning lineup at your New England Ford dealers.
There is nothing like the feeling of coming home to yourself after a struggle with cancer. For nearly 80 years, Dana-Farber has given people their life back. Because nothing is as effective against cancer as discovery after discovery after discovery. If your world is touched by cancer, Dana-Farber can help you come home again. Dana-Farber breakthroughs are possible thanks to the Jimmy Fund and you.
You've spent all winter waiting for baseball season. Now it's the time to make the most of summer.
Just a short drive from Boston? Maine feels like a world away. This is a destination forged by nature and made for adventure. Rugged coastlines, lighthouse views, fresh seafood, and welcoming small towns full of character. From family vacations to spontaneous weekend escapes. Discover why Maine is a favorite summer tradition. Plan your next trip at visitmaine.com. That's visitmaine.com.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Andre Monasterio leads it off. The pitch from Perkins up and in for ball one. This guy, Monasterio, has been awesome. 11 for his last 23, and that's a big reason why the Red Sox are comfortable sending Cheng out, at least for the time being. 1-0. Pitch. That's way up and outside. This is like the first at-bat to Yoshida. Two big misses, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, you got to let him dig his own hole sometimes. Monasterio has just been a doubles machine. Been doing an outstanding job leading off innings as well, setting the tone.
8-game hitting streak. 2-0. 1-0 A's. The pitch is inside. He looked like he was ready to go there, Lenny. That was not a take swing, but an easy one, and now it's 3-0.
Yeah, 2-0. You got to be able to drive a ball, but I tell you what, if it's not there, go take your base.
3-0 with Wong on deck. Pitch. That was a take all the way, and it's 3-1. Anyway, Lenny, I think the fact that Cheng got optioned down says they feel very good about Monasterio. It also tells me something's coming at that position. I really believe it. 3-1 to Mona. Here's the pitch, and it is outside ball four. That is great from Monasterio. A hot hitter who's willing to be patient. And the leadoff man is aboard in the third.
Yeah, talk about setting the tone. You're just looking for this offense to get runners on so they can go to work. If you had your pick out of everybody out there, shortstop, who would my guy is Abrams. If I could have Abrams, complete hitter, average, power, kind of does it all.
I mean, you're asking me if there's anybody in the game I could have?
Well, within reason.
Here's Connor Wong. Pitch is way outside. Perkins does not have a lot right now. And that is ball one.
By the way, that walk brought to you by North Shore Adult Diapers. For even the heaviest control problems, visit northshore.com.
Long comes in, 266. Homer in 15, driven in. Monasterio's got a medium lead at first. They throw over there, and it almost bounces through. Against a pitcher like this, Lenny, in a ballpark like this, I think the Red Sox should run very little.
Yeah, you got to keep the bat in the hands of the offense. Let them do their job. But this is also a guy that can lose control just to show the fact that you might be running can get him off his game even more.
In between his ears.
That's it.
1-0 to Wong. Mono leading, held over there by McNeil. A fastball way high. That's 6 balls to miss to begin the inning, and none of them close. Anyway, if you're going to ask the question, there's a guy in Kansas City who's pretty good.
I said within reason.
I don't see any world with it that they trade him. I will say, on the periphery, I've heard some rumblings that there is an elite star who plays in Cincinnati, who the Reds are thinking about what they might be able to get for him. The question becomes, it all centers around Franklin Arias, who's had this breakout season at AA, now AAA as a 20-year-old. 2-0 to Wong. Pitch is a check swing, called a strike. That was very close. And it's 2-1. That was at the top of the zone.
That's the thing, though, right? When you start getting to those elite shortstops, guys that are proven big leaguers, you get into the territory where you're starting to get rid of Ianson and Witherspoon and Arias. What are you willing to give up?
2-1 to Wong. Pitch is right there. I'll tell you what, I'm not the GM who's on an absolute heater. He's had so many wins this year, but for those guys, really almost nobody's off the table for me. 2-2 to Wong. Monasterio leads at first with nobody out. Pitch is a chopper to short. Might be a double play. Wilson feeds to second for one over to first, two, a double play. That is so disappointing. Leadoff walk on 4 pitches. Get ahead 2-0 and then take a couple strikes and bounce into a 6-4-3.
Yeah, you got to get a pitch to drive. If you get a mistake, you got to get the ball in the air. It's a little rollover ground ball to shortstop. Got to do more than that, especially in that count.
All right, here now Massa, who walked his first time. With Meade again out on deck. His pitch low. Third inning brought to you by Citgo, a club you want to get into. Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents a gallon on your first fill-up. 1-0 pitch. Massa bloops it into shallow left field. Coming on is Thomas. He's there to make the play. Very little offense so far. The Red Sox hitless through 3. 1-0 Athletics in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
You lock the hotel room door, then check it again, and maybe one more time. Because even the nicest room can feel unfamiliar at night. That's why She's Birdie created Birdie Box. With She's Birdie, you can bring peace of mind with you. Birdie Box is a portable travel door alarm for hotels, dorms, Airbnbs, and anywhere you stay away from home. Just attach it to the door frame, switch it on, and if someone opens the door, Birdie Box blasts a loud siren and flashing alarm to alert you and everyone nearby. Because the best part of travel isn't worrying. It's sleeping soundly. Birdie Box from She's Birdie. Locking in peace of mind wherever you stay. For safer, more confident travel, visit shesbirdie.com. That's SHESBIRDIE.com.
EEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Jacob Wilson, Jack's son, leads it off, and the right-handed hitter takes pitch down. And this guy, his feet move more than any hitter in the game. When he swings the bat, it's like he's walking on hot coals. When a pitch comes through the zone, open stance, then he squares up. Pitch is chopped foul on the third base side.
I had a dog once that every time I take it for a walk to do its duty, it was very similar action. Right before. I couldn't find that right spot.
A lot of circling.
A couple circles, yeah.
1-1 to Wilson. Misses outside, and it's 2-1. What did that dog think of your tarantulas?
Oh, this is pre-tarantula, Lenny. This is years and years ago.
Around the time you were here for so many years. The 2-1. Swinging a foul. The Wilson got that one off his front foot. It must be so frustrating for Mark Kotze and everybody here with the Athletics, because it felt like they had something really special going with Soderstrom and Kurtz and Brent Rooker, and even this guy, Jacob Wilson, who's only played 66 games this year. They got a real fun young core. They're moving to a new ballpark in a couple of seasons in Las Vegas. 2-2 foul on the first base side.
Yeah, Dallas Braden talking to him before the game. He had an interesting point of view going to Vegas. That's going to be the 1 year where there's a lot of unknowns going into free agency. How's it going to play in this ballpark? Is it going to help pitching, help offense? We just don't know yet, so we're going to have to see.
2-2. Changeup fouled off on the third base. That actually a curveball there from Peyton. And, of course, the unknown is whether the A's will actually spend. They've been so reluctant to do that. They have started to lock up some of their young players. 2-2. Ground ball towards short. Monasterio backhands. He plants. He throws to first in time. And there's one away. Yeah, there are a lot of shortstops out there to continue that dialogue, Lenny. Some that I think people might not be thinking about. Is it likely they land one of those big fish? Probably not. But I know they're invested in trying to swing as big as they can.
If you get a guy that's 25 with years of control, too, it's not like you're just getting a rental to help this ball club either. You're thinking about years in the future.
Here's the pitch to Soderstrom, and that misses outside for ball one.
That just makes the price tag that much more as well.
It does, and that's in a lot of ways, though, where the Red Sox can really swing big because they've got the wherewithal to do that in a way other clubs don't. The 1-0 is outside. I also think the looming labor strife is interesting in that way. Can he lock somebody up right now with the pending uncertainty? Do the rules change with the new CBA? 2-0, swing and a miss. He's not throwing the four-seamer. Look, we know that the four-seam fastball can get hit hard here, and it carries, but you wonder whether that's taken some of Tolley's aggression away. 2-1 the pitch. That is a miss. I mean, he looked to go outside there, and he yanked that cutter inside, and it's 3-1.
Well, the four-seamer is 97 to Soderstrom in the first inning for that solo shot, but you're right. You don't want to pitch away from it because one guy got the barrel to it.
3-1 is a check swing. He went around, and that is a full count.
Now at Shaw's and Star Market, it's a 10 for $10 sale. Save on items like Fage Greek yogurt and vitamin water. Pantry favorites like Prince Pasta and Star-Kissed Chunk White Tuna. And cool treats like Haagen-Dazs cups. Had one of those last night.
You did, but I bet the ones at Shaw's and Star Market are a little easier to eat. The 3-2 is ball four outside. Yeah, it was a 97-mile-an-hour four-seamer, but Soderstrom, who homered his first time, walks here with one down in the bottom of the third, and that'll bring up Jonah Heim.
Yeah, that Haagen-Dazs was at the bottom of the cooler, apparently, breaking my teeth off.
They take such good care of us on the chartered plane.
They sure do.
But there are so many times when you get those little ice creams, and honestly, it's like playing a snare drum with a spoon as a swing and a foul back to the screen, and it's 0-1.
I opened it up, and it was just like this little thing of chocolate Haagen-Dazs ice cream was looking at me for like 30 minutes until I could actually make a dent.
Even like
torture.
Make an intonation with the spoon, an indent. 1-0 A's bottom three, double play depth behind Peyton. Outfield very deep as it always has to be here. The pitch is popped up straight back and foul. On a play, and it's 0-2.
We might get one tonight. I'm feeling good.
Well, you're limited, although that is your catching hand.
My catching hand.
You're also taking a big risk. Do not try to catch it with your left hand.
I'm slingless right now.
Don't set back your recovery. Must be a little liberating anyway.
100%. Feels so good being out of that thing for just a little bit.
0-2. Tolley throws and a swing and a miss. He got him. Cutter in under the hands. Peyton has got his second strikeout and a big one. 2 down in the bottom of the third.
Well, that was a good one right at the bottom of the zone. 91 miles an hour is hard, but you can't throw a better located pitch. Right on the corner, on the inside corner and down.
If you just want to know what is troubling the Athletics these days, Jonah Heim is batting third. They're hurt, and they are not doing it as Colby Thomas swings and misses. That's a sinking fastball, 95 miles an hour, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, it's nice when you show up at the ballpark, you look at the lineups, and Kurtz is not there.
Ordinarily, he's right in the middle of the league leaders. The 0-1 inside with a fastball. League leaders brought to you by AZEC Exteriors, the leaders in exterior trim moldings. Not long ago, a year ago, so many Athletics were at the top of the league leaders. 1-1. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Blew him away with 95. This game is fickle, and we saw it with the Blue Jays, who looked unstoppable a year ago, and they're probably going to be sellers and out of it this season. Same story here with the Athletics. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 on, 2 out pitch. Fouled back. Another fastball. He's leaning on that pitch more now. And it remains 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, typically he's about 71, 72% four seam. You've seen a lot more cutters. But because of all the cutters he's throwing, that fastball at 95 is playing up a little bit at the moment.
1-2. Pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Cut fastball. Peyton strikes out a pair after a 1-out walk. We go to the fourth. Time for the offense to get it going. 1-0 Athletics. Meade, Contreras, and Abreu on the Shaws and Star Market. WEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
What if one bottle could replace the benefits of 8 steps in your skincare routine? Get glass-like skin and your time back with the resurfacing compound by U Beauty. This transformative serum works to visibly brighten, smooth, and even your skin while helping minimize the look of pores, dark spots, and fine lines, all in one multitasking formula. It's breakthrough science and streamlined simplicity in a single step. For science-proven results without the clutter or confusion, shop the resurfacing compound by U Beauty now at ubeauty.com. That's the letter U, BEAUTY.com. Try U Beauty today.
Hi, it's Justin from Stop and Shop, but in the summertime, I'm better known as Grill Master Jay. You can find me in the Grill Master's natural habitat, our meat department. Sure, we have your classic burgers and dogs, but it's our Nature's Promise grass-fed steaks that'll really wow your cookout guests. And that's just the start. Make sure you swing by our meat department because we're going to be rolling out feel-good deals and high-quality meats all summer long to keep your cookouts sizzling. Good things are in store at Stop and Shop.
Life can feel overwhelming, but on my podcast, From the Heart with Rachel Braithen, we're in it together. Every Friday, a new episode brings you a new story with topics on motherhood, wellness, self-love, and more. Listen to From the Heart with Rachel Braithen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Curtis Meade leads it off as we go to the top of the fourth inning. 1-0 Athletics pitch. Curtis tried to stop his swing and could not on a sweeper. It must be so wild, Lenny, to come to a new team, trying to make an impression, make a statement. He struck out in the first inning. He has got different actions in the batter's box than almost anyone I've ever seen. 0-1. Here's the pitch. And that is a good take on a slider outside. We heard that he changed his stance, his hand position, his alignment, his swing path.
Yeah, very relaxed setup, stands really tall. Most of his weight is on his front foot, which is atypical, but once the pitch comes, he gets on that back foot.
1-1 hits him on the left hand, and man, he's shaking that out. He does have a guard on that left hand, and he's now got his hand on his knees, taking off the protective guard on the left leg. Chad Tracy out of the dugout, but I think Curtis is okay. He is. Actually, was that the forearm, Lenny?
Looks like he got him just above the guard. He actually has 2 guards, a forearm guard and a hand guard, and he got him right in between, sort of the wrist area.
Oof. No thanks. He's talking to Pablo Cabrera, giving him a little extra time. One thing I thought was really smart and cool with the Red Sox is Curtis was walking onto the field. The clubhouses here in Sacramento are in left field. So to take the field, you have to come through the outfield wall and come all the way to the dugouts. Here's Wilson Contreras. 1 on, none out. 1-0 A's for now. Second look for Wilson. Here's the pitch, and it is a strike right there. Curtis was walking onto the field, and on his left hip was Jose David Flores, the bench coach. And you know that they were talking about signs and signals and things they pick up and all the sort of philosophical things that have helped this team roll lately. 1-1 to Wilson. Throw to first, and Meade dives back in. Curtis did steal 6 bases with the Nationals.
Yeah, it can be a strange dynamic coming into a brand new clubhouse, a bunch of guys that you've just played against recently. Kind of getting in the mix and figuring out your place.
1-1 to Wilson.
You don't want to do too much, though. That's the thing.
Pitch. Swing and a miss. That's a really good changeup there. I think Wilson thought he'd get a fastball. He did not, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, Wilson's chasing the breaking ball and the changeup down below the zone. A lot so far in this game. I want to see him get something up. The first pitch of that's at bat. It's the one that got away.
He's actually in a little mini funk, Wilson is. 0 for his last 9. Those usually do not last long. 0-2. Pitch. Chopper foul on the third base side. I mean, really, it only happened one time. Kind of going into the All-Star break, Lenny, before the suspension, and then he came back and caught fire again.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. That's what the best hitters do. They go out there and make the adjustment as soon as possible. Well, many funks happen throughout the season.
0-2, Mead at first, nobody out. Pitch is a check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. He knew it. He tried to pretend he held up, but he did not. So he's struck out, and here comes Wilyer Abreu. The other thing, Lenny, you know, this Red Sox team has been so resilient. This is their third West Coast trip in 6 weeks. And all kinds of travel difficulties. It's a very real thing. Your biorhythms are so off coming west. These days feel like they take forever till you play the game. Here's Abreu. Pitch is loop foul on the third base side. It's probably harder going back east the first day, but still, I mean, we landed here last night at midnight East Coast time, 9 o'clock local, and then these guys are so used to kind of waking up, having breakfast, doing a couple things, and then going to the ballpark. This was just kind of a wait-and-see day.
Seems like it takes so long.
0-1 to Wilyer. Throw to first. These have been the show-and-go Red Sox, and they were not today. I mean, they were, but he had to wait 10 hours to show and go.
Yeah, this is basically on 10:30 time for the Red Sox right now. That's not an excuse, it's just a fact.
It's a very real thing. Here's Wilyer taking a high fastball. Yeah, it's 1-1. Also, very different environment here. There are a ton of Red Sox fans. I was just walking the concourse before the game. It is loaded with Red Sox jerseys and T-shirts. 1-1 to Wilyer. Here's the pitch, and it is popped up on the right side. Second baseman Williams comes on. McNeil, the first baseman, yields. And Abreu's gone for out number 2. Sometimes I've found, Lenny, and I've never played the game and never had to see 95 after a long 6-hour plane flight. It seems to me that it's like one big swing kind of jolts everybody and wakes everybody up.
Yeah, that can be contagious. That momentum swing can happen very quickly. But if you're in a little mini funk, a little slump, you want to go out there and see as many pitches as possible.
Here's Cedon. He's had such a fabulous season. The pitch to him is swung on a miss. Now, that's something we've just not seen from him at all. Sweeper, flat-footed swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, go up there with the mentality of seeing a pitch, maybe 2, especially when he's dialed in right now with the breaking ball. If he's getting swing and miss, he's going to go to it quite often.
0-1. Pitch. High fly into right field. It'll hang up for Butler. He's over to his right, and an easy play to end the inning. Not much going so far for the Red Sox after a West Coast sojourn. 1-0 A's, bottom 4 next. In the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet, so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Ready, set, summer. With the Honda Summer Event. With available features like all-terrain tires and off-road tuned suspension, the rugged Honda Pilot, Ridgeline, CR-V, and Passport have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
You lock the hotel room door, then check it again. And maybe one more time, because even the nicest room can feel unfamiliar at night. That's why She's Birdie created Birdie Box. With She's Birdie, you can bring peace of mind with you. Birdie Box is a portable travel door alarm for hotels, dorms, Airbnbs, and anywhere you stay away from home. Just attach it to the door frame, switch it on, and if someone opens the door, Birdie Box blasts a loud siren and flashing alarm to alert you and everyone nearby. Because the best part of travel isn't worrying, it's sleeping soundly. Birdie Box from She's Birdie, locking in peace of mind wherever you stay. For safer, more confident travel, visit shesbirdie.com. That's SHESBIRDIE.com.
Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app now. Back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
To the bottom of the fourth we go. First pitch swung on a miss by Tommy White. Two bouncer to Caleb Durbin's got to hurry. Throw to first just in time. Again, Contreras with the right foot on the bag. Kind of moved his body out of the runner's lane toward the coach's box. Nicely done, one away.
That's great awareness by Wilson Contreras right there. The Red Sox on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford puts quality first, and now they're the first in quality. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water.
First time you walked into this ballpark was 2008, Lenny. You were 28 years old. After a great run with the Red Sox. World champion in 04 as Jeff McNeil waits for Connor Wong. Did he need a new transponder? I'm not sure what happened right there, but Connor is back behind the plate. Now Peyton Tolley staring into McNeil, who singled his first time, and now a cutter misses outside ball one. What do you remember about that time in your life?
Well, you know, I just came off probably my best season stats-wise. 2007, I was in Oakland the whole year. 20 starts, 15 relief appearances.
Here's a high pop on the third base side. Foul. Wong, the catcher, looks to have room, and he does. And just like that, 2 away.
In that offseason, they went out and they got Dana Eveland, Gio Gonzalez, Greg Smith, 3 lefties. And when you go out and get other guys from other organizations that are younger than you, they expect them to go out and play. And I was kind of the odd man out. So I spent some time in Oakland in 2008, mostly out of the bullpen. I believe I made a couple starts as well. If I'm not mistaken, it's been quite some time. But yeah, I kind of got shipped out to Sacramento. You got to do what you got to do.
And here you are 18 years later. Isn't that amazing? The pitch is down and in. It's such a weird thing as that's the 110th pitch, brought to you by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. Visit any of their 33 locations all throughout New England. 1-0 to Henry Bolte. The pitch. Ground ball to short. Monasterio bobbles it. That's going to be an error on Andrew. And something we've been talking about all night. Something to watch. It's one thing to be a fill-in player, another to be an everyday shortstop. So an error extends the inning for Alika Williams and cost Tolley some extra pitches.
Yeah, that's something that the Red Sox have been so good out throughout this season. Good pitching, good defense. They go hand in hand. Without one, you're not going to have the other. Tolley's job's to pick him up right here. Give him another ground ball.
1 on, 2 out. Pitch. Beauty. But called a ball a little bit low. Yeah, I think it's where you were asking me about the shortstops that are rumored, that are out there. It's where somebody like Zach Neto gets a little challenging because the defensive numbers are not good at all. 1-0, the pitch. Fouled on the first base side. And it's 1-1. I mean, I think we've seen it this week, Lenny, on this roster. I mean, they keep Anthony Sigler, but he's been a spark plug, a guy who's in there all day, every day. And they go and make a move for Curtis Mead. So,
and he's not, known for a defensive player either. His best spot is second base.
1-1 misses down and in.
But it's purely an offensive approach right there. That's why you're getting him over to the Red Sox. He can go out there and do damage to the left field.
But I mean, it impacts Romy Gonzalez too, who will play a bunch on this road trip. A lot of left-handed pitchers slated to see the Red Sox. 2-1. Pitch fouled on the first base side.
The fourth inning is brought to you by Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car could be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, 1-0 A's in the fourth. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. There is a good fastball. The best he's thrown all night. Elevated. And we're through 4. A's 1, Sox nothing. When we return, Boston will have Durbin Duran and Monasterio on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Hi, this is Caleb Durbin. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Caleb Durbin leads it off as we go to the top of the fifth. The Sox don't have a hit. The pitch to Durbin, way high ball one. Lenny, I swear, if the Red Sox had a mindset, don't swing till you have a strike called against you, they'd be in a better spot.
Absolutely, because we've seen it so often throughout this game. First couple pitches are balls, but you're swinging at it, put yourself in a bad spot.
1-0 to Caleb. Swinging a high pop into right field, and easily played there by Lawrence Butler. It's interesting. I mean, that pitch was 4 inches above the zone. They're just a little jumpy in a way they've not been throughout this hot streak, Lenny.
Yeah, when they're at their best, they're putting themselves in 2-0, 2-1 counts consistently. Getting that pitch where pitchers are trying to get back into the count. They're getting to 2 strikes really quickly in these at-bats, and they don't have to. These are a lot of balls.
There's Duran, who grounded to first his first time. The pitch, swing and a miss. That's another ball. It's so easy to say from here, but the hallmark of this offense has been letting pitchers beat themselves. I really think they're doing Perkins some favors here tonight. 1-0. Duran does it again, swings and misses at a changeup that was down and away, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, they're making him look really good. I mean, his fastball hovers around 96 miles an hour. It's a good one, especially at the top of the zone. That changeup right there at 90.
That's a perfect pitch from Perkins. Not easy for Duran, but still. First responders 9% more likely to develop cancer, but early detection saves lives. Visit Direct Connect program at Dana-Farber for more information. 0-2 to Duran. Monasterio on deck to pitch. Swing and a miss. Not close on a changeup. And they're 2 away. Baseball is count leverage, Lenny.
You know, it was a really good sequence by Perkins. Fastball up at the top of the zone. Changeup right at the bottom of the zone. And you're an 0-2 count. You don't want to give him anything to hit. And that ball was probably 8 inches down and off the plate. But you got to protect once you get to 2 strikes.
It kind of becomes one of those mental checks for the Red Sox right now. I mean, it's only the 5th inning. They got a lot of way to go, and they've been so resilient. Again, long cross-country trip. Here's Monasterio, the pitch. He has a strike on the inside corner. I told you before the game, I think he's going to hit one onto those clubhouses out in left. He's been so hot. Walked his first time. 0-1, the pitch is lined high and deep into right field, but it hangs up. Butler in front of the warning tracks there to make the play in a 1-2-3 inning for the Red Sox. They've had 6 guys retired in a row. And guess what? They don't have a hit through 5. 1-0 A's in the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, real people tell their stories live on stage.
I burst into tears. And I wasn't sure if I was crying because
I hadn't been kissed in a really long time, or if I had just never been kissed like that before.
To hear fascinating, heartbreaking, and sometimes hilarious stories from astronauts, teachers, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Peyton Tolley back to the mound for the bottom of the fifth, but a major development here as Lawrence Butler takes a strike on the outside corner. Curtis Mead has left the game. Brandon Henry, the trainer, and Curtis walked all the way across the diamond. Looking at his left wrist as the 0-1 is swung on it, fouled back to the screen. He was pointing just above that wrist, kind of mid-forearm. And you know they're going to take x-rays in just a moment. You would think they got them here, but you never know in these AAA facilities. Meade did stay in the game, but then obviously could not continue. Anthony Siegler is now the second baseman. 0-2 to Butler. Pitch outside the curveball, and it's 1-2. What a nightmare.
Yeah, that would be an absolute blow if in fact it's broken, or he'll have to miss extended time. We don't know as of yet. Hopefully it's just precautionary.
1-2. Liner foul on the third base side. You want to be careful. I mean, he's so important to everything you're trying to do. Reading body language, it didn't look like he was all that worried, but I do think they're taking every precaution. But at that area, wrist, forearm, all that stuff, so much can go wrong as the pitch misses outside to Butler, and it's 2-2.
You know, oftentimes that'll have a huge lump on it. I didn't see any sort of lump.
No.
You didn't have ice on or anything like that.
To me, those are encouraging signs. 2-2 is fouled on the third base side. That's exactly right, Lenny, where you get hit on the hand, the wrist, whatever. You can play through it for a little bit, and then, or you foul a ball off your foot and it just explodes. It didn't look like that was happening.
No, not from the angle we saw.
Another 2-2. Swing and a miss. He blew him away. Man, that is 97 miles an hour. Top of the zone. The Red Sox, no runs, no hits, and an error. A's 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. Updated box score brought to you by the Mass State Lottery and Keno. It's a vibe and a home run.
We talked about how he was getting away from the four-seam fastball, going toward that cutter, but I'll tell you what, he's feeling it now.
Yes, he is. Here's Wilson, who lines one down the left field line, foul. Wow. Looks like he was sitting on that pitch. Looked like a cutter in, and Wilson just looped it foul, strike one.
97. The fastball is feeling good. You got to be able to spot that up. That's the biggest reason why that pitch works, is being able to locate that above the strike zone. Most of his swing and misses in that location.
So Peyton does have 5 strikeouts tonight. Subaru Summer finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. You know, the Yankees lost Cody Bellinger earlier today. They trailed the White Sox 3-0. The pitch is outside. Well, now after 8 innings, the Yankees lead 9-4.
Next man up for those guys. This has been unbelievable. Judge in the rib.
1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Here it is, 95 again, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, this is your typical Peyton Tolley, going right after these guys with fastballs, locating very, very well right now.
Jazz Chisholm, Ben Rice have had big hits. Here's a swing and a foul on the first base side. And wouldn't you know it, Ali Sanchez the catcher. Has 3 runs batted in. On a homer against Sean Newcomb. Sox are trying to catch the Yankees right now. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Cutter, beauty. Peyton's feeling it right now, and they're 2 away.
He's attacking the zone. Fastball's playing right now. Now he's just sprinkling in a cutter every now and then. He's making that fastball play up even more. But using it at the top of the zone, if he can get the ball up there consistently, you can see a lot more of that.
He's thrown 76 pitches. Lenny, it's almost like he was pitching backwards today, given this ballpark. And now the A's are saying, whoa, that is a pretty good fastball. 2 down. Tyler Soderstrom takes a strike. He's produced the only run in the game. Jonah Heim is on deck. Who's on deck? Presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Where the wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. Fastball from Peyton, 96, misses, and it's 1-1.
The third time around the lineup right now. He started Soderstrom off with a curveball, 80 miles an hour down at the bottom of the zone for a strike. Just going to show that pitch in there.
1-1. Cutter outside. Code word of the game is Moneyball. Make sure to enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points.
Always thought they did Jeremy Brown wrong in that.
Me too. 2-1. Way outside.
I played with Jeremy Brown.
He wasn't that big.
Jeremy Brown was not that big. And he wasn't tripping over bases consistently. Like now everybody thinks he's
some elephant.
Yes. Come on. He's an athlete.
3-1. Pitch. That is a strike. Beauty. Fastball 96, and it's 3-2. Heard J.P. Ricciardi on EEI today talking about how he knows the real story of how it went down in the Moneyball era. 3-2. Chopper towards short. Monasterio plays the second hop with a backhand. Throws to first in time. Inning over. Great job by Tolley. Again, time for the offense. 1-0 Athletics in the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The podcast Campus Files is back with more stories of scandal, crime, and intrigue on college campuses.
It is not hard to destroy a college.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You lock the hotel room door, then check it again, and maybe one more time, because even the nicest room can feel unfamiliar at night. That's why She's Birdie created Birdie Box. With She's Birdie, you can bring peace of mind with you. Birdie Box is a portable travel door alarm for hotels, dorms, Airbnbs, and anywhere you stay away from home. Just attach it to the door frame, switch it on, and if someone opens the door, Birdie Box blasts a loud siren and flashing alarm to alert you and everyone nearby. Because the best part of travel isn't worrying, it's sleeping soundly. Birdie Box from She's Birdie. Locking in peace of mind wherever you stay. For safer, more confident travel, visit shesbirdie.com. That's SHESBIRDIE.com.
Play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Connor Wong leads it off as we go to the 6th. The Red Sox have been no hit through 5. Jack Perkins throws, and Connor takes a ball outside, 1-0.
Did you say no hit?
Yeah, no hit.
Huh.
No hits. The Athletics have not allowed a hit.
They have not given up a hit. Okay. 10-4.
1-0 to Wong. Pitch to him is ripped down the left field line. That's extra bases for the Red Sox. I don't believe in jinxes, but I'll pay it off right there. Wong is into second base. Stand up, lead off, double, and you can listen to the Red Sox crowd in Sacramento.
So that's what you mean by hit, right?
That's
okay, so one. Count it. One hit. Oh my goodness. Let's see a few more of those.
They've also not scored a run, Lenny. They've been shut out in the game.
No home runs? No 2-run home runs?
Here's Massa. Okay. Listen to these fans. Just took one hit as Massa bounces it back to the mound, and Perkins' gloves thought about throwing to second, but Wong just got back in time. Unproductive out for Massa. That is not good at all to bounce one back like that on the first pitch.
Yeah, just bad placement right back to the pitcher. Wise move by Wong, getting back to the bag in time. Siegler up now. He's been a lightning rod for this Red Sox club so far this season.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is the Red Sox debut of Curtis Mead. But he was hit by a pitch on the left wrist. He is out. Siegler in. I mean, we might as well be in Boston right now. Listen to these fans. All right, here's Siegler. He was ambushed. He's in the game. Pitch is fouled off on the first base side. I adore what Chad Tracy said before the game. I could not justify sending him down. Couldn't. He's meant too much to this team.
Can't do it. This is a guy, I tell you what, when he's getting base hits, he's looking to the dugout, trying to fire up this team any way, shape, or form.
0-1 is low. He will go crazy if he does something right here.
I'm here for it.
Jose Suarez is warming up in the Athletics bullpen. He is a left-hander. You got Contreras on deck, then Abreu. 1-1 to Siegler. Pitch is a ground ball to second. High hop right at Williams. He gloves and throws to first in time. Good contact there. That's what they were looking for from Yoshida, but Siegler is retired. Wong to third, 2 down, and here's Contreras.
Yeah, good piece of that right there. 99.1 off the barrel. You know, they've been making Perkins look good throughout this outing, but they're starting to catch up right now. You look at Perkins' last 3 outings, 11 2/3 innings, 14 hits and 13 runs.
Visit to the mound. Check out the game score brought to you by Veg ER for Pets, the official emergency vet group of the Red Sox radio network. I suspected this, Lenny, walking around the ballpark before the game. It is insane how many Red Sox fans are here. Insane. I really believe it is more than half of the crowd that is wearing red.
Oh, we were both walking around the concourse. Tons of Red Sox fans. You were getting recognized left and right. Hey, Will Fleming.
I'm huge in Sacramento. All right, tying run at third. Here's Contreras. He's been so good in these spots. 1-0 A's. 2 down in the 6th. Pitch is outside. You get the feeling Perkins might kind of want to be careful here with Contreras. They got the lefty warming. Of course, buyer beware. Abreu's been so good against lefties.
Looked in the bullpen. I swear I thought that was Jeremy Brown warming up.
1-0 to Wilson. Here's the pitch. It is way outside. Wilson 326 this year with runners in scoring position with 6 home runs.
Talk about your lightning rod. He loves these moments.
If he gets something good to hit, he is going to come unglued right here. 2-0. The pitch is low and away. Good take. Bullpen report brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit interlockroofing.com and never re-roof again. And Lenny, I think it goes without saying, doesn't it? Green light all the way here for Wilson.
100%. That was a great take, that last pitch. It's a pitch he's been continually swinging over throughout the evening.
3-0. Tying run at third. Pitch is inside. It almost hit him. I think that'll probably do it for the right-hander. Mark Kotze thinking about it. Abreu due up. And with first and third, yes, here comes the Athletics manager. They will go to the bullpen to face Abreu. That walk brought to you by North Shore Adult Diapers. For even the heaviest control problems, visit northshore.com. Abreu to face Suarez, the lefty. First and third in the capital city of California. 1-0 A's in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, your New England Ford dealers remind you that this is the perfect time to check out all their great Ford truck offers. At Ford.com/local, you'll find special deals on Ford F-150, built Ford tough and smarter than ever. The legendary Super Duty, our most capable heavy-duty pickup, and the versatile Maverick, ready for your next adventure. Visit Ford.com/local and see why now's the time to buy or lease your new Ford truck.
Having health insurance is a must-have, and the Massachusetts Health Connector has a power-packed lineup in Connected Care plans that delivers. At the top of the order, lower premiums make monthly costs affordable. The middle of the lineup is packed with low copays and no deductibles, so you can save money on everything. From an urgent ER trip to managing chronic disease like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Round out the order access to Connected Care plans now at mahealthconnector.org, and you have a winning team with you and the Massachusetts Health Connector.
Jose Suarez, the left-hander, is on. Not missing many meals. The Red Sox have first and third with 2 down. Take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Jose Suarez is pitching with new dad strength of late. He's been really good since being reinstated from the paternity list on July the 2nd. So in a lot of ways, Mark Kotze says, you know what? I got a lead. We've not won a series. We don't win much ever. I'm going my best left-handed arm against Wilyer Abreu right here with first and third and 2 down in the 6th inning.
Well, anytime you bring a lefty in against Wilyer, I'm all for it. He's only batting .350 against them so far this season.
This dude is also allowed 13 of 26 inherited runners to score. All right, here's Abreu, who is 0 for 2 tonight. Cooling off in Sacramento. Hope the Red Sox offense continues to heat up. First and third for Abreu. Suarez sets. Long hold. He throws, and Wilyer way outside. A slider, not close. 1-0.
That's the approach you want to stick with. Anytime a guy comes out of the bullpen, you got to force him to come to you inside the strike zone. When a bullpen's not on, they come out and they put free runners on.
1-0. Set. And the pitch is a strike. This guy does look like the kind of dude who has a very good pickoff move. He sets, he brings his leg up, and then he looks to the first base side, and then without any indication comes home.
Yeah, a lot of head movement. Oftentimes with a lot of head movement looking towards first base comes ball 2 and ball 3.
1-1 to Wilyer. The pitch. He is way outside, a slider. Joe Castig, the Hall of Famer, who was in Cooperstown all weekend, would describe Suarez as the burly sort. All right, a hitter's count here for Wilyer. 2-1. First and third, the Sox lead. Pitch way outside. That's not even close. And it's 3-1. After that sequence, Lenny, what's Wilyer thinking right here?
You got to see one pitch into one zone. If it's a fastball down the middle, you got to come out of your shoes. If not, let it go. Get these bases loaded.
2-1, 2 out, 3-1 to Abreu. And he cleaned up tonight. Cedon is on deck. Here's the pitch, and time is called late by the catcher. That is absurd, I think, by Carlos Torres. Absurd. That was way too late. Don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on. The pitcher had started his windup. You can't do that. No. And by the way, the pitch was yanked inside. All right, maybe karma in the universe here. 3-1. Wilyer takes a deep breath. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and fouled back. Now that was a fastball in the outer half, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, something he thought he could get to. It was 93 right on the black.
That's the one he's stayed the other way with against left-handers.
You're going to see that ball deep. That one just got on him just a little bit too much.
Well, Contreras will get a running start at first now, 3-2. 2 down. Here's the pitch, and it is way outside, not close. So the bases will be loaded for Cedon.
It's my guy.
I love it.
I had a feeling.
And here's the deal. I mean, this crowd right now, it really is Fenway West. Cedon is 0 for 2. Really, I think, great patience there by Abreu. Base is loaded for Rafaela. Here's the pitch, and it is way outside, not close. I mean, Suarez just doesn't have it right now.
I remember when I was playing with Oakland in the Coliseum back in 2007, 2008, and the Red Sox would come into town, and it was the same story. Tons of red in the stands.
Cedon does not have a career grand slam. Good time for his first right here. 1-0. Pitch way outside, a fastball. 2-0. Lenny, we've said it all night. You want him to beat himself. Is this a take or just a total keyhole for Cedon?
I feel like it's got to be a keyhole. You want him to be aggressive on the right pitch. If it's not in that zone, right down the middle, if it's not a fastball, you got to go out there and take it.
2-0, bases loaded. 1-0 Athletics in the 6th. And time is called, this time a little bit more appropriately by Jonah Heim. And it is 2-0. Red Sox only 1 grand slam this year. Andrew Monasterio. Loaded up, 2 down. 2 balls, no strikes. Suarez is ready. He throws. Cedon swings and skies one into left field. Back on the warning track. Back at the wall. It is off the top of the wall and gone! Grand slam, Cedon! And it is 4-1 Red Sox! That's the Sacramento slam, but it counts just the same.
It looked like an elevated breaking ball. Cedon was able to get the barrel to it and get it up in the air. We talked all night. If you can get the ball in the air to left field, and I tell you what, I had a feeling Cedon was going to be the guy tonight.
You were right again. 361. That thing was high in the sky. Here's the pitch to Durbin, and that is a strike on the inside corner. 98 off the bat. Great at bat. I mean, that's just a great at bat. He knew it. I mean, it barely got out, but he spiked the bat when he launched that thing.
You know, Suarez missed arm side up.
Here's Durbin, who takes the ball low.
2 pitches in a row. One was a changeup, one was a fastball. He's trying to make that adjustment to get back in the zone. Oftentimes as a hitter, you realize that. Okay, he's probably going to try to come inside right now to make that adjustment, and he was in that zone.
And by the way, what a team at bat by Abreu right before. 1-1. Durbin waits. The avalanche is coming, you feel like, right now for this offense. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner. 11 homers now for Cedon. And wouldn't you know it, Chad Tracy's just had the magic pixie dust because he had a long talk with Cedon. He put Meade into the 2-hole, move Cedon down to 5, primarily so that Cedon could run more. Here's the 1-2, swing and a miss, but who cares? Durbin thinks he got a piece of it. He did. He fouled it in the dirt. And then the game just works out perfectly where Cedon has the key spot.
You know, possibility to get some more RBIs. It's worked out so far to his advantage.
Well, he does have the clutch gene big time. 1-2 to Durbin, who is struck out and flied to right. Now Elvis Alvarado, right-hander, throwing to the A's pen. What a swing. What a moment. 1-2 the pitch. Way high. I mean, this is the thing about Suarez. He, in some ways, like Perkins, did not have a whole lot going tonight. But the Red Sox, early in the game, just couldn't get it going. By the way, Cedon is now having an Uncrustable in the dugout. And Peyton Tolley almost drilled him with the weighted ball. Durbin drills one down the left field line, but foul. I mean, it is a bunch of kids playing a kid's game, Lenny, and they are feeling it right now.
Yeah, not Durbin, but Tolley's routine is, you know, when you get 2 outs, he stands up, starts to throw the weighted ball around, and Duran's kind of having a little snack after running that many feet around the bases. Don't get in the way of that.
2-2. To Durbin, 4-1 Red Sox. Here's the pitch, and it is chopped toward third and foul. By the way, it's a lot more work for the clubhouse staff and the trainers because you have to plan ahead. Everything is like 400 yards away in the clubhouses, so the Uncrustables, the medicines, the tape, the waters, everything. Extra unis.
You got packed for a picnic every time you come to the dugout.
2-2. Pitch is fouled back. You can tell the Red Sox offense is feeling much better right now.
They just woke up, you know. They're taking better pitches, getting to better quality counts for hitters. Early on, they were just a little over anxious, trying to swing at everything. They wanted to get that home run early and often.
The cool shot in the dugout of Cedon right next to Wilyer Abreu. Talk about the future for this team. 2-2 to Caleb. Pitch. Swinging a line drive down the right field line, slicing, fair ball inside the line. It bounces out of play onto the berm. An automatic double. We'll see what Mark Conce does here. Probably leave the lefty Suarez in for Duran, but they are swinging it all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's the evolution of Caleb Durbin, being able to drive the ball to right field. He's got that pull power we've been talking about that ever since he came over, but the ability to use all fields, hit the off speed away, and to drive the fastball when he gets into certain counts. That's what makes him so valuable offensively.
Cedon's slam has put the Red Sox ahead 4-1. Caleb at second with 2 down for Duran. This will inflate Suarez's ERA in a big way. Pitch. Duran skies one into left field. This thing's got a chance. It's back onto the warning track at the wall. It is caught by the center fielder Bolte. Duran gave it a ride, but the inning is over. Cedon, say yes. 4-1. We go to the bottom of the 6th on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
Thanks again for taking me to the game, man. I can't wait to get in there. By the way, what's in the bag?
Oh, I bring my own hot dog and peanuts. Saves a ton.
Savvy. And what about the beach chairs?
Why buy seats when you can save big and bring your own?
We can't get in without tickets.
Tickets? What do you think the portable TV is for?
Don't save money pretending to go to the game. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities. And most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Jen Arcand Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
All right, Peyton Tolley now pitching with a lead in the bottom of the 6th against Jonah Heim, who he has destroyed twice tonight. First pitch, strike on the outside corner. They have a great video on Nesson of Duran and Cedon laughing as it came off the field because Cedon, I said he spiked the bat. He was furious with himself. He thought he flied out to left, and it just kept on carrying. Meantime, Duran actually hit the ball hard into the gap in left center field. His was an out. Here is Heim taking a little bit low, and it's 1-1.
I can tell if, being in a clubhouse, growing up in a clubhouse, basically what Cedon probably said to him is, you know what, hey, next time I go to the gym, just come with me. Follow me.
2-1 is skied into center field. Cedon has a chance to flash some leather here. He's back to the track at the wall, but he is out of here. Jonah Heim, a home run to straightaway center field. Off the grounds crew shed. And it's 4-2.
That ball just kept going. Whatever the 403 sign.
Well, in this part, minute giveth and it taketh away.
Well, you want Tolley to get back into pitcher leverage counts. That's 94 down and in. Was able to get the barrel to it.
I mean, Peyton knew it, but it wasn't a bad pitch. Here is Colby Thomas, who takes outside. I mean, he knew it. Peyton watched Cedon give it his all, but no chance even for Spider-Man out there.
Yeah, it was a 2-1 count.
Yeah, count leverage. 1-0 foul on the first base side.
When he's at his best, he's getting to 0-2, 1-2, and he's using the top of the zone with that four-seamer, letting it ride with that 98th percentile extension.
1-1. Here's the pitch, and it's popped up. Twilight Sky, first base side foul. Does Contreras have room? No, it's off the screen there. Arbella Insurance Foundation, dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher. During this season, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund here for the Jimmy Fund here for good. And he's doing a very bold thing tonight. He's broadcasting without the sling on.
Well, I was doing this in pre and post games, and I took the sling off so I could put a jacket on.
1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Colby Thomas is fanned with a fastball. And they're 2 down. You just got to be careful, man.
And I noticed that I'm able to write now. A few days after breaking my radial head, I couldn't write. So progress. I can write, albeit slowly. It's not the greatest handwriting, but
you don't have good handwriting anyway.
That's true.
Chad Tracy's going to the bullpen. Wow. He's going to Slayton to face Tommy White, and that is it for Peyton Tolley. Wow. 90 pitches thrown. He's done. And listen to the ovation in Sacramento. Chad Tracy pulling all the right strings. 4-2 Red Sox. Slayton time in the bottom of the 6th on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hi, it's Tom Caron, trusted voice of the Boston Red Sox and proud owner of a Ford Explorer. Ford helps me manage life's curveballs with expert service and genuine Ford parts. Ford Pass app lets me check vehicle health and schedule service to keep my vehicle off the injured list. Remote Start lets me start my Explorer's cool down in summer and warm it up in winter. And with complimentary mobile service, pickup and delivery, they come to me at Fenway, the studio, or Maine. You can't beat that. Visit your New England Ford dealers to learn more.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Enter the Shaws and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. Plus, if our hometown team hits a Grand Slam during the September 26th game, you can win free groceries for a year. Official rules at Shars or starmarket.com/Grand Slam.
Delivered beautifully without a sling on. Come on. By the way, Cedon's home run, 382 feet. That drive to remember brought to you by the Lexus TX. Room for all your passions in 3 rows of luxurious comfort. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Sid Meir, is it a little weird to talk about passions in the back 3rd row of a Lexus?
Say what?
Here's Tommy White. Pitch is a ground ball in the first base side. 1 pitch for Slayton and 1 out. Contreras steps on the first base bag, and they're 2 down. Tolley was good. I don't think he had his best stuff, Lenny.
No, he didn't. But he went out there, he battled. He threw a lot more cutters early than I thought he was going to. His best pitch is that fastball. You want to stick with that as often as possible. 5 1/3, 7 strikeouts, only 1 walk. The 2 runs were solo shots in this ballpark. That says something.
You're right about that. You do great on a curve here. I thought it was cool how he was kind of cutter heavy early, and then he went to the 2-seamer, 4-seamer. I thought he thought his way through this start.
And the amount of cutters he threw kind of showed up. He was 8-0 as far as ground out to fly outs.
All right, here's Jeff McNeil, left-handed hitter, foul, and The first base side, a little liner, and that's strike one.
That's what the cutter does. It puts the ball on the ground frequently. And typically, if you make contact with the fastball, you're going to get that up in the air. So he could have been thinking about pitching this ballpark just a little more frequently than he typically does.
I think he did. I think he did that well. 0-1 to McNeil. Singled and fouled out. He swings and misses. Cut fastball from Slayton, and it's 0-2. Now, Peyton said he had to confirm that it was not AI when his wife told him that Connolly had been traded to the Washington Nationals. And now we get the best part of Peyton, where he's just in the dugout like a cartoon character. As a pitch misses down and in, it's 1-2.
Just doing Peyton things, right? You know, it was reminiscent for me because, you know, me and Bronson Arroyo back in 2006 were thick as thieves, and then right before the season starts, you send him to the Reds for Willie Moe.
That did not go well. Ground ball to the right side, handled by Siegler. Throw to first in time, and the inning is over. Sadon slam, Tolley out of the game. Slayton slams the door. 4-2, seventh inning next. Alvarado coming in for the A's. The Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It is not hard to destroy a college.
Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic. It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Exteriors.com.
Hi, it's Tom Caron, trusted voice of the Boston Red Sox and proud owner of a Ford Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV. Ford is stepping up to the plate as the official vehicle sponsor of Major League Baseball. Makes sense. America's vehicle now drives America's pastime. Strength, capability, and dedication are in Ford's DNA. Maybe that's why F-Series is official truck of the Red Sox and America's all-time best-selling trucks for 49 years running. Check out Ford's knockout lineup at your New England Ford dealers today.
Why wait, Massachusetts? Shop now and seize the summer. At Raymore and Flanagan, you can save up to 20% on your purchase. Shop today to save more than twice the Massachusetts sales tax on items for your living room, dining room, bedroom, outdoor space, and more. You can also shop all the top mattress brands and experience the benefits of better sleep. Get in-stock items delivered in 3 days or less. Hurry in, save double the tax now at Raymore and Flanagan. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Your smart speaker to play, 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Andrew Monasterio leads it off as we go to the top of the seventh. 4-2 Red Sox. One swing so far. The difference is Sadon slam. The pitch. Mona bluffs the bunt, takes a strike on the outside corner. And it's 0-1.
Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Yeah. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today.
Oh, man, 0-1 is a little cue shot. Knuckling line drive off the right field line behind the first base bag. Mona into second, losing the helmet on a head first slide. He got totally jammed. That's the way it's been going for these Red Sox. And a leadoff double in the seventh.
And it just doesn't feel right unless Monasterio has a double, right? Once he gets a double, all's right with the world. It's what he's been doing continually throughout this season, getting on base to start innings off, and typically with a double.
5 doubles in his last 8 games.
He's been incredible.
You know, what's amazing is Wong really sparked the rally with that double down the left field line. I think he's going to bunt right here.
I think he should. You know, it proves how valuable that type of the game could be.
They've done it so often. The A's think so too. They come in at the corners with McNeil and White. 4-2 Red Sox. Connor does square, and a pop-up on the third base side, but down and foul. Again, when you're going well, these things happen. In April, that thing is right to the catcher and an immediate out.
Yeah, it's an outside pitch. He kind of stabbed at the ball with the barrel. Typically, you want to act like you're catching the ball with the barrel instead. That deadens the ball.
I bet you were an awesome bunter.
I bunted a whole lot in the minor leagues during practice, during that little pitching machine, but I can't remember ever dropping one down in a game.
You are taught to do that, to kind of catch the baseball with the bat. Going 1 to Wong with Monasterio at second. 4-2 Sox in the seventh. Alvarado
Practice using a lacrosse stick to catch it.
Really good idea. He bunts again, and it's popped up again, and it's caught on a slide by McNeil. That's 2 bad ones in a row by Wong. He doesn't get away with this one, and 1 down.
Yeah, and as a pitcher, when you see someone square around, you're typically going to throw the ball above the barrel. You're trying to get them to go upward towards it. That was a sinker. Wong kind of dropped the bat down toward it, just a little too much.
100-mile-an-hour sinker from Alvarado. All right, here's Massa with 1 down. 0 for 2 with a walk. The pitch. Monasterio runs. The throw is going to get him by a lot. He's out at third. Red Sox might want to challenge to see if the swim move from Monasterio got away from the tag. That's a little over aggressive. They do want to look, Lenny. Right. I think they think the right hand got on the outside of the bag. And how many times have we seen this from Mike Brenly? If he challenges, he is certain.
You know, when you're beat that. Oh, yes, you got it. We're going to wait till the call in the field, but I tell you what, from our eyes, it looks like he got it.
His right hand beats the tag, but here's the question, Lenny. Does he keep his hand on the bag while going through with the tag still applied? I think he did. Oh, yeah, he's safe.
Yes.
The hand is on, and then you know what's great about it is he puts the left hand on while the right hand stays on the bag. This shouldn't take long. This is going to get overturned.
You know, the swim move is such a beautiful move. When the ball beats you by a long shot, you go out there and you got to deke him with the left hand, get the right arm in there to that side of the bag. So, such an athletic play.
Mona. Yeah, they're looking at it in New York. Subaru New England scoreboard. Subaru summer finally here. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. You know, it's interesting. I've talked to so many infielders this year. Trevor Story and others. The talk about Marcelo Myers says the same thing. Everyone tries to do that now when they're beaten by the throw. So rather than try to tag their hands, just go to the chest, get to the body as fast as you can.
Yeah, because Mona's left hand is in there, and then right before the glove hits his hand, he pulls that back, and that allows his right arm to sweep around the bag and grab it.
Isn't it amazing how runners just know? He immediately said, nope, I was safe. Now, the thing is, this should be easy. This should be easy. I mean, to me, it's clear as day. I mean, his hand does sort of blend with the dirt at third. We've been surprised at times. To me, this one is absolutely 100%.
I'm very surprised right now they haven't already gotten back from New York. I mean, the evolution is sliding.
After review, the call in the field stands. The runner is out.
No,
that's garbage.
Chance.
Garbage. There is a flaw in this thing, Lenny, and it involves dirt at bags. We've seen it with spikes over at first base. That hand, that's absurd. He was safe, period.
That's just a brutal call right there. It was evident that he got his hand in there. Not even close.
I mean, I rarely say this in baseball, but what's the point of having review if not that? He was so clearly safe. 0-1 to Massa. Pitch. That's a big call. The pitch misses outside. 1-1. I know we don't have all the angles that New York has. There's no way that they have one that said his hand came off the back. He was safe.
I just don't get it.
1-1. The pitch is outside. I mean, if you're giving the replay umpires the benefit of the doubt back in New York, you would say, all right, they're thinking to themselves. First of all, I do think there's part of them that want to protect Nate Tomlinson for the call at third, which should never be the thought process. Get the call right. 2-1. Massa swings and misses. But if you're just trying to expand your mind and say, well, how could they possibly have thought that? Are they thinking that on those angles it's not 100% certain that the glove didn't touch the hand on the way in?
The angle that we had and everybody here was plain as day. I don't see what other angle could.
2-2. Line drive into center field. That missed up challenge cost the Red Sox a run. A base hit from Massa. And he's aboard with 2 down. Again, though, it was pretty bold there by Monasterio to try to run. I think he scores from second on that hit, too.
Yeah, it is a bold move. You know, you're 1 out in scoring position already with the top of the lineup coming up. just being aggressive, using that type of athleticism to go out and score runs.
And yet, would it surprise you even a little bit if Siegler did something here?
Not one bit.
4-2 Red Sox, 2 down, top 7. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. I like that the standard is 100% to overturn a call. I like that. It should be. But to me, that sort of was. 0-1 pitch. Siegler takes a ball outside. Rivalry Report is brought to you by River Spring Living. Set a new standard for memory care in New York City. Call 833-79-RIVER. Visit riverspringresidence.org/radio to schedule a tour. 4-2 Sox, 1-1 to Siegler. Pitch. Swinging a pop-up. Foul on the third base side. This will get into the seats and out of play. And it is 1-2.
We talked to Dennis Eckersley last time at Fenway Park, a legend for the Red Sox and the Oakland A's. I asked him, I was like, hey, are they going to bring the Eckersley gate to Las Vegas? He wasn't sure, but I followed up with, if they find the DiNardo BP bucket, they'll bring that over there as well.
They should bring the gate, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Honor your history. I mean, the thing about it is the Oakland Athletics have an awesome history.
They really do.
1-2. Pitch way high. I mean, all those great champions in the 70s, and then Eck redeeming himself after the Gibson home run, winning the very next year. But Dave Stewart, Raleigh Fingers, Carney Langsford, goodness gracious, the Bash brothers, McGuire and Canseco. 2-2 to Siegler. And a throw to first. They've checked on Massa a lot tonight. Tommy McLaughlin in the clubhouse is going to be saying, what? This is the dirtiest Massa's jersey's ever been.
I mean, it's the form. It's the running form, right? How could you not be a Blazer?
Intimidating. 2-2. He's got a bigger lead now. He runs. The pitch is swung on a miss, and the inning is over. Siegler chased a bad one there. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers. Hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. 617-777-7777. 4-2 Sox in the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet, so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, real people tell their stories live on stage.
I burst into tears. And I wasn't sure if I was crying because I hadn't been kissed in a really long time, or if I had just never been kissed like that before.
To hear fascinating, heartbreaking, and sometimes hilarious stories from astronauts, teachers, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Boom! No!
Come on! Kids, what should we order for dinner?
Pizza!
Thai!
Tacos!
Hey boys, let's not get loco. What kind of restaurant sells pizza, Thai, and tacos? I'll never please all my guys. Why can't we have food without the fuss?
With Wonder, you can combine 20 restaurants in one delivery, so your family never has to compromise. Use code MEALTIME for 50% off your first Wonder order. Terms apply. See wonder.com/new customer.
Listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Let's go to the bullpen again. Giovanni Moran. He's out of the pen. Pitching change brought to you by JetBlue. Official airline of Boston sports. Book now at JetBlue.com. Henry Bolte, right-handed hitter. 0 for 2 tonight. Moran in a big spot in the bottom of the 7th. Throws and a pitch misses down and in. Interesting. Don't you think? Maybe Guerrero trying to stay away from him a little bit?
Well, he's really pitched himself into this spot. He's quietly having an outstanding year if you look at the numbers.
Pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
A 96 percentile in hard hit rate. The changeup, 49.5 whiff rate. It's a great pitch. Opponent's hitting 111 off of his four-seamer.
Pitch is fouled off. Really, if you take away the outings as an opener and maybe 1 or 2 as a bullpen arm, he's been really, really great.
Absolutely. You know, he's good against lefties and righties as well.
29th outing at 2.76 ERA. Lenny only 22 hits and 42 1/3.
He's getting it done.
1-2. Swing and a miss. That is a great changeup. There's one away.
We talked about that 49.5% whiff rate. That's it right there. You know, the fastball plays is not overpowering, but when you can locate that pitch and pull the string on the changeup, 83 miles an hour right off the top of home plate right there. Tons of vertical drop.
The other part of this too, Lenny, not to diminish how great Moran has been as Alika Williams comes on. 4-2 Red Sox, bottom 7. Pitch. Fouled on the first base side. It is 7-8-9. I mean, this A's lineup is totally decimated. They don't have really any options off the bench. So rather than use Guerrero, 7-8-9 in Sacramento, you got a 4-game series, 7 games in 7 days. This makes a lot of sense.
It really does. You know, it's another instance of Chad Tracy really using his brain to go out there and figure out who they can use in certain scenarios, certain at-bats, and certain points in the game.
Oh, one missed outside, so it's a ball and a strike. I mean, he went to Slate, and that was beautifully done. And now Moran, 1-1. Pitch. Line drive into right field, but it hangs up well in front of the track. Abreu is back to make the play. And they're 2 away.
Now at Shaw's and Star Market, it's a 10 for $10 sale. Save on items like Fage Greek yogurt and vitamin water. Pantry favorites like Prince Pasta and Star-Kissed Chunk White Tuna. And cool treats like Haagen-Dazs cups.
What I love about that is very few of those things go well together at all. Here's Lawrence Butler, his swings and misses, a changeup.
Don't knock it till you try it, my man. Come on. You never had tuna and Haagen-Dazs in the same meal?
I mean, I do one and then the other.
You're not alternating?
Oh, one. It swung on and missed by Butler. He's got that changeup working, and it's 0-2.
That's such a good pitch.
You had a lot of everything last night. It was impressive.
What did I not have? Oh, nothing.
0-2 to Butler. He's outside. Shrimp cocktail, crab cake, lobster roll, ice cream, cookie.
The pie. What was it? Key lime. Key lime pie to finish it off. I shared my crab cake with you, though.
You did. It was awesome.
It's pretty good.
Tough life on the road. 4-2 Red Sox, bottom 7. Pitch is strike 3 called on the corner. Moran, outstanding, bottom of the 7th. 4-2 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher,
so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Understanding power requires more than headlines. I'm Peter Hamby, host of The Powers That Be, a podcast from Puck examining politics, economics, and media to provide context, analysis, and clarity without sensationalism. We ask how power operates, who benefits, and what's at stake. If you want to move beyond breaking news to deeper understanding, join us on The Powers That Be. New episodes every weekday. Follow The Powers That Be wherever you get your podcasts.
Why wait, Massachusetts? Shop now and seize the summer. At Raymore and Flanigan, you can save up to 20% on your purchase. Shop today to save more than twice the Massachusetts sales tax on items for your living room, dining room, bedroom, outdoor space, and more. You can also shop all the top mattress brands and experience the benefits of better sleep. Get in-stock items delivered in 3 days or less. Hurry in, save double the tax now at Raymore and Flanagan. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Wilson Contreras leads it off as we go to the 8th inning. 4-2 Red Sox. Hayden Yinger, new pitcher, as Wilson takes a fastball high. He looks very ready to do something. Wilson does. Good take, staring out at Yinger. 5th appearance, 6.75 ERA. Pitch to Wilson is a strike on the inside corner.
Well, that's exactly what you want from Wilson. Seeing a couple pitches. There's no plate appearances from any Red Sox player against Yinger so far this season. So you get a good eye on it before you take that hack.
This dude made his major league debut last Wednesday as Contreras takes a pitch outside, acquired from the Blue Jays.
Well, I love this count, 2-1. He can get that fastball up in the air right here.
Wouldn't you be shocked if we leave Sacramento without Wilson absolutely lifting off? The 2-1 is fouled on the third base side.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's shaking his head right now.
I think he thinks he swung at a ball right there.
Yeah.
– 4-2 in this ballpark. No lead, really safe. 2-2 pitch, way high. It's amazing how many bad misses we've seen. I mean, we heard about this coming in, Lenny, and look, you give the A's starter Perkins some credit for the way that he battled. He got some bad swings from the Red Sox. 3-2 pitch, inside, it hit him. Nothing new for Contreras. He is aboard and he is hit for the 18th time. And by the way, a little encouragement to the first base dugout on the way down the line.
Yeah, I'll wear that for you. That's what he's saying right there. Let's get it started right here. Yeah, I mean, Perkins, he had a 6.75 ERA coming into this game, and the Sox didn't have a hit until Connor Wong hit a double in the 6th inning.
But I just think there have been so many huge misses. Here's Willier, and he's going to run and stop Contreras. Pitch called a strike that was near the top of the zone, and it's 0-1.
Well, they were doing Perkins a favor. A lot of pitches outside the strike zone, just a little anxious at the plate, swinging outside the strike zone.
Wilson is the spirit animal of this team, period. 0-1. Pitch. Swinging a high pop behind third base. Get into the seats. It will not in foul ground. Willier. It's not look that comfortable at the plate. Abreu watches Contreras tag at first. He scampers down the line, but no chance to run. One down, here's Cedon. I mean, he thought he had flied out to left field, Cedon did. And really, Thomas gave it a really good bid out there in left, but it was just over onto the netting.
He spiked his bat. Not because he was happy.
Here he is. Takes a strike on the outside corner. Check of the game score. Brought to you by the Mass State Lottery in Keno. It's a vibe and a home run. 4-2 Red Sox. Each team with 5 hits. Contreras got a big lead over there. Pitch. Cedon takes outside. And it is 1-1. But, you know, sometimes Wilson will be super demonstrative and turn to the dugout. But he knows that everyone in that dugout has their eyes on him at all times. 1-1 is called a ball. Cedon was willing to challenge it had been called a strike. It was not. And it was a ball. And it's 2-1. Cedon has been the worst challenging hitter in baseball.
Yeah, you've got to take that club out of his bag. It just has not been good.
Don't take the driver out, though. The 2-1 is way outside, and it's 3-1.
This is a count right here. Yanger's trying to get back into it right now. Probably going to be a fastball. Cedon could get a mistake. Go back to back.
Durbin out on deck. 4-2 Sox, 3-1 pitch. Swinging a foul on the first base side. He did get a fastball, pretty well located. 3-2. The only downside today, Curtis Mead is out of the game. Red Sox new acquisition hit on the left wrist by a pitch. And down in the clubhouse, 3-2, Cedon fouls it off the first base side. It's pure speculation. I thought he looked okay. You never know with those little bones. Well, we will hold our breath and wait for an update.
Yeah, to me, it looked like if you check out your wrist, that little circular bone right where the hand connects, somewhere around there.
As he walked to the clubhouse, he pointed just above that toward the elbow. 3-2 to Cedon. The pitch is lined into right field, but it'll hang up for Butler. Makes the play with a grab, a leaping grab. 2 down. I love Wilson Contreras in so many ways. Even at first base, he's trying to steal signs, and he's pointing with his left arm toward the first base bag. I mean, at any moment, he's trying to get in the opponent's head.
I mean, all of his movements are so demonstrative. He just there's no small movements ever.
Everyone notices him.
Yep.
Here's Durbin swinging a high fly off the end of the bat into left field. Thomas is there to make the play. Inning over. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. You deserve a car that thrills you. Nissan's got an exciting full line. Put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. Whitlock coming on 4-2 Sox. Bottom 8 in Sacramento on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
New pet ownership often starts with a question. Can we keep him? When you say yes, that leads to more questions about how to help them live a healthy life. Now, you can find the answers at pawpromise.com. At pawpromise.com, you'll learn essentials for caring for your new pet, so you can learn and grow together. Visit pawpromise.com. Turn, can we keep him, into what would we do without him?
My paw promise.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
I'm Tobin Heath. And I'm Kristen Press. We're World Cup champions, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Week in and week out, we sit down with sports legends, cultural icons, and global changemakers to talk everything from clutch games to causes that matter.
This is about creating the future of women's sports, a future that's honest, inclusive, and real.
Join us for our reimagined journey. Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Boston's got more ways to hit it out of the park this summer with daily flights from Boston to Amsterdam, Barcelona, Dublin, Edinburgh, London, Madrid, Milan, and Paris. Plus, only JetBlue gives you free high-speed Wi-Fi and large seatback touchscreen TVs with tons of entertainment and farm-fresh meals, all included for a low fare. Plus, beer, wine, and liquor included for 21 plus. Ready for a real game changer? Book your own suite in Mint, JetBlue's award-winning take on premium travel. If Europe is in your playbook, JetBlue has more destinations for Red Sox Nation. Let's go. Book now at JetBlue.com.
Hey, it's Garrett Whitlock. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Garrett Whitlock is on as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 4-2 Red Sox. Jacob Wilson, the leadoff hitter, takes a strike on the outside corner, and it is 0-1. Whitlock gave up an incredibly rare run last time out. But in a huge spot here where he has been so reliable. The pitch is a broken background ball on the right side. Contreras goes after it. Gloves, throws to Whitlock, who does a great job gloving and getting his foot on the bag. And time for out number 1. I think Contreras actually made a mistake there going after that ball. Siegler was behind him, but hey, it works out, and there's one away.
You know, Siegler was playing pretty close to second base. He probably realized that. That's the only reason he would go get that ball. Siegler was playing anywhere near a normal second base position. That's his all day. Once he got to that ball, though, did an outstanding job setting his feet and throwing the ball right over the first base bag. Whitlock did an outstanding job of getting there and holding on.
Wow, and lucky to not roll his ankle there.
There's always that fear when pitchers are running in that direction.
Really good awareness, I thought, by Connor Wong to give him a little break. He went to the mound there. Checking the game score brought to you by Veg ER for Pets, the official emergency vet group of the Red Sox Radio Network. Here's Tyler Soderstrom, who homered off of Tolley 4-2 Sox. First pitch strike on the inside corner. And Whitlock, again, watches Contreras apologize to Siegler, saying, hey, that might have been yours. But he's all over everything. Here's a ground ball on the right side. Nice pick there by Siegler. Throw to first in time, 2 down. By the way, I think some A's fans are getting into it with Contreras and Cedon as they walked onto the field. Security did a good job trying to kind of diffuse the situation. I don't understand fans who feel like because you buy a ticket, you get to yell at players. It's so stupid.
I never got that either. You know, you hear it all down at the bullpen as well. Trust me.
Whitlock got his 6th win of this season on Friday as Jonah Heim, who homered from the right side his last time, now batting left, swings and misses a high fastball for strike 1. What a stud Garrett Whitlock has been. Chapman beginning to throw in the pen. Here's a beautiful Bugs Bunny changeup, and it's 0-2.
That's a huge reason why Whitlock has been so good this season. That fastball plays up above the zone, but that changeup down below, so much vertical movement. Gets a ton of swing and miss on that pitch.
0-2. 2 down in the 9th. Here's the pitch. A little bit high with a fastball.
I don't mind that pitch at all. You know, you get to 0-2, you throw that fastball trying to get some swing and miss, but it sets up that changeup down.
Here's a high fly foul on the third base side off a sinking fastball, and it's 1-2.
He's working quick tonight.
Always at his best. 1-2. That is just inside. Wow, was that close with a changeup? And it's 2-2.
Very close pitch. He yanked it glove side in toward the lefty, just a tad.
Next one, also very close, but a ball. Sinker, and it's 3-2. Payoff pitch. Strike 3 called on the corner. Dotted up by Whitlock. Dominant bullpen so far from the Sox. We go to the 9th. Boston 4, Athletics 2 on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
As the U.S. men's national team takes center stage at a home World Cup, make sure you're listening to Call It What You Want, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network, where you can join me, I'm Jimmy Conrad, alongside Charlie Davies, Tony Miola, Marcelo Balboa, and Benny Feilhaber throughout this tournament for previews, instant reactions, and analysis of every U.S. match. Then all summer, we're back every Tuesday and Thursday, covering all things U.S. men's national team. Download and follow Call It What You Want on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There is nothing like the feeling of coming home to yourself after a struggle with cancer. For nearly 80 years, Dana-Farber has given people their life back because nothing is as effective against cancer as discovery after discovery after discovery. If your world is touched by cancer, Dana-Farber can help you come home again. Dana-Farber breakthroughs are possible thanks to the Jimmy Fund and you.
Hi, this is Jaron Duran. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Top 9 we go. Red Sox lead 4-2. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you. Nissan's got an exciting full line. Put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. Duran, Monasterio, and Wong, 7-8-9 against Hogan Harris, who the lefty fires a strike on the outside corner.
Durant's seen him 3 times, 1 strikeout, 0-for-3.
I thought maybe he'd consider kind of pushing one down the third base line in this spot. He does not, and he pops one foul on the third base side. Main moment of the game brought to you by visitmaine.com. Baseball in Boston today. Maine adventures tomorrow. Discover beaches, mountains, and small town escapes at visitmaine.com. Not exactly hard to identify the main moment tonight. Authored by Sedan. Grand slam that flipped this game on its head. 0-2 to Jaron, leading off the top of the ninth. The pitch way outside and way short of the plate by Hogan Harris, left-hander.
He leads the team in 8 saves.
They've not had many chances for saves lately. The 1-2 is a check swing. He did not go around. And it's 2-2. Again, if you're just joining us, the A's have not won a home series. They've not won a series, period, since June the 12th. They've just been wiped out. 2-2. Duran rips one to third. Leaping grab by White. Good swing. Unlucky result, one down.
Yeah, you love seeing Duran go that way on that fastball up at the top of the zone. 99.9 off the bat. We saw him do a lot of that leading into last series. It's not showing up on the page, but you got to stay confident at the plate when you hit the ball like that.
4-2 Red Sox, one down, top 9. Chapman will pitch the bottom of this inning. Pitch is outside. And that is ball 1.
What do you think? Another double right here?
Sure. This one is a strike on the outside corner. Last one was painted down the chalk line on the right field side. He was allegedly, anyway, caught stealing at third. 1-1. Down and in. Breaking ball. And it is 2-1.
Love his takes. Real quiet approach. He recognizes spin out of the hand. Knows it's going to be down the zone. Gets the foot down. Keeps the hands back.
2-1. Pop foul. Into the seats. Pitch black skies over top of California's capital city, where Lenny DiNardo stood and pitched so many nights. Very cool to be back here with you and Lou, both of whom won championships with the Sacramento River Cats. And I think the city of Sacramento has done a great job embracing this team. 2-2, bloop foul on the first base side.
Yeah, a lot of good memories here. One of them is sitting next to the guy in the booth next to us, Johnny Doskow, who's just an incredible fixture. He's been part of the A's organization for quite some time, over 20 years. Nice to see him doing some games.
Yeah, he's gotten his big league dream to come true. 2-2 is down and in, almost hit him on the back foot. Was Sacramento a good place to play in the minor leagues?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed myself here, but the ball, when you get it up in the air, it hasn't changed.
Not that fun to pitch here.
No. But the PCLs, a lot of, early flights.
3-2. Pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Curveball. And they're 2 away. It's changed a little bit, Lenny. The minor leagues have changed their schedule where every week you get Monday off. And then you spend the entire week in one city. The International League, which is kind of in the central of the country and over on the East Coast, it's not like the travel's easy. You're going all over the place on bus rides. But it's not as spread out as the American West. Here's Connor Wong, who swings and fouls one back. And when you would have 2 city road trips in a span of 7 days, you would get up at 3:30 in the morning, head to the airport, and have a connecting flight to play a game that night.
Absolutely. No such thing as a Monday off every week.
0-1 to Wong. Swinging a high fly down the left field line, carrying pretty well toward the corner, but over to his right is Thomas, right in front of the track to make the play. Inning over. Now we'll see how Aroldis Chapman handles the conditions in Sacramento. He's coming on. 3 outs from another win for the Red Sox. 4-2, bottom 9 next on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Choose to lean into it. Every Mazda is engineered to give you effortless control.
I wake up.
Tyler Reddick here from 2311 Racing. Victory Lane? Yeah, it's even better with Chumba by my side. Race to ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See T&Cs. 21+. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
Booking.com is the easiest way from counting down the minutes to flying where time doesn't matter. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the road team.
Wait, the road team?
That's right, Red Sox fans, the road team.
Golf's Road Win Rewards is back all season long, so you can enjoy 10 cents off per gallon the day after the Red Sox win on the road when you use Golf Pay. Download Golf Pay to score savings along with a fast and convenient way to pay. See app for details. Road Win Rewards, only with Golf Pay.
Data centers don't wait, and neither should your supply chain. From power and connectivity to racks and critical power, Graybar brings the products and the experience data centers need now. And with deep inventory and logistics expertise, we keep projects moving from first delivery to final install. With hundreds of locations and a nationwide delivery fleet, we help you bring facilities online, on time, and on budget. Yep, Graybar does that.
EEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
All right, Aroldis Chapman is on for the bottom of the ninth. His 36th appearance. 24 of 26 save opportunities converted. Past Dennis Eckersley in his last time on the mound, and here he is, 3 outs away. Colby Thomas, right-handed hitter, swings and rips one foul on the third base side. And that is strike one. 10 seconds, station ID, Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
0-1 bounce toward third, backhanded by the shortstop Monasterio, but he can't make the transfer right in the 5.5 hole. That is an 0-2 pitch that Chapman will not be thrilled with, 0-1 rather. And a leadoff man is aboard for the A's.
Yeah, even if Monasterio gets that ball in his throwing hand, I'm not sure he'd have an opportunity to throw him out. That ball was way out in no man's land by the time he got it.
You know, he has not been as dominant as a year ago, and who could be? It was one of the great relief seasons of all time. Here now is Tommy White, right-handed hitter. Pitch, chopper foul on the first base side, third base rather. So when there have been more walks, more base runners, and yet whenever it's been needed, he does hunker down. It is different in this ballpark. Weird things can happen.
A lot more 94s on the gun as well.
Yes, the 0-1 is 96, a little extra giddy up there, and it's 0-2. Chapman this year has only allowed 1 home run, but it can happen in this yard.
Yeah, strange things can happen. You get the ball in the air here. You know, we've seen Chapman, because of that 94 to 96 velocity out of the gate, go to his secondary pitches early.
0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nothing secondary about that. 98 blown away, and there's one down.
I mean, it's really just pitching, right? You show 94 early to have an extra 4 miles an hour in your back pocket late in counts. Maybe this is just Chapman in the evolution of becoming a pitcher late in his career.
Look now. Nick Kurtz is going to come on and pinch hit against Chapman. We saw him going toward the clubhouse, and that must have been to try to get some swings in, to try to loosen up. And the man is just back off an injury. 21 home runs and 69 driven in. Rookie of the year a season ago. What a test this is. Tying run at the plate in Kurtz. Chapman is ready. He throws, and a fastball strike at the top of the zone. 0-1.
Got that one up to 99. He knows how important this at bat is, putting everything into it.
Kurtz's first look at Chapman. 0-1. Pitch. That's a slider in the dirt. For a ball. We don't have the exact attendance, but I can tell you a lot of them are Red Sox fans. Game attendance brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken, official fried chicken of the Red Sox. Find a location at crispycrunchy.com. 10,486. 1-1. Double play would end it. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Kurtz loses his helmet. Fastball 98. Power on power, and it's 1-2.
That ball was in on his hands right there. You have a hard time getting to that ball at 88, let alone 98.
The Big Amish, a revelation in the American League. Chance to tie the game, but behind Chapman, 1-2. One down in the ninth. Chapman is ready. He throws, and a fastball way high. He's been brutal since coming off the injured list, Kurtz. He did homer in the 6th inning yesterday to snap an 0 for 25. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chapman throws, and a slider just inside, very close. Aroldis wanted that. I think it was in a ball, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, just didn't quite finish that pitch. I figured he was going to a breaking ball after missing up and in with 97.
Sox do have both their challenges remaining. 3-2. Power on power. Here it is, and a swing and a foul. It would have been in our booth had there not been a screen. That was a heater at 95 miles an hour.
Three-two count. You got to go to your best pitch right here. Probably going to be a heater. Challenge him right here.
Aroldis is ready. The payoff pitch is swung on and pop foul. The third base side. Chapman watches it sink into the seats. 98. You know, Lenny, we've been spoiled by Aroldis. Normally in these spots when he's got the adrenaline pumping against a hitter like Kurtz, it's 100. We've seen 96, 97, 98.
He's going to have to rely on that fastball, but not only that, the location.
3-2. Here it is, and it is swung on and fouled back. A slider that was on the outside corner. What a battle this is. Kurtz will see at least 9 pitches.
Fouled the slider straight back right there. That tells me he's right on that pitch. If you come back with a fastball in that same location, inside on the hands, most likely you're going to get some swing and miss.
Kurtz is the tying run in the bottom of the ninth. 4-2 Sox. Aroldis is ready. He throws, and a swing and a foul on the third base side. I mean, Kurtz really is a special talent. And he is kind of the linchpin of everything they're trying to do going forward. 10th pitch of the at-bat coming up. 3-2. Here it is. Ground ball to second might end the game. Siegler to second. He bobbles! What might have been a game-ending double play is mishandled by Siegler. And now the A's have the tying runs on base. Wow.
Yeah, Chapman made a pitch. Slider down to the zone. Got his ground ball. That was a tailor-made double play. It's like Siegler might have thought about getting it into his hand to throw it before he gloved it.
Well, with Kurtz running, I mean, that should end the game. Now Andrew Bailey's coming out to the mound. Henry Bolte is going to bat for the Athletics. Curtis Mead, of course, started the game, hit on the left wrist with a pitch. Siegler came on. Anthony's been really good at second, but that's the Red Sox second error of the game. Donovan Walton, who can really run, is the pinch runner as the tying run at first base.
You don't want this to come back to bite you. You give a big league team more than 27 outs. It typically does. Chapman's already thrown 15 pitches this inning.
Well, he's got the ultimate closer's mindset. He's been here so many times before where take deep and make yet another big pitch. Here's Henry Bolte. 4-2 Sox, 2 on, 1 out. In the bottom of the ninth, it should be over. Pitch. That's a beauty. I mean, it's a fastball at 98. Strike one.
That's the beautiful thing about a guy like Chapman. He's been pitching so long in the big leagues is, you know what? That just happened. Can't change it. So you go right back up to this guy.
0-1 to Bolte, right-handed hitter. Outfield deep the other way. The pitch is a foul at the plate. And it's 0-2. I'm so impressed with the fortitude mentally that Chapman and so many of these great closers have. Turn the page.
Yeah, if he's thinking about what just happened, most likely going to get into hitters' leverage counts.
0-2. Pitch is way high with a fastball, 96.
That's a purpose pitch right there.
Slider
96.
next.
Yeah, top of the zone, set up that back foot slider.
One and two, bottom nine, 2-run lead, but 2 on for the A's. The pitch is high with a fastball. He went back to it and missed again, 96. 2-2, uncomfortable times in Sacramento.
I don't mind doubling up right there. You just have to locate a little bit farther down. Those two were way, way up above the strike zone.
Chapman is ready with another 2-2. Here it is, and it is swung on and missed. He did go to the splitter there, and he struck him out, and the Red Sox are an out away.
That's an outstanding pitch right there. Well located, especially after those 2 previous fastballs at the top of the zone. They actually had a little glove side cut to it. Looked almost like a slider at 89 miles an hour.
He is such an animal.
He's been fun to watch.
And Alika Williams, the A's last hope. Pitch fouled back to the screen. 0-1. I mean, Alika Williams right now looks like he's seeing a ghost. Honestly, this is so much pressure against one of the all-time great closers. 0-1. Pitch. High fly foul on the first base side, and the Red Sox are a strike away. I mean, it's one of the wonderful things about baseball, but it's amazing you couldn't have 2 more different body types than you got on the mound and in the right-handed batter's box.
Alika looks like he weighs about as much as Chapman's right leg. I want to see a high fastball right here.
Look at how many Red Sox fans are up here in Sacramento. A strike away, but the tying run's aboard. 2 down, bottom 9. Chapman's got that menacing glare on the mound. 0-2. Here's the pitch, and it is high with a fastball. Kind of been his miss tonight, 98. 1-2.
Just a little bit above the zone with that fastball, especially in 2 strike counts, which is better than the alternative of missing down the middle.
1-2. Here's the pitch. It is swung on and missed. Fastball, top of the zone. Ball game over. Chapman closes it down. Works around the error. Cedon slam powers the Red Sox, and they win it 4-2.
That's a great win right there for the Red Sox. And it's all about resiliency. Going out there making adjustments early on. They're swinging outside the strike zone, doing Perkins a favor. Finally, they were able to break through with Cedon. And just the bullpen did an outstanding job keeping it where it was.
Chad Tracy managed beautifully. Again, you hold your breath on Curtis Mead, who left on a pitch off his left wrist. How's 18 wins in 20 games for you? Red Sox rolling. 4-2 the final. Nissan postgame show next on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Choose to lean into it. Every Mazda is engineered to give you effortless control.
I wake up. Tyler Reddick here from 2311 Racing. Victory Lane? Yeah, it's even better with Chumba by my side. Race to ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See T&Cs. 21 plus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth. Everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction. One day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Latte for Keenan?
That's me.
Hey, you're...
Yeah.
buying a car online on AutoTrader?
Really? But unlike other sites, you can start online, test drive with a local dealer, then finish online or at the dealership.
Cool. Enjoy.
Buy your car online on AutoTrader. Really?
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is the Nissan postgame show. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
4-2 Red Sox win, and a big part of it joins us in the Red Sox dugout. Andrew Monasterio. Mona, I know you thought I was quiet on the plane last night. I was not quiet tonight. St. On hits the slam. Another great win. How about coming west and getting another big win?
It's awesome. I start the series. We are win. As always good. St. On, we have big swing today. That's amazing. Tolly, we have strong outings. One to get on base. Wheelchair with good at bat. Bases loaded. And then St. On with the big swing.
Mona, you've done such a great job this year when it comes to starting innings. You've been an ignition switch. Today you had a walk for the first at-bat of an inning and also a double. 15 July games, 7 doubles. Talk about your approach when you're leading off an inning.
I think, stay through the ball, stay inside and through the ball. I think that's my approach lately at the plate. Before I try to pull myself out of the strike zone. So now I'm through the middle to the field, so that's amazing. On that pitch, I think it was like a middle away, and I stayed through. I hit it at the end, and thank God I get a double.
Thank God, indeed, Mona. And you're going to be the shortstop most days these days. How are you approaching your new role? I mean, Cheng goes down. You're going to play shortstop almost every day. How are you feeling about that?
So whatever Chad Tracy tell me to do on the front office, I'm gonna do it. If I play short or any position, I'm gonna be ready for that. So my role is be ready for anything. So if they need me a shortstop this week, I'm gonna be ready for it.
You saw this offense today early in the game. They started swinging outside the strike zone a little bit, but through the middle of the game, there was an adjustment made where guys were taking a more clear approach as far as taking pitches. Is that something you guys talk about in game?
Yeah, this guy, we didn't face it yet. I think the first time we faced that guy, and also it's not excuses, but it's not good to see the first 3 innings here. But after we make adjustment and we get that big inning and we get the win today. We
really appreciate the time. You got a long walk to the clubhouse. Go start it, Mona. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that's Andrew Monasterio. And it's funny, Lenny. We say this. I think most nights after a win, after we talk to yet another Red Sox hero from a game, it's different dudes every night. And the part that I think we do say so often is that they all kind of, to me, are symbols of what's going right with this team, where there's buy-in. You heard him say that whatever Chad in the front office want him to do, he's going to do it. I love your point about how he leads off innings with thump, with patience, with all that stuff. It is a great time to be a Red Sox fan.
It really is. It makes it pretty difficult coming into these games, figuring out who it's going to be, who's going to be the guy today, because it could be anybody up and down the lineup, 1 through 9. So, yeah, that's a good problem to have, right? So many guys go out there day in and day out, putting together good at-bats, wanting to be the guy to go out there and put this team over the top. You're not going to go out there and win 18 of 20 without multiple guys being the guy that day.
It might be hard, but it's not hard for you. You picked St. On again.
I've done pretty good.
You picked him again, and he went deep. Red Sox win at 4-2. The Arbella Insurance Foundation, dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Red Sox pitchers tonight, starting with Peyton Tolley, had a bunch of strikeouts. Peyton, I thought, even though he's lifted after 5 1/3, was very effective. I thought Chad Tracy managed the bullpen beautifully, starting with Slayton, and then, of course, with Moran and Whitlock and all the guys. Exclamation point with Chapman did a fantastic job. Red Sox pitchers tonight with 13 strikeouts, which means $650 donated to the Jimmy Fund to help strike out cancer. Arbella here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. Mona, who we just talked to, had a double. The Red Sox had a couple of them here tonight. And it was Wong, Durbin, Monasterio, 182 doubles for $9,000 total donated to the American Diabetes Association. Brought to you in part by the Mass Health Connector. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org and find the right plan for you and your family. Our tally's up to, as I said, $9,000. Every four-bagger the Red Sox hit, Red Sox Radio Network donates $40 to Cars for Kids. Making our donation, you should too. 877 Cars for Kids, or go to carsforkids.com to donate your car today. Cars with a K, Sedan Slam should be worth $400. We'll conclude the Nissan post-game show next on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey man, you hungry? Let's order delivery.
Yeah, I was thinking...
Italian.
Burgers?
Oh.
Game night just got tense. Two bros on different sides of the fence. Burgers or pasta tonight? Why can't we have food without the fight?
With Wonder, you can combine 20 restaurants in one delivery, so no one has to settle. Use code MEALTIME for